Thank you, Tim. I'm really looking forward to this morning. It's much better weather here today. It is a little bit crisp for a summer's day, but the sun is out, and hopefully that'll help our competitors a little bit.
Yes, we do feel for the Dolphins, don't we, down here? Because we're a little bit more used to it, but it feels like it's 11 degrees, but the sun is out. So a little bit different to yesterday morning where we had our consistent bush one events and plenty of rain. But blue skies here in Melbourne, the temperature's going to get up to about 19 degrees a little bit later in the day. But wind conditions, not too bad. A little bit better than yesterday afternoon. But we're looking forward to some big events. Let's try that again. So unfortunately, the wrong comms piece there. Ella, but welcome Ella Tobin to Day 4 Lakeside Stadium. Beautiful blue skies here in Melbourne.
Absolutely. We cannot wait for the competition. We've got quite a few exciting events this morning.
What are you looking forward to in particular?
Oh, I think as a 400-metre runner, I always love the 400s. You can't go past them. The one lap on the track, it is my favourite event, so that one, of course. And I don't mind the hurdles, though. I've got a training partner running in the hurdles later this morning, so always keen interest in those ones as well.
Conditions for the hurdles are going to be pretty good. Yes, we know it's fairly cool. It feels like about 11, but I'd say they've got a little slight assisting breeze there down the home straight. And as we can see, the hurdles all set and ready to go. Some big names. So we've got Jamison Harding lining up in those hurdles for the girls, so one to watch.
Absolutely. She'll be looking to second gold medal there, I think, in the pole vault, and looking to follow in her sister's footsteps. Younger sister, gold in those hurdles earlier in this competition.
I'm also looking forward to the 1500s, obviously my pet event, and Lucas Kish stepping out today, we believe, so hopefully Lucas will be in fine form. Had a few little niggles. He ran so well in the Victorian 5,000 champs and broke the Australian record over 5,000 metres, not known as a 5,000 metre runner, so indicative that Lucas is in great form, but yeah, a couple of little niggles he's been having, I think, with the knee, but we'll see how he performs here today. Obviously an out-and-out champion last year at the All Schools, and let's see if he can duplicate some of that form here today at his home track.
Absolutely. Those 1500s are absolutely stacked. It's not just him. There's other athletes there.
Emma Frager, who was the star from yesterday in the 800, and let's see how she doubles up here over the 1500 metre distance. Also good action in the field as well. And we can see across the stadium at the moment, events already underway, and we'll try to give you some updates on those as they proceed through. So there's a bit of javelin competition going on. Also the high jump and shot put. So the breeze just coming up a little bit more now, I think, and we'll just track that, and particularly in the hurdles, we'll be able to get a good feel when we see the wind readings, just to see how it is sort of blowing here at Lakeside. Seems to be coming across the track from the bay.
It'll be interesting to see if the hurdles have to adjust some of their stride patterns, because I know those tailwinds and headwinds can make it a little bit difficult to clear those hurdles. So I'm sure there will be conversations going on in the warm-up track and around the call room to work out kind of how to adjust that, because there is that little bit of that breeze.
So first event on the track will be 9:15, so still a little while away. So we will endeavour to go through some of our field event results during the course of the morning as well. And you can see there's also some jumping underway over on the far side of the track.
John. Followed by Taylor. New heights, please, up 5165.
So once again, a big thank you to Chemist Warehouse for their continued support of Australian athletics. You can see them set up over on the far hill, yellow tent. So go and visit Chemist Warehouse. They've got lots of goodies to give away, and we will be requiring the sunscreen today, so see if they've got any for you if you've forgotten yours and left it at home. But they're proud to support Australian athletics this summer. So from vitamins to skincare and all your health essentials, they've got you covered at the lowest everyday prices. So go and visit our friends from Chemist Warehouse. And don't forget, sports picks are here for the duration of the championships. So they'll be taking shots of every athlete in every event. So you can see all your epic track and field action shots at an instant print lab near the merch shop and grab your instant prints. Then head to the Sports Picks website to browse more or book an athlete portrait session. So big thank you to Sports Picks for once again being here and capturing all the action across the 4 days of the Chemist Warehouse Australian All Schools Championships.
Talking of field events, we've got a couple of really exciting athletes in our under 17 high jump, both the women's and the men's. In our women's, we see Sophie Williams jump. She's our under 17 to watch in that one. She's not quite close to, she's bottom age and going into under 18s, but not quite close to that World Junior yet. But she's a very, very successful jumper. So it'll be interesting to see what she can do over the bar today. And then in our men's high jump, we've got Kelly Lewis. So another very distinguished athlete in his own right. So it'll be interesting to watch those two, and we'll keep an eye on those as the high jump competition has for the women has just started, and I think the men's is not too far away. So
it looks like the bar's on 150 at the moment for the women and 165. It's great to have those concurrent high jump events going at the moment, Ella, too. So you can see the boys on the far side near the cage, and then the girls on the closer side here to the finish line.
And already there's some PBs in that field, so it's a good way to start a national competition with a PB. These high jumpers have quite the role models at the moment.
Certainly do. High jumping in Australia is absolutely going gangbusters, which is fantastic. So obviously with Nicola and Eleanor doing their things in the women's, but also with the likes of Stark and Reef. Also, you've probably been to a few comps where Yoel Reef has been dominating the semicircle, and certainly a great showman, which has been great for the sport here. So Yoel Reef, the Ballarat boy, now located up in Queensland though, and we're looking forward to seeing Yoel definitely go on with his high jumping career.
Absolutely, I think he's quite an underrated athlete. Deserves a little bit more airtime.
Yep. Yeah, definitely a showman, but I have interviewed him before, and he's also got a fairly soft and quiet side to him as well, Ali. You probably don't believe that, but Yoel can be quite introspective as well as being the out-and-out showman. But you certainly, that's one of the good things about when an athlete like that can absolutely control the crowd and get the crowd behind him. It's one of those highlights of the athletic season when the high jumpers are going high and they've got the crowd behind them. Another clearance there in the girls' competition, the under-17s.
Sophie Williams, who we were just chatting about before, she's not only a high jumper, she's quite talented multi-eventer. WA girl, we've seen her in the long jump, high jump, triple jump, 100-metre hurdles, and she's actually the under-16 heptathlon national record holder. So she's doing 4 events at these championships today.
That's a busy program.
I do not envy her, funny enough. I don't think I could do that. Staying switched on for such a large period of time, it's definitely got to be challenging.
We were talking earlier offline, Ella, about the fact that Australian athletics is sort of booming at the moment, but one of the beauties of it, it's not centralised in one state or one squad, it's right across the board, and yet again here in this Australian All Schools, we're seeing that with different states certainly throwing out their big champions, and it's good to see the Western Australians, but also North Queensland. I'm really impressed. I was having a conversation with one of the North Queensland coaches last night and just talking about how the depth in North Queensland, mainly through to good coaching structures right across, you look at Townsville, Mackay, Cairns, we're getting great squads, and now they're coming down to the big comps like this, and they're performing and getting medals.
Well, I mean, when I was in All Schools, North Queensland didn't even exist as a competitor in this competition. So to see them in their bright green singlets, absolutely, well, tearing down the track and the field, it's super exciting.
And it just does show the depth in the whole of Queensland, though, because the maroon colours very prominent again, once again, at this all schools. As we see in a lot of junior competitions, the maroon uniforms are always out there.
Absolutely. I have enjoyed, though, there's been a bit more variety in our relays. I know we're talking about Queensland being a little bit of a sprint factory, but I think Victoria have the number at the moment in the sprint relays.
But also New South Wales has always had good programs and good coaching. So those top three states would then occasionally you'll get a great squad come through from, say, South Australia or Western Australia to challenge as well.
Absolutely. It's really nice to see nearly all lanes filled in our relays. We've got all of the states are contending for those. So to have teams big enough to, I guess, fill relay spots is super exciting for our junior competition.
But also the Northern Territorians here, and they do stand out in those great uniforms. And Leanne Chin and the crew up there are doing a magnificent job with Athletics Northern Territory. And we're seeing quite a large squad here today, or over the course of the weekend.
Absolutely, and we just want to see more. The more junior athletes we can get into our competition, the better. I think athletics is such an exciting sport, and is growing even more in Australia. So, particularly with Brisbane 2032, there's a huge opportunity for our juniors to have a crack over a multitude of different events, find their passion. I think this sport teaches you so much about resilience, and enjoying and celebrating those small wins. So it's a really exciting sport to be involved in, particularly in the coming years.
Yeah, well, 7 years away from Brisbane 2032, and this is the age grouping that we'd be looking at to shine.
So I don't think we can see it in here, but we also have the hammer throw, our under 14 hammer throw. I think that'll be up in the warm-up track. Yep. That competition is just about to start there.
So the bar's on 175 in the under 17 high jump for the men. And for the girls, it's now on 155.
So Taylor Humphrey and Sophie Williams and Eliza Smart, Kate Wilson straight over with that 155. We've got a couple still to jump.
Starting the first round also in the under 14 women's long jump, and only 4 jumpers through so far, but 5:18 leads the way, Olivia Wilson.
And the triple in the other pit, our under 15 men, they're in their first round of jumps. It is 12:49, so not the whole field through as well, just the first 5, but Israel leads those jumps with that 12:49 from Queensland.
The jumping order will be Dwayne, Finn and John. Yes, Harrison is passing.
So about another 15 minutes away till we start the tracked action. It will be heats of the under 17 hurdles here. We'll go through the fields a little bit later, but they'll be proceeding through to finals later today. Now, we were saying that no under 20 qualifiers on the board for these events because of the hurdle height differential.
Yes, I am not a hurdler and definitely don't claim to be one, but I imagine it's quite different when that hurdle goes up, having to adjust those stride patterns. I mean, Mitch and I had a conversation yesterday about the differences in distance and how our junior athletes train to become successful hurdlers over that 100 distance for women's and then 110. But I'm sure the changing heights doesn't assist with that either.
Yeah, and also they go through the distance, from 80s to 90s to 100s as they progress through the age range. But I am confident our coaches are very good at adapting them to both different distances and different hurdle heights. So good to see the crowd starting to build as the sunshine engulfs Melbourne here. Beautiful day, a little bit chilly, but still a good day to start, or good conditions to start day 4. Now, another reminder too that next week Zatepek is here, Ali, you'll be having a little bit of a dash around the track in the 4x400.
Absolutely. It's one of my favourite events on the program. It's very exciting, and I'll certainly be staying to watch. We've got 60s and the 10K National Championships, so definitely a program that I enjoy taking part of.
The 4x4 has been an integral part of the Zatepek now for quite a few years, probably goes back over a decade. People say, oh, why do you put a club event into what is a nationally ranked event? But that club event has delivered some of the most exciting finishes that we have had at the Zatepek. It's been quite spectacular to watch, and the passion, the club spirit that comes through, but also the performances that we see in those 4x4s. Being a winner yourself, you know exactly what I'm talking about here.
Oh, absolutely. It's so exciting, and I mean, my first year, there was a lot of talk around that first run because lots of my training partners are Zatepek winners and have been for many, many years, and talked about the glory. So certainly looking forward to having another crack this year. Different club, which is interesting, but we'll be looking to take that championship. We'll be heading in full force, and I'm excited to see what my competitors and other athletes are able to produce.
We might not even recognise you in the white uniform after being in the blue, red and yellow for a long time.
Yes. No, looking to send waves through in Melbourne Uni, so I'm very excited, but also really excited I just think the competition as a whole. Athletics Victoria does a fabulous job at putting on Zatepek. So a competition that everyone should be watching out for, that's for sure.
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, it's the distance night with the 10Ks and the 3Ks, and those junior fields are looking fantastic once again for the 3Ks. But the introduction of the 60, which we brought in a couple of years ago, I think that really took off. And even this year, we've been surprised by the level of interest in the 60-metre events. There will be 3 heats for women and 3 heats for men.
Well, the 60 is becoming quite an addition to the program nationally. I mean, Western Australia, it's a common event that they see on their Strive program each week, and I mean, as part of the indoor championships, there's more athletes kind of taking to that 60 metre. I mean, we've had the Knox, I think, Classic hosted a 60 recently in Melbourne, and I'm sure many of the other eastern states are kind of taking that, as there's so many athletes. I mean, Ella Connolly, the New South Wales athlete, she loves the 60. She's our national record holder, I think.
Yep, and we will be having the short course champs here on February 7th as well. The 60 will be here.
Melbourne is getting a little bit of airtime. I hope Melbourne's listening. We'd like good weather for all these events, please.
Hopefully in February it will be that little bit warmer.
I think we start to see our hurdlers being walked out the track on the back straight.
So under 17 girls hurdles will be first up.
It's the pink ribbon that gives it away. Jamison Harding's pink ribbon.
Yes, we can spot that from right across the other side of the track, which is fantastic. But bringing that little bit of flair to the event too, that's always good. And we see that internationally with a lot of our Caribbean and also the American girls when they really doll up. It's just beautiful to see. Get the colour in their hair, the hairstyles, and it really adds something to the event.
I think I love that about track. It's a sport that encourages personality, or track and field. I mean, you got Tara in the long jump who just brings it to the long jump. But I think there's so many opportunities now to, well, yes, you're repping your country, your club, your state, whether depends on the competition, but you also kind of get to represent yourself a little bit as well and really put your best foot forward. Got quite the number of states in this one. I think nearly all our states are represented in the hurdle, so that's really, really exciting to see. I think maybe bar Northern Territory.
Yep.
Other than that, everyone seems to be on there. We might also be also missing Tasmania, but it's exciting to see a big representation.
And particularly in our more technical events like the hurdles, which sometimes can suffer in lack of numbers. It's obviously easier to get your big numbers in the 8s, 15s and 4s and events like that, but the hurdles being more technical. It is good to see that obviously there's more and more programs across the country developing our hurdlers, and hopefully that then builds that base of the pyramid that means at the top of the pyramid we've got some very, very, very good performers.
Absolutely, and many of those performers, I mean the boys at least, Mitch Lightfoot and Taylor, their competition and rivalry started young. So
Certainly did.
these competitions are absolutely those building blocks. It is a bit of an earlier start than our previous days, so I wonder how those athletes are coping with that. I know it's important to fuel pre-race, but it is that balance between being able to balance those nerves and race time to get that food down. So it'll be interesting to see how, well, not hopefully we won't see any breakfasts come up.
But
yeah.
it's good for their overall preparation, though, because you don't know what you're going to cop at certain championships. And the timetables, there's something you can't control, and you've got to get used to going different, preparation at a different time.
I've competed in nearly a 7:30 in the morning race and then a 9 p.m. So the program does not caters to everyone.
We were actually having an offline chat yesterday about the old state league days in Victoria, and I can remember those back in the 1990s where often the 4x4s would be 11 o'clock at night. Your dad probably participated in some of those.
Absolutely loved those meets. But yeah, late nights, athletes really need to be at their best at any point of the day. We'll just have a look at that high jump because they're starting to get into the mix of that competition now. The bar for the women is at 160. It's exciting because we've got 6 athletes that have cleared that first time, and we've only lost one of our athletes currently. So that's a super competitive competition for the women's under 17 high jump, which is exactly what we like to see.
Yeah, looks like we're up to 184 in the under 17 men's high jump. Once again, a few first attempt clearances there at 184.
And I absolutely love to see the PB and the season's best marker popping up under names at these national championships, because it isn't all about medals. It's about getting out there and putting your best foot forward and having a crack. So these athletes are doing an absolutely fantastic job at that and absolutely bringing the heat here. On our live stream as well, I think you've just seen some of the triple jump. I think that was our South Australian. We've only got one in the field, which makes my life a little bit easier. Kiane Cooper. So they are in their second round of jumps, and it is Marcus Jones from Queensland who leads with 13.31. He's a windy one though, so a plus 3.4 in the triple, and I think they are travelling the same way as our hurdles will be. So we're looking at nice heavy tailwinds, though it is Lakeside, so the winds are not consistent on this track.
Yeah, that's the first good indication, isn't it, Ella, that we've had about the wind conditions here. You can see the flags over the far side near Chemist Warehouse. They're just sort of fluttering a little bit, not indicative of +3.
I mean, if I have a look through these results, we've got quite the variation, plus 1.8, plus 2.4, plus 0.7. So the hurdlers really could end up with anything.
As you say, minute by minute can be changing here.
We see Smart about to take the runway on this high jump.
And a nice clearance. White flag goes up.
New height, please, up for 188. Yes, so next, Ethan.
We also have some Javelin, I think, starting to warm up on the other end of the track to us. That looks like our under 17 men. They're in their first round already. So Thomas Blackman from New South Wales is leading the field quite significantly. A huge throw, 61.04. So he leads. Yeah, he leads by the better part of 5 metres at the moment.
Very good start to that competition. So they're at the VIS end alongside our shot putters, and we have the high jump down at the St Kilda Road end. So competitors now starting to get themselves prepared for the first of our track events, which is the under 17 girls 100 metre hurdle. There will be 2 heats.
So the qualifiers for that one, they'll run 8 in the final, so it'll be top 3 and next 2 fastest. So you'll be looking for those automatic qualifiers. It's always nice to have a big Q next to your name, particularly if you're in that first heat, so you don't have to worry about any uncertainty of the athletes coming in behind you. But we saw yesterday that, they weren't heats, they were time finals. We had some exceptional runs from our first runners in those first heats who actually managed to sneak onto those onto that podium for some medals. So don't count out first heat, second heat. Our athletes in both heats are just as talented as each other. So it will be a bit of a spread though in between the 2 heats. They tend to seed the athletes, so we've got a good spread of our faster seeded athletes in both heats, so it is evenly spread.
Now obviously there we do have that mix between time finals and some events, and also heats proceeding to finals, or leading on to finals. What's your preference? Have you done a bit of both?
I have done a bit of both. I think I like heats and finals. I don't love a time final. As I said yesterday, there are people that just come out and run well sometimes, and I like to kind of have everyone know where everyone's at and be able to compete against them. I know you always want to put your best foot forward, but if you've got someone a little bit in front of you, it tends to be able to push you a little bit further. So I definitely think those heats and finals. Do you have a preference to run in or commentate? What's the...
I do like the heats and finals as well, but obviously there is drama in both sides, particularly if you're running time final number 2. You sort of, I suppose you're at a little bit of an advantage, you know what you have to do, and it's going to be less strategic. And that's the thing about the time finals, there's no strategic championship running, whereas in heats you can sort of find that where they're backing off a little bit. There's no backing off in the time final.
No, absolutely not. Well, we see our hurdlers starting to line up now.
We will introduce the field shortly. They are up on the board now. So let's introduce our first track event for the day. It is heat number 1 of 2, the under 17 women's 100 metre hurdles. And in lane 2, representing North Queensland, we have Gabriella Cherry. In lane 3, from South Australia, Tempany Hames. Lining up in lane 4, representing New South Wales, Georgiana Giatsios. In lane 5 from Western Australia, Sophie Williams. In lane 6, representing South Australia, Teresa Stangl. And in lane 7 from Victoria, Jamison Harding.
So Jamison is the reigning national champion, so she'll be looking to add to that one and defend her title there.
Oh, sorry, Max, Ethan, Honor, John, and Kelly. I'm sorry, I giving you false hope and leaving somebody else out.
So the pink rimmed Harding off nicely. Williams also going well. On the inside of her, it is Giatsios. But Harding putting on a bit of a show here. So clearly out in front. Williams in second position. Giatsios looking for that auto qualifier. 13.74. Jamison Harding and the pink ribbon crosses the line there. Looking very impressive, Ella.
Absolutely. She's put a dominant display on the track. I think she wanted to let her competitors know that she is not tired from her pole vault and she's looking to come out and run fast. And that we certainly just saw.
So I'll see the coach watching on there quite intently. Does he give us the thumbs up? Yep, the thumbs up. Muzz lights that one. So she proceeds nicely through to the final. So Giatsios also looking good there. The young lady from New South Wales. She'll get the auto qualifier. to wait on times. So 13.72 for Harding. Williams through in 14.50. 15.01 for Garcios. They are your auto qualifiers. Next through was Tempany Hames from South Australia, 15.39. 15.84 for Stangle, her South Australian compatriot. So they will be waiting to see the results from time final and number 2.
And Gabriella Cherry from Northern Queensland walks away with a PB, so you can't be unhappy with that.
Correct. So 18.57 there for Cherry Annan. The only one to run the PB in the first of our heats.
Which is impressive to do in a heat. I mean, I think that's a bit understated. A PB in a heat rather than a final. She's really come out and put it all on the line there.
So we'll have 5 starters in heat 2 of 2.
This heat here, you've got Aisha Shave, I think is probably the one to watch from the Australian Capital Territory. Fastest seed time in this one. I think I've seen her in other events this weekend or her name pop up a little bit, so a very talented athlete.
So we've got the 2 Queenslanders in there as well, Farinazzo. And let's introduce our field of 5, and they are in lane 2 representing Victoria, Jemima Hood. From Queensland we have in lane 3, Addison Farinazzo. Lane 4 from Queensland, Zara Gaviglio. Lane 5 representing New South Wales, Emily Benefiel. And in lane 6 representing the Australian Capital Territory, Aisha Shave. So 5 starters, heat 2 of 2, women's under 17 100 metre hurdles.
So it is Shave from the ACT that gets the better of the starts, but is Jemima Hood from Victoria following nicely behind her. She's looking beautiful as she heads down into the final stages of this race. So it is Shave and Hood who come into that line. Hood with a time of 14.07. So that's a really decent run from the Victorian there, and Shave not too far behind her. So we'll wait for the results there. Plus 0.5. So wind is being kind to our hurdlers today. But the 2 athletes in front there should be very proud of how they conducted themselves in that race, just cruising through.
It's going to be close for that auto qualifier too, I think. Ella, that we're going to photo for that one, but one of the Queenslanders was well and truly up there.
Absolutely.
Just wait for the official results to come through. So 14.06 there for Hood to take the win. 14.24 for Aisha Shave in second position. From New South Wales, Emily Benefiel, 14.87. So the Queenslander will have to wait on times.
I think both our time qualifiers are going to come from this heat. That's what happens when it's really competitive and they're all kind of bunched up.
So 14.88 there for Farinazzo from Queensland. And also, as you say, Ella, you have Queenslander has made her way through, Zara Gaviglio, 15.08, a PB for her to make her way through to the final of the under 17 100 metre hurdles.
So we'll be looking forward to that later in the program. I think Jamison Harding probably putting on the best performance there. She'll definitely be the favourite, but the Victorian Jemima Hood is not going to let her have it her own way. So you can see those results, the final list of those results up on the live stream.
The hurdles now coming off the track, and big thank you once again to our amazing officials. Fortunately, they don't need their rain jackets on today. The sun is out here in Melbourne, so the caps are on,
Our high jump competitions have been continuing strong as we watch those hurdle races. The women's under 17 high jump. The bar is currently at 164, and we've got 6 competitors still in that field, or a little bit more, sorry, 5 competitors still in that field. So
over in the under 14 long jump for the women, Marnie Lawrence leading the way 5:48. That was her first attempt. She fouled on the second. They're into the third round there. 5:29, Evie Moore-Mulcahy is in second position and currently third. 5:23, Olivia Wilson. So relatively close there, second and third. But Marnie Lawrence at 5:48 leading the way in the under 14 long jump.
And in our other high jump pit, our under 17 men, the bar is at 191. Max Clark from Victoria. Well, it's equal first, well, not equal first 3-way at the moment. Max Clark's from Victoria. Ethan Grattan from Queensland, and Kelly Lewis. So all 3 have cleared their first 3 jumps, first try. So it'll be starting to heat up that competition now.
And out on the warm-up track, we have the hammer throw, the under 14 men, and Hudson Severinson, 54.20 PB to open up his account in round 1. They're into the second attempts there, but Hudson Severinson, 54.20. Jaden Fenn, 48.51. He threw a PB on first attempt there in second position. And 38.40 for Michael Hunnam.
So it is all happening with our field events this morning. We've nearly, I think at this point, nearly got one of every field event going on.
It's fantastic. And it's one of the beauties of the sport, isn't it, Ella? There's just so much action occurring at one time. Good crowds down at the high jump too. That's great to see. So supporting their jumpers.
Absolutely. I love seeing the chats that goes on between athletes and coaches post jumps and pre-jumps. I think it's really interesting, those conversations that would be had, whether it's kind of reinforcing cues and confidence or making slight technical changes. That really can be the difference between potentially a first round miss or being able to kind of recover and get over that bar.
Yeah, certainly an important part of the sport, that support structure, coach to athlete.
And all our coaches are doing an absolutely fabulous job down here this weekend and more generally all throughout the season. I know most of these athletes, or all these athletes, couldn't be here without their coaches and families. We can't forget the families. Driving athletes or flying athletes from home down to the track to train and compete. It really is a team effort.
And it's already been quite a long season because many of them will be coming through school systems in their home states or territories and through to the culmination here. But then we have the other side of the season as well, going through to March, April.
Yeah, the juniors have it rough nearly. We see our juniors nearly, some of them have to come out as early as August. So it is a very long season. We actually see our school competition head off tomorrow. Our schools challenge. So the best of the best will go at it tomorrow to try and claim those teams' titles over the different age groups.
Just an update from the Javelin throw, because that is a wonderful competition out there at the moment. On his second attempt, the PB there for Caden Andrews, 65.99 to lead the comp. Sebastian Harding also has PB'd on his second attempt at 64.77 and currently in third, 61.04, Thomas Blackman. So all 3 of that, or top 3, all over the 60-metre mark in the under 17 men's javelin.
We've also got that our women's under 18 shot put going on currently. They're in their second round of attempts, or just beginning their third round of attempts now. Lauren Kelly currently in the lead for that one. She's thrown 16.76 on her second attempt. So that's incredible. Now you'll see that that's our age group that goes into be our under 20s next year, but there's no World Junior qualifiers there yet because they are throwing at those 3 kilos. So those women will move up to throw that extra kilo next year. But I think Lauren Kelly's in a really good place. That qualifier with that 4 kilos is 14.5. So she's thrown 16.76 with that 3 kilo weight. I'm not a shot putter, so I can't say how much difference a kilo makes, but I think it does put her in really good stead coming into the season.
So 17.18 is actually the meet record there, so Lauren going along nicely here.
A little wave on the live stream there from our Queensland athlete Saskia. Saskia, hello. We do see you from up here in the commentary box. Is it our under 15 800 para men that we're seeing walk down onto the start line now?
Just an update from the under 17 girls high jump, and they're at 168 now, and we've had 3 of them over on first attempt. Lila Steghuis, Mila Jo Burt and Ashley Blackman, and then another one over there. And that's, I think that was Sophie Williams.
So those first 3 athletes in that high jump, they're going to be tough to beat now. They've all cleared all jumps now on first go. So it is anyone's high jump still. I mean, you can clear a height out of nowhere, but to have that clean slate really does help when it comes down to those higher bars that those athletes have to clear.
Yeah, obviously less attempts on the way through. Now 194 is the bar in the under 17 men, so that's starting to get right up there. So Kelly Lewis already over at 194, so too Ethan Gratian. I'd say they are the final 2 competitors in the competition.
Well, we're talking about our under 14 long jump before. Marnie Lawrence, who's in the lead there, she's had quite the weekend here in Melbourne. She's run the 100, the long, well, she's doing the long jump now, the triple, the 4x1 and in that 4x2 mixed team. So quite an exceptional athlete. She's came away with PBs in both the heat and the final of that 100 and a silver medal to show for it. And breaking that 12 second barrier. So she's doing an absolutely spectacular job at the moment. And she walks away with a meet record in that under 14 4x2. So that is huge.
What a big weekend. As we see on the screen, the javelin throw still underway there. And it's said great competition with 3 of them over the 60 metre mark.
Hang on. We've got Vent on track.
Okay, tell me when.
196.
So it is that under 15 para men who are lining up for their 800.
And let's introduce our field. In lane 1, representing Queensland, Daniel Phillips. Lane 2 from the Australian Capital Territory, Emerson Ryan. Taking lane 3 from New South Wales, Jeremiah Middleton. Lane 4, representing Queensland, Rowan Gillum. In 5 from New South Wales, Caleb Hislop. And in lane 6, representing Victoria, Matthew Rumsey. So we have 6 starters in the men's under 15 800 metre para. So a strong start there on the inner lane from Phillips. is a T20, and the Adelaine's also Rumsey from Victoria, T38. But as they settle, it'll be Phillips leading the way as they go down the back straight the first time. Little gap then, I think that might be Emerson, sorry, no, that will be the other ACT runner, the New South Wales runner, Middleton in next position. And you can see our guided runner there, Rowan Gillum, the T11. With guide sitting in 4th place currently. A little bit of a gap then. But out front, Daniel Phillips leading the way. So he's got a 2:15 best, Alice, so he's quite sharp over this 800 metre distance, and we're just seeing him moving away, the T20 athlete.
Yeah, they're absolutely incredible, these athletes. The para-athletes continue to amaze me throughout this competition. We've had such a multitude of already extremely accomplished para-athletes on this track. So these under-15s are a little bit younger than some of our other para-athletes, but they'll certainly be looking up to the role models. They're coming into the bell now, 1 lap to go.
So Phillips still leading, Rumsey in 2nd position on the track. And then we have Middleton from New South Wales. The guided runner there is Gillum. Next one through will be Hislop from New South Wales. He's got a best of 3:11, and he's certainly on target to beat that here today. And coming through now, Ryan from the ACT. But out front, he went through about 65, so we're looking potential PB here for Daniel Phillips. 2:15.80 is the personal best. Season's best of 2:17.94. Now, good competition for 2nd and 3rd on the track there between the Victorian Rumsey and also Middleton from New South Wales. So that's really going to spur them on in that last 100, I think, Alan. We're going to see a good competition down the final stretch. Our guided runner there, Gillum, also going along nicely. 2:36 is his seed time. But let's get behind Daniel Phillips. 2:15.80 is his personal best. Probably going to be just outside that today. But very good performance to take the line honours here. Just on the 2:20 mark there for Phillips. Now we're seeing the competition on Middleton. 2:32 is his best time. Unfortunately, the running clock not going now, but a good run there from Middleton to take 2nd in the line honours. And then Rumsey through next, and the guided runner here in Gillum. He'll be next across the line in the T11 category. So once again, we'll wait for the classifications to come through to determine the final placings. As we see Caleb Hislop from New South Wales, 3:11 is his best time. And Emerson Ryan will complete the field here in the under-15 800 metre para event. About 90 metres to go for...
Wow, he's just had a massive burst in this last straight.
Let's get him going here. So Emerson Ryan, big finish here for Emerson. He's saved it all for the crowd. So our T38 runner here, Emerson Ryan, that was a fantastic effort.
Absolutely. I'd like to finish an 800 like that. My God. Absolutely motoring home.
That was fantastic to see. So once again, we will wait. And they've been very sharp with the classifications here, Alice. So we won't take long now before we see the percentage results here for our first para event of the morning in the under-15 800s.
Just having a look, there's quite a few PBs on there as well.
All right, so Hislop's come through to take the win there at 81.94. Then Phillips, 78.38, 76.97, Matthew Rumsey. So congratulations. And yes, as you said, quite a few PBs on the times there. But a win to Hislop. So PBs there to Middleton, also Rumsey, Gillum, Hislop, and Emerson Ryan. That final burst there, Ella gave him a personal best, 3:19. So congratulations to all of our competitors. Any big updates in the field at this stage?
Just having a look now at the under-17 high jump. The bar is at 171 and we've got 3 left in the competition now. So they'll be our bronze, silver and gold, but in what order we do not know yet. Mila Jobert and Ashley Blackburn leading the charge there with having a full round of over in the first jump. So they're doing a spectacular job, but as I said, you cannot count out anyone at this point because there is a height and you can clear it and other athletes might not, so you really need to be going in thinking you can win it.
Well, and the heat is certainly on in the under-17 men's high as well, with both Kelly Lewis and Ethan Gratian over at 198. So we'll assume the bar's going to 2 metres there in the under-17 men's high jump. 2 still remaining. So clean sheet for Lewis, and Gratian's only have the one miss, first attempt miss at 194. So both jumping beautifully at the moment. So unfortunately our vision a little bit obscured by the tents of that competition, but we'll be seeing vision on the live stream of the men's under-17 high jump.
On the back straight as well, we're seeing our women's under-14 long jump wrap up. They've finished their 3rd attempt there. Marnie Lawrence still in the lead there with a huge jump of 5:34, actually just sitting 2 centimetres off that meet record. So what a fantastic performance from her there. An exceptional jump. Actually, I take that back. She actually, I believe, has the meet record. Sorry, her first attempt is 5:48. So that meet record of, nope, never mind. Reading it wrong. She's done a good job, regardless. She's done a good job.
Switching over to that very entertaining javelin competition to the under-17. So PBs for both Caden Andrews and Sebastian Harding, who are leading the way, 65.99, 64.77 respectively. Thomas Blackman still in 3rd, 61.04. Then we have another couple of PBs in 4th and 5th. Cooper Lofts, 56.67, 56.20 for Ken Ferrante Tanakawa. So great competition there in the javelin throw at the conclusion of 3 attempts.
So you can see our men's under-17 800 metre para athletes lining up for their final. There is 5 athletes in this field today.
So they will take their lanes and we'll now introduce our field of 5 in lane 2, representing Victoria, Caden Bell. Lane 3 from New South Wales, Joshua Seregna. Lane 4 from Tasmania, it is Archie Dixon. Taking lane 5, representing Queensland, Jaden Graham. And in 6, representing North Queensland, Heath Otto. So they're your 5 competitors in the under-17 para 800 metres. So away they go. We've got 3 T20s here in Bell, Seregna and also Graham. Dixon's a T38 and Otto a T37. So it's automatically the Queenslander there, Jaden Graham, getting off to a good start. Sorry, the North Queenslander.
Kelly, followed by 3rd attempt, Ethan.
Well, looks like we might be down to a field of 4. So I think it's the Queenslander there, Jaden Graham, leading the way. Dixon from Tasmania in next position. Then we have Seregna from New South Wales and Caden Bell from Victoria. So a line of 4. They're all separated by about 3 to 4 metres. And the pace certainly on.
They'll be using each other here as a little bit of a guide. It's a little bit windy as well, so potentially a couple looking to latch on to each other to make that run a little bit easier as they come onto that back straight where they'll encounter a little bit of a headwind. So you can see the Tasmanian there in Dixon just trying to latch on or potentially even go past the Graham, the Queenslander.
Now they are in different categories, but this race is really on. Now they've got similar PBs too, 2:08 for Graham and 2:10 for Dixon. So this is a great race out front. Seregna's a 2:23 runner and Bell a 2:48. So they're in probably the order they should be at the moment based on PBs. But that race out front, very sort of willing performance there from Dixon to try and challenge Graham. Went to the shoulder and tried to pass, but Graham wasn't having anything there, or not taking that at all, and he's just now leading them through. But they are really footstep by footstep, just working with each other to really go for times here. So 2:08's the PB, sorry, 2:06 is the season's best for Graham, 2:10 for Dixon. And they're coming in 1:52 now on the clock, so this is going to be really good times here from both these young men, as we see Graham just stretching it out here. So can we get him under that 2:10 mark? I think we will, looking very strong. Dixon still maintaining good form here, and 2:07. I think we might have a new personal best there for Jaden Graham. Fantastic running. Also, Archie Dixon will be close on as well to his personal best, as we see from New South Wales, Joshua Seregna coming through. 2:23 is his best time. I think there's a chance he might have got that too, Alice. So good performances here, as Caden Bell, our T20 athlete from Victoria, completes the field here in the under 17 800 metres.
When he's got the right idea, the sunnies, and he needs them. It is the sunnies out today. So I am all for the sunnies. They do make you go faster.
Particularly on the light blue track here too, Ali. You would have noticed it can be quite glary when the sun comes out on the blue tracks.
Absolutely, absolutely. What a fantastic run from all our athletes there.
So once again, we'll wait for, so PBs to both Graham and Dixon there. Well, actually, all of them got PBs, all four of them. Fantastic running. So the times there, 2:07.66 for Graham, 2:10.36 for Dixon, Seregna 2:21.61, and 2:40.58 for Caden Bell.
And the officials have been great in calculating those percentages so quickly.
Dixon takes the win on 88.79, 86.09 for Graham. And they just skipped off before I got the third one. Did you notice who got third?
There's too many names there. I missed that one. Very shortly, we're about to see the last of those 800 metre para events with our under 20 men to take on the field there. There should be 6 that line up on that start line. Should be a fantastic race.
So we're into round 4 now of the under 17 Javelin. And improving PB there for Ken Ferrante Tanakawa moves him into 4th position. So 56.94. That's a new personal best for him. But still a little gap there to 3rd, who's currently Thomas Blackman with the 61.04 in his opening round.
You can see our officials at that women's under 17 high jump putting that bar up to we're yet to see the height there, but we have first round clearance from Emilia Reed, who actually has a clean slate so far. So 174 she's cleared, so she's currently in the lead. There's 2 left in that competition, and that competitor is Ashley Blackburn. She's already jumped a PB today of 174, so got that on her last jump there. So we'll see both these girls go over the next height very, very shortly.
And right next to them in the men's under 17s, Ethan Gratian leads the way, 2:02 first attempt clearance at 2 metres 2. So Cully Lewis will be next up. He's had a second attempt clearance at 2 metres. So Cully Lewis on the runway here.
We see our under 20 men lining up on that start line now. In lane 2 from New South Wales, we have Daniel Zulo. In lane 3 from Victoria, Ashley Miller. Thomas Crump from Queensland in lane 4, Leopold Reeve from Victoria in 5, Oliver Hutchison from Queensland in 6, and Maximo Papastachio from New South Wales in 7. So our athletes are in the starters' hands now.
So Leopold Reeve, the 237, top seed here. He's a sub 210 man, but not too far behind him is Papa Constantinou. who's run a 2:11. And here's the New South Wales runner. But out front, it is one of the Queenslanders there. And take a punt that'll be Oliver Hutchinson leading the way. But now we're seeing Reeve making his way through. So Leopold Reeve, the T37. Once again, quite a mix of the classifications here.
It's quite the little pack in those first four. Again, similar to that under-17s, working together to really get the best out of themselves in this race.
Asher Miller currently sitting in second position there, so it's a Victorian 1-2 on the track.
They'd be very accustomed to racing each other. We've got such a big para community down here in Victoria, so they'd be knowing their race tactics and knowing what their competitors can do, so certainly sitting on each other there.
So Daniel Zullo, next one through. Then we have Crump from Queensland. Hutchison next. And then Papa Constantinou. Out front, Reeve still leading the way. Regular competitor in middle distance events. Victoria. Also Asher Miller. Certainly on the rise. And Asher not really giving Leopold much sort of leeway here, and that I think that gap's coming in, Ella.
I certainly do. He's starting to close that gap as they come into that final 150. He wants it. He wants it. He wants those line honours.
So the competition now on as they come into the home straight. So the two Victorians really duelling here. So to the outside though.
It is Leopold Reeve.
Oh, sorry, Leopold Reeves was playing the waiting game there on Miller. So apologies, I had called that wrong. But Reeve just judged that beautifully, 2:10. So close onto PB there for Reeve, but great run from Miller. Led all the way and then was overrun in that final straight. Daniel Zullo from New South Wales comes through nicely there. Also, we have a good finish there from Thomas Crump. The other Queenslander there, Hutchison, across the line. And Maximus Papakonstantinou will be rounding out our field in the under 20 800 metres for paras.
So we've got our 400 women hitting the track now, which I am super keen for. Love the 400s. The one lap event. I think it is the hardest on the track, and I think, well, I'm sure everyone has their own opinions, but I find it the most entertaining there.
You've obviously never run a 10,000 on the track, Ella.
Oh, definitely have not. Up on the screen now, we can see the final events and percentages from our men's under 20 800 metre final. Leopold Reeve with a percentage of 19.06 takes that one. The Victorian Ashley Miller with 88.14% in second, and Masmos Papakonstatio in third place there, the New South Wales man with a percentage of 85.49. So exceptional run from all of our athletes, and certainly putting on a show, our para athletes this morning. Now, I know that these next round of women are only our under 17 women, but this is a spectacular field, and some of these athletes have have PBs that do sit around that World Junior qualifying mark. So it'll be really interesting to see what they can do here. Lakeside is currently, the wind is a little bit swirly, but it is down. So we are really, really looking forward to see what these under 17 women can, what they have in store for us today. I have a little bit of vested interest in this one. One of my training partners is going out of lane 2, Adele Roche. So I'm super keen to see her run well. I know we're not really meant to have favourites, but I think I do in this one.
We'll allow that, Ella. All right, so who are you looking at here in this next one, the under 17? So Rose Ackland won it last year in 54.25. 53.82 is the meet record. It goes back to 1995 with Rosemary Hayward. Chanel Charles, 55.20. Xanthi Watts, 55.43. Alice Hill, 55.93. Sophie Walker, 55.71. It's a pretty packed field, isn't it?
So there's 4 girls under that 56 mark. So they're probably the ones to watch in this one. But it's a 400 metre. You can't count anyone out. If someone goes through too fast or someone goes through 200 and puts themselves in that race and is able to stay relaxed in that last 200, you never know.
Now, Walker was 3rd in the junior champs earlier this year and Charles was 6th. But I like what I saw from Watts, and also don't discount Hill. So this will be quite an enticing event.
I was going to say, it's actually Chanel. She's the defending champion here, so she'll be looking to take this one, defend her title. And Xanthi Watts will be looking to take it off her. She was the silver medalist last year. So there's a nice rivalry going between the Tasmanian and the Queenslander just there. So women are just setting up their blocks now. I've actually only just noticed this. This is a little new change. Bibs only on the front. Bibs only on the front. I feel like that hasn't been around for a while.
Conditions, what are you thinking, Ella, as a 400 runner?
It's Lakeside. This track is too unpredictable, but the wind looks all right. So if I was them, I'd be kind of praying that there is the occasional tailwind the whole way round, or the no wind on the back straight and the tailwind on the front straight. So I think that's what they'd be looking for, though I'd say it's a little bit swirly, but the flags are kind of not moving at the moment. So if they set them off at the right time, they might end up with pretty good conditions here to run fast.
So the air temperature currently 14 degrees, but it feels like of 11.3, so probably a little bit on the chilly side for our 400 runners.
Absolutely. I personally prefer it to be really quite warm.
So we will now introduce our field. The final of the under-17 women's 400 metres. We have 8 starters. In lane 1, representing Tasmania, Zali Wescombe. Next to her in lane 2 from Victoria, Adele Roach. In lane 3, representing Queensland, Sierra Williams. In 4 from Victoria, Cadence Fleming. Lane 5, we have from Western Australia, Sophie Walker. In lane 6, representing New South Wales, Alice Hill. In 7 from Queensland, Xanthi Watts. And in lane 8, representing Tasmania, Chanel Charles. They're your 8 starters in the final of the women's under-17 400 metres.
You see that pre-400 nervous jitters going on before the starters call them into their blocks. I am very familiar with that feeling. I do think it does make you run faster. So they're in the starters' hands now. So they're away. It is our 4 athletes on the outside that get the better of that start. Xanthi Watts from Queensland absolutely chomping through that stagger early and looks really relaxed as she comes down the back straight. However, you absolutely cannot count out our Western Australian athlete of Sophie Walker, who is starting to take it the stagger now. So as they come into the 200, I'd say it's the Western Australian Sophie Walker that has the stagger ever so slightly, but this bend is really where the moves start to be made. You really can't count out anyone in this field as the athletes in lane 3 and 4, our Victorian and Queenslander, are starting to come through there, but it is at the moment those 3 athletes in the outer lanes, our Western Australia slightly having the edge here. I'd say now it's our Queenslander of Xanthi Watch really pushing through there. Our New South Wales athlete of Alice Hill trying to finish off that 400. So it is a huge time there. It's a World Junior qualifier. She's absolutely smashed that. I think we're going to end up with 3 World Junior qualifiers there. The clock has stopped running there, but that is super exciting. So Xanthi Watts not only takes that championship and takes that crown off Chanel Charles from Tasmania, but she does it with a PB and a World Junior qualifier in that underage. So that's pretty exciting there, Tim.
So 55.20 is that World Junior qualifying mark, and I think I agree with you there, Ella. I think we might have 3 under it. So we'll just wait for the live results to start coming through, but gee, how exciting was that? But strong running. As you said, 3 coming through. The Western Australian did look the goods, probably going through 200, but gee, the back end then for Xanthi Watts, so strong.
It is really about which one of those athletes can stay relaxed. That is going to be the difference there between those athletes that are able to pull through and really finish strong and make those and run those World Junior qualifying times. It is who can stay relaxed when that competition really comes up to your shoulders.
So PB 54.43, Xanthi Watts taking the under 17 400 World Under 20 qualifier. Also just under the mark, Alice Hill from New South Wales, 55.17. In 3rd position from Western Australia with a 55.99 was Sophie Walker.
So that our under 18 girls who are about to take the track now, that is certainly setting the standard.
So we can see the competitors now getting themselves ready for our next event on the track, which is the under 18 final for the women. Ella's now dashing down trackside to do some interview duties. Looking through this field, the under 18s, once again very competitive. 55.20 is that qualifying time. Last year, Samara Bond took this event out in 54.87. Jana Pittman has the meet record, 51.80 from 1999. So I'll be looking here for Rose Ackland. 52.59 is her best, and she is the Australian champ. Cheyenne Murray, she got 2nd in the junior champs early in the year. Bryant was 3rd and Rintel 4th. So the top 4 all from March this year, running here again today in December. So let's introduce our field, the under 18 women's 400 metre final. In lane 1, representing North Queensland, Nicola Balderson. In lane 2, from New South Wales, Jasmine Rintel. Lane 3 has from Queensland, Rose Ackland. In 4, representing Victoria, Lucy Potter. Lane 5 from Western Australia, Demi Burns. Lane 6 representing New South Wales, Cheyenne Murray. Lane 7 from Queensland, Lola Bryant. And in lane 8 representing Western Australia, Poppy Vogel. They're your starters in the final of the women's under 18 400 metres. So good start there from Ackland. To the inside of her, you do have Rintel from New South Wales, and then Potter. Also going nicely at the moment is Cheyenne Murray. Ackland now starting to hit her straps down the back straight and starting to take the stagger. She'll have Murray in her sights as they approach that 200-metre mark, but Ackland really well in front here. Trying to chase to the inside of her is Rintel from New South Wales. Ackland leads it. To the outside of her, Murray in second position. So Ackland will be coming into the home straight, clearly leading this event. She'll be chased by the two girls from New South Wales in Rintel and also Murray. But Ackland leads the way. Rintel potentially there in second position. Murray to the outside, battling on in third. Ackland leads it. Good lead here, but it is starting to close up as we see on the outside. Murray starting to come at her, but Ackland will take this. We'll watch the clock here. 55.73 unofficial. We'll have Murray through for a second position. Rintel will have to settle for the bronze medal here. 55.73 unofficial there. Rose Ackland taking the win in the under 18 400 metres.
Well done, girls. Come inside and grab a drink, girls. Hey, I know chatting's probably the last thing you want to do, but have you got a second?
Just a quick update from the men's under 17 high jump. Very exciting out there. So unfortunately, Ethan Gratian bows out with a best of 2:04, leaving one competitor left. Kelly Lewis has a third attempt at 2:06 clearance and has taken out the competition. Now we'll go down to Ella Tobin for our next interview.
Thanks, Tim. I'm down here with Rose Ackland. Incredible run there. Talk me through the race.
Just tried to get out nice and fast and stay fast and free the whole race and then bring it home, which I was happy with how I executed it. It's good.
Absolutely. What was the win like there? I think that does make a difference in a 400. Like, you went out pretty hard and took the lead there pretty early. So talk me through that stage there.
The wind wasn't too bad. I didn't feel it too much, but it was definitely there. It made it a bit harder, but yeah.
Now, you're obviously an exceptional 400-metre runner, and we aren't seeing you over the 800 metres in this competition. I know you've got World Juniors coming up in the next year. Where does that sit you? 400, 800? What are we going to see?
Hopefully 400 and get in a little relay just for some more experience.
Very, very, very exciting. Thank you so much for having a chat, and we look forward to see what you've got on going to show.
Thanks.
Thank you, Ella, and yes, definitely a big talent there, Rose Ackland. Good to get a bit of insight into her planning for 2026. So you can see now the competitors preparing themselves for the next track event, which is the under 17 men's final over 400 metres. Time to introduce the field now for the final of the men's under 17 400 metres. And we have in lane 1 representing New South Wales, Caleb Lewis. In lane 2 from South Australia, Ben Holroyd. In lane 3, his teammate from South Australia, it is Leslie Jagger. In 4, from Western Australia, Kieran Jose. In 5, representing New South Wales, Kai Cullens. Taking lane 6, Luke Unwin, representing Queensland. Lane 7 has from Victoria, James Denton and his teammate from Victoria. In lane 8, Matthew Milius. 8 starters in the final of the men's under 17 400 metres.
On your mark.
Jose and Cullens both out well. Also going nicely in the early stages is the Queenslander there in Unwin. But it is the top 2 seeds here. In the outside lane 2, though, we've got James Denton absolutely running a flyer in the opening 200. Now we're seeing the Western Australian there in Jose starting to take the stagger off the New South Wales runner in Cullens. But out front, Denton possibly leading as they approach the home straight here. Now we're seeing Jose and Cullens starting to move through the field. Cullens in particular really starting to hit his straps as they come into the home straight. Denton still leads it though, the Victorian in lane 7, but starting to tie up as we see Cullens from New South Wales starting to lift, and Cullens looks like he's got this. The Queenslander also coming through in Unwin, and it will be Cullens who takes it. Unwin in second, then third to the very brave James Denton. Jose will have to settle for 48.65 there, the time. So good running there in our under 17 competition there. We'll wait for the official times to come through. 47.40 is the World Under 20 qualification standard. Kai Cullens, great running, held it back early and then came through so strongly. So 48.63, a personal best there for Cullens. Also for Unwin, 49.36, 49.44 for Denton to take third. As I said, a very brave run from Denton. Put himself right out there in that opening 200 and held it together for the final stages to take the bronze medal. But great running, Kai Cullens, 48.63. Very mature run there to take out the under 17 400 title. So Kieran Jose coming through 50.20 and 50.73 there for Milius to take 5th position. So next event on the track will be the final of the under 18 men's 400 metres. Our young men now making their way to the starting blocks, and we'll introduce our field. In lane 1, representing South Australia, we do have Lewis Day. In lane 2, representing Tasmania, Eden Myberg. Lane 3, from Western Australia, Ezra Kirstein-Grieve. Lane 4, representing Queensland, Jaden Curtis. In 5, from New South Wales, it is Ollie McDonald. In 6, from Victoria, Archie O'Rourke. Representing New South Wales, in 7, we have James Woods. And in lane 8, from Victoria, Christian Zapris. 8 starters in the final of the men's under 18 400 metres.
On your mark. Set.
So 47.40, that under 20 time they'll be chasing, and McDonald already off to a flying start. Going with him though is Archie O'Rourke from Victoria. They're our two top seeds, and they are starting to get a really nice break on the field. So it is McDonald just in the footsteps there of O'Rourke to the outside. He's in a good position now, and we see McDonald now starting to take the advantage as they come around the top bend. O'Rourke still running very well. Those two leading quite clearly as they come into the home straight. So to the outside there, you've got O'Rourke. To the inside, McDonald, who's still really starting to move his way through. So now we see the power of Ollie McDonald. 47.40 is the time to watch here, but it is the Victorian Archie O'Rourke who goes up another gear. O'Rourke will take this. Watch the clock. 47.60, just outside the time. Zapras comes through, I believe, there for third position. McDonald in second spot. We'll wait for the official times there, but Archie O'Rourke close to a personal best there for O'Rourke to take the title, the under-18s here this morning at Lakeside Stadium. McDonald's second. Zapras coming through, a big run there from Christian Zapras. So two Victorians on the podium in the under-18 400 metres. So 47.57, Archie O'Rourke takes the win here. 48.12 for McDonald, 48.95, a personal best there for Zapras. So two PBs from the Victorians to get first and third. Split by the New South Welshman there in McDonald. So some great running in the under-18 400 metre final.
I know you probably don't want to chat. You just run a 400. I'm Ella, by the way.
Yeah, nice to meet you.
Lovely to meet you. Take your time. Let me know when you're ready.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay. We are ready when you are.
And let's go down to Ella Tobin, who will be interviewing our event winner.
Thanks, Tim. I'm here with Archie. What a spectacular run.
Yeah,
Talk me through this race.
I just came out with no expectations. Just try to really relax in the first 200. So I had some left in the last two, and yeah, just executed my race plan as well as I could, and yeah, came out with a win. So.
Absolutely spectacular. You've done a really good job there at getting out really hard and then, as you said, staying relaxed. Were there any kind of key cues you were using to kind of finish that race off nice and hard?
Not really. I was like, last 100, just leave it all out on the track and just went as hard as I could, and yeah, just got away with the win.
And you've had a very successful season so far. Playing in the competitions for schools. What does the next season, not the next season, but the next little bit of competition look like for you coming into the new year?
Just really build for April next year. Just train and try run the World Junior Qualifier, but yeah, that's about it.
Well, you're certainly on the right track, and we look forward to seeing what you can do over the next season.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Thank you, Ella. Well done there, Archie. Now we look at our next field on the line. This will be the under-15 400 final for boys. So Owen Veltman took this out last year, 54.7. Seth Kennedy has the meet record set in 2022, 48.78. Ones to watch here, Ethan Vanderwerf, 51.20. Also Kieran Cuttress. There's a 51.32 man, and Bless Joe, 51.53. Bless Joe is the Australian champ from earlier in the year, and Peters was second. Let's introduce our field now. We have in lane 1, representing South Australia, Andrei Chemetov. In lane 2, from Victoria, Fraser Lucas. Representing Western Australia, we have in lane 3, Kieran Cuttress. Lane 4 from New South Wales, Ethan Vanderwerf. Lane 5 we have from New South Wales, Zach Bailey. And in lane 6 we have from Queensland, Jacob Peters. Bless Joe from Western Australia, Australian champ, lines up in lane 7. And from Victoria, Jack Barry is in 8. Fairly even start. We're seeing Bailey from New South Wales off well. Also going nicely in the early stages. Cuttress from Western Australia. Fairly even though. And now we're seeing a few moves as Bailey and also his teammate there, Vanderwerf from New South Wales, moving through well in the mid stages. So a little bit of a gap. The New South Welshmen both well out and clear at the moment. Bit of a gap there on the Western Australian in Cuttress. And as we've seen in previous events, it's that last 150 where it all starts to happen. But the two light blue uniforms will lead their way into the home straight. We're seeing Bless Joe starting to pick it up slightly in the outer lanes from Western Australia. But it is the two men from New South Wales. Bailey leading the way. He's got on the inside there, Vanderwerf. Now we're seeing Joe coming through. But it will be the man from New South Wales. It was Zach Bailey taking that just over even Vanderwerf. Bless Joe came through for the bronze medal, 50-51. So a good winning time there. We'll wait for the official times, but nice running Zach Bailey taking out the under 15 400 metres. So 50-49, a new personal best for Bailey, 50-59 for Vanderwerf, also a personal best, and Bless Joe 58-0. So sharp running Ella in the under 15 400s.
Yeah, these juniors are doing an exceptional job. I mean, I was just out on the track, and it is not prime conditions for a 400 here at Lakeside. So the fact that these juniors are still coming away with PBs certainly attests to how well they're prepped themselves coming into these competitions. And for me, I think it shows that we're going to have way more. They've got way more up their sleeve. We're going to see way faster times posted as we come into the season.
Well, 6 PBs out of 8 in that race, so that's a good result. As you say, far from ideal conditions. The breeze seems to be coming a little bit more. It's a home straight tailwind, though. I think, Ella, they're feeling that as they get a little bit of a push.
I think it'll help a little bit, but sometimes when you're coming into that straight, tailwind, headwind, you don't really notice it. The lactic hits hard, and so you'd kind of prefer it a little bit more earlier in the stages of that race.
But also getting a bit of a headwind to the back straight, that can really impact breathing, can't it? As you get the push against the lungs from the breeze.
Absolutely. It's a real balance there. As a 400 runner, it's float is the term that's often used. You want to be really nice and relaxed as you come down that back straight, which is really challenging to do if you've got certain splits you want to hit through 200. So it's relaxed but fast. So athletes will really need to work hard not to tighten up in that first stages on that back straight, so they can stay relaxed throughout as that race kind of continues to build, because the lactic just does build as it comes through to that front straight.
So moving now to the under 16 boys in the 400, you see the men getting prepared with their blocks. Simeon Anstey won this event in 2024, 48.87, the Queenslander. Jack Bolton, bit of a blast from the past. Jack holds the record for the all schools at 48.04. Ones to watch here, Owen Veltman been really strong over this early part of the season. Also Oscar Turnbull, Ashton Foley 49.94, and Ruben Fox. And we have the top 3 from the Oz champs earlier in the year. Veltman, Turnbull and Fox got 1, 2, 3.
Am I right in saying the Western Australian is a para-athlete as well?
He is. Mitchell Warrilow, 238. But boy, that doesn't hold him back, does it? He's been very willing in performances so far that I've seen this over the course of this weekend. Let's introduce our field, and Ali, you'll have the delight of calling this race. We have in lane 1, representing Tasmania, Tom Gartland. In 2, our T38 athlete from Western Australia, Mitchell Warrilow. In lane 3, representing Tasmania, Zachary Holloway. In 4, we have from Victoria, Matthew Crichton. Lane 5 has from New South Wales, Ashton Foley. In 6, representing Victoria, Owen Veltman. Lane 7 from New South Wales, Oscar Turnbull. And in 8, representing Queensland, Ruben Fox.
On your mark.
It's a break. It's a break in this one. So a little bit unsteady. So we'll wait to see from the officials to what goes on there. So the boys will walk back behind their blocks now. Hopefully not too many nerves there. I know the break or unsteady can be a little bit unsettling, especially for our junior athletes here. But they will just reset, many of them going through similar processes that they did just as they stepped into their blocks before. So the boys will come back now. The officials will look at that one there and then make the call. So we can see one of the officials just coming onto the track now. It is a disqualification. So sadly we lose Gartland from Tasmania in lane 1. So we will look to restart this race with a field of 7 now, so 2 through to 8. So it is Warrilow, Holloway, Crichton, Foley, Veltman, Turnbull and Fox on your outside. So we are away, second timer asking here for our under 16 men, and it looks like the Queenslander Fox on the outside and the Victorian Veltman has gotten the better of the start here. They're absolutely ripping up the back straight. Veltman looking very, very relaxed. Those 3 in the outside are doing a fabulous job of holding their form there into that windy Lakeside headwind coming into that 200. So we see the New South Walesman Turnbull starting to pull away from the field a little bit, and his competitor there, Foley, can't be discounted on the inside. So it looks like Foley in lane 5 is going to get the better of the stagger here as they come into the straight, but it'll be about who can hold their form in this last 100. So the Victorian on the outside and Turnbull pushing really hard to try and catch Foley in this last 100, and it is going to be the New South Walesman Turnbull who takes the line honours and the win in this under 16 400 metres. I do believe that is going to be a PB as well there, Tim.
I believe so. I reckon, looking at the line too, it could be a 1-2 there for New South Wales. I'm not sure if Veltman just had the finish there to come over the top.
Did such a spectacular job, really surging in that last 40 metres, and that is not easy to do at the end of a 400 metre race.
Certainly many aspects to that race, because we saw the first of our New South Wales runners there, Foley, really get off and really break them in that top bend. But then the strength coming from Turnbull and also Veltman. But we'll wait for the results to come through, because I will be interested to see the minor placings there. But a clear winner, and what a strong race. That last 40 metres there just held composure, and it really finished off very strongly.
I think he really did a fabulous job at pushing through that back end of that race. He was a perfect example of what you need to do to stay relaxed into those headwinds. The boys on that second and third there, our Victorian and our other New South Wales runner, really pushed hard down that second half of that back straight, and that can really take it out of you when you're coming home.
They're having a very, very good look at the photo finish here, I think, to determine second and third. And just looking across, I can't really pick it. It's going to be very close between Veltman and also Foley for that minor placing. But a clear winner there to Turnbull.
You can see that up on the live stream now.
So you can see the photo finish on screen, and you can see why that job is relatively difficult there. Boy, if I was to pick it, I'd maybe give it the Veltman, possibly. What do you think, Ella, looking at the image?
I agree. I think the Victorian just slightly outdips him, but I could be wrong. We will leave it to the officials, though.
So while we wait for that, we will introduce now our field for the next event.
It is the women's under 15 400 metre final. So from South Australia, in lane 1, we have Lenny Knowles. In lane 2 from Queensland, Indy Taylor. Going from lane 3 from Victoria is Shakira Liu. In lane 4 from Queensland, Corey Wall. In lane 5 from New South Wales, Mia Wood. In lane 6 from New South Wales, Alicia Webbs. From the nation's capital, in lane 7, Lara Packwood, and from Victoria to round off our field of 8, Nada Francis.
So Naomi Krajancic, who we've seen over the course of this weekend, 54.49 is the meet record, and also last year's winner.
So they are away in this 400 metre. The Victorian France is getting the best of the starts there. She's leading them out from lane 8. But Webb starts to work as she comes into that back straight, and same there with Mia Wood. So the 4 runners on the outside there are really, really working hard, but it is Alicia Webb who takes the stagger there as they come into the 200 metre mark. They are absolutely rounding out this bend, and it is from the inside. I think it is our New South Wales athlete that is coming into this bend. So Wood is absolutely ripping through the stagger there, and she'll come in really strong as she starts to finish off. Can she hold her form in this final 100 metres? It is going to be a race for those minor medals though. So it is Wood leading the charge, but not too far behind her. We have our other New South Wales athlete, Webb, who is pushing hard for this finish, and our Victorian Shakara. So we've got, we'll go Mia Wood 1, Webb 2, and Shakara 3.
Yeah, great run from Shakira Luwal there from the Ballarat girl, so they'll be pretty excited up in Ballarat with that one. But gee, that was a strong performance out the front. As you said, that first 200 really set that up, and very strong over the remaining 2, but Wood was just too strong. Webb had a bit of work to do, and Luwal came through strongly around the top bend.
She absolutely worked through that second half of that bend and did that damage in that last 50 metres and almost slingshotted off, which is quite uncommon in a 400. It is.
Now, just returning to the previous event, Turnbull 49.04 a PB to take the under 16s. Looks like they've given it to Foley on the inside there, 49.34. Same time for Veltman, but Foley coming up currently in second position. Well, they've still got 2s neck. They might have not split them potentially, Alice, so we'll just wait for the call on that one. But 49.34 the time there for Foley and also Veltman.
This next race, we are in for a treat.
We've had a lot of treats today, I think, Ella. But
Already. And it's only the morning. We have an afternoon of racing to come as well.
All right, just going through results from the under 15, and Mia Wood did take it 55.76. So rewarded for PB there for Mia Wood. Alicia Webb 56.36 in second, and 56.92 PB there for Shakira Luwal from Victoria. The Queenslander Corey Wall was in fourth in 57.44, also a PB, and 57.60 for Lara Packwood to PB in fifth position.
So the big name and the athlete to watch here is Naomi Krajnik.
Yep.
She is the one. It is our under 16 age group, but this is an athlete who gets out hard. She's an exceptional runner over our 200 metres, so you'll see her, I think, take the stagger fairly early, and she'll be looking to come out and have a real crack at that World Junior qualifying time.
Running from lane 8 too, so this is, will we see the Van Niekerk effect here, Ella?
I think we will in this one. Now that start list is up, so we've got in lane 1 from New South Wales, Talia Gamebro. In lane 2 from Queensland, Amaria Clemens. In lane 3, home ground advantage from Victoria, Talia Blight. In lane 4 from Queensland, Matilda Langley. In lane 5 from South Australia, Chelsea Island. In lane 6 from South Australia again, Maggie Robertson. In lane 7 from Victoria, Eden Pike. And that favourite in lane 8 from New South Wales, Naomi Krajnik.
So 55-2-0, the World Under-20 qualifier. Chanel Charles won this in that time last year. 53.90 is the event record. Jessica Thornton from New South Wales. So Kugrantic with her 54.49, definitely our top seed here, but she's in lane 8 and diametrically opposed there in lane 1. One of our other top seeds there, Talia Gamarov, is in lane 1. She's got a 56.93. So the two girls from New South Wales probably going in as our event favourites, but they are separated lane 1 to lane 8. The entire field away nicely. Kudantic in the outer lane, already starting to move away from lane 7. On the inner lanes too, Gamarov moving nicely. In the middle, we've got the likes of Langley, and they are quite well bunched from lane 3 right through to lane 6. And that includes Robinson from South Australia. But out front, Kudantic, she's got no one near her. She goes through that 200 metre mark. She'll be coming into that home straight very, very lonely. The inside of her is Pike from Victoria. Kajancic, very big display here. 55.20, obviously the time to watch. 53.90 is the meet record. So into the home straight now she comes. Let's get behind Naomi Kajancic. She's been a big performer over the course of the weekend. It's going to be very close here for the minor placings, but watching the clock here, it's going to be a World Under-20 qualifier. I'd say it is. Coming through in lane 5 there, Chelsea Island from South Australia. Close in, I think it could have been Langley next, in next position from Queensland. But impressive performance. We'll wait for the official time there. It looks like we have got another World Under-20 qualifier there from Naomi Krajancic from New South Wales. So dominant performance there from Kajancic in the lane 8. Ran by herself. Bit of a time trial out there for Naomi, but great running, very solid over that final stages. And we'll wait for the official times to come up, but it will be another World Under-20 qualifier for the young lady from New South Wales. So 55.04 for Kajancic from New South Wales to take the win. Not a personal best, but it is a World Under-20 qualifier. 57.37, Chelsea Island, a personal best for the South Australian to take second. At 57.99, Matilda Langley from Queensland coming in third position. Gamarov from New South Wales in fourth, and from Victoria, Eden Pike fifth in 58.55. So that wraps up our 400 metre action here. We'll be trackside shortly for more interviews, but the next up on the track will be the under-17 final for the 1500 metres. We have 9 starters for that event. So a quality field in this under-17 girls 1500 metres. Emma Freiger, obviously the standout here, chasing another World Under-20 qualifier, which is 4:27.00. Meet record 4:23.41 set in 1981 by Jodie Nickvist, and Hannah Tornier won this event in 4:31.16 last year, the South Australian. Now obviously Freiger, Australian champ. We've also got Violet Owen from Tasmania. She got second in the Oz champs, and Pippa Schwartz from New South Wales was third in that event. Let's introduce our field for the final of the under-17 women's 1500 metres. In Station 1, representing Tasmania, Violet Owen. Maddie Humphrey from South Australia lines up in Station 2. Next to her, the event favourite from Queensland, Emma Freiger. Station 4 from New South Wales, Mia Bridgeland. In 5 from South Australia, it is India Goodall. Station 6 has from Victoria, Mia Jade Gray. In 7 from Queensland, Emily Boyd. Station 8 from New South Wales, Pippa Schwartz. And Station 9, representing Victoria, Chelsea Tickle. 9 starters in the final of the under-17 women's 1500 metre. So a good clean start here. And up on the watch will be Mia Jade Gray, the Victorian. She's got a 4:26 to her name. She was the Victorian champion over this event, but it looks like Freiger's just getting the pace going. Owen's decided to go with her, so the Tasmanian uniform sitting there in second position, and it's probably Gray, I'd say, would be settling into third position as they do start to stretch it out here, because Freiger's put the foot down right from the start. 4:27.0 is the time they'll be chasing for that World Under-20 qualifier, and 4:23.41. So 4:18.53 is Freiger's best time, so she's in good, comfortable position here. So as they settle, it is Freiger, Owen. Next one there, Bridgeland from New South Wales. And then we have Schwartz from New South Wales. The gap then to Gray, her teammate from Victoria. Chelsea Tickle not too far behind them. So lead group of 4 well out early. We'll watch that 400 metre split as they go through. This will be very indicative of how they're setting off. 60s, just under 66. So they're going for it. The top 4 are all on World Under-20 qualifying standard at the moment. But it's Freiger and Owen setting the pace. Bridgeland in next position. So Schwartz just trying to maintain contact. So too Bridgeland, as Freiger sets a relentless pace here. Owen looking relatively comfortable though, just sitting in the slipstream there. All of the girls on the rails, so they're taking the shortest possible route for this 1500 metre event as they come through, and they will get 2 laps to go. So Freiger set off at a great pace there, 65 high for that opening lap. Now, no doubt, as always, they will settle a little bit on the second lap, and we're starting to see the gaps starting to form here. Owen through to Bridgeland, and then Schwartz. Gray now starting to break away from Tickle, and I wouldn't be surprised if Gray starts to look at some scalps up forward as she runs quite a steady performance here. The pace early was on, potentially suicidal for some, because now we're seeing the gaps really starting to form in this field. So approaching the 800 metre mark now, so about a 70-second lap or 71 there, so they have settled it back down in pace. Still on target here for a 4:27 though, our lead 2 runners, as Violet Owen decides to go to the shoulder of Emma Freiger down the back straight. Bridgeland and Schwartz still working, and as I said, watch Mia Jade Gray because she will have a very big backhand to this 1,500 metres. But out front, no change with the top two. Freiger just setting the pace here. Owen, stride by stride, just going with her all the way. This is impressive running from Violet Owen. So this is the 1-2 from the Australian champs. And now we're seeing Gray. I'd say that it won't be long before she joins that party of the New South Wales girls and possibly will go straight past. So up front though, it's Freiger and Owen as they hit the bell here. So going through in approximately, let's see, 3:14 will give it. And that means that the 73-second lap is going to give them that World Under-20 qualifier. Now we see Gray joining the girls from New South Wales, just sitting to the outside there of Bridgeland Schwartz just behind her. Freiger now starting to really stretch it out down the back straight. They're chasing time. Owen going with her. She'd love to get that sub-4:27 as well, but Freiger just inch by inch, just starting to get a little bit of an ascendancy over Owen down the back straight. Gray has joined that group, but she's not breaking clear as yet, as Schwartz is the first one that makes the move from the chasing pack. But out front, Freiger, less than 200 to go. Owen's just going to hold on and keep momentum here. Her stride pattern still looking good and form good for Violet Owen from Tasmania. Can she also get that World Under-20 qualifier? But no doubt about who's leading. Emma Freiger, one of the stars of the show at the All Schools for this year, 2025. And Freiger, the Queenslander, into home straight now. 4:10 on the clock. We're going to see a very impressive performance here once again from Freiger, also from Owen, as we see Schwartz chasing down and going for the third position. But Freiger's going to stop the clock on 4:21.64. And next one through, Owen, I say, would have that World Under-20 qualifier. Schwartz, big strong run from her, and we'll see Pippa Schwartz come through. So it's the same 1, 2, 3 from the junior champs. Bridgeland will have to settle for fourth, and then we've got Mia Jade Gray coming through. Next one in will be Emily Boyd from Queensland. And then we have the South Australian here in India Goodall. Chelsea Tickle will be next one through. And rounding our field will be Maddie Humphrey from South Australia. Waiting for official times here. But a very impressive 1-2 there. Schwartz, big run from her to come in for third position. And we have 4:21.62, the meet record, now going to Emma Freiger. That's a record it stood since, what was it, 1981. So great performance there, taking the new meet record, Emma Freiger, 4:21.62, an under-20 qualifier, 4:25.64, a personal best for Violet Owen, and an under-20 qualifier as well. So great running from the Tasmanian. They'll be pleased with Violet's performance there down on the Apple Island. Pippa Schwartz will come through for third, 4:31.21. A PB there for Mia Bridgeland at 4:33.65 and 4:35.17 for Gray to take fifth position. But congratulations, Emma Freiger, once again. Big performance here on the main stage at Lakeside Stadium to once again take a World Under-20 qualifier.
Yeah. I'm Ella, by the way. Lovely to meet you. Good run.
Yeah.
Just you tell me when you're ready.
Yeah. Okay.
Let's do it. Ready when you are.
So let's go down to Ella once again. She's got Emma, and we'll have a chat to her about that outstanding performance.
Thanks, Tim. I am just blown away by how fast you've run today. Talk me through this race. That was incredible.
Yeah, it didn't go as well as I planned. I wanted to start going hard at the 600, but I just thought that I didn't have enough in me. But then I started at the 300, and I think that went well.
Not as well as you've planned, yet a meeting record and a World Junior qualifier. What does a race that is going as well as you planned look like?
Oh well, I think that race was it was pretty good, but a race that probably would be better, maybe like go at the 600. But yeah, I'm really happy with that race, and yeah, it is what it is, I guess.
Absolutely, and a national title to go along with it.
Yeah.
Now we've got a big season ahead of us. Obviously, you'll be having your eyes on those World Juniors. You're an exceptional athlete over a multitude of distances, 800, 15, 3K. Where do you focus your interest?
Probably middle distance. I think 800 and 1500 is where I mainly are, but 400 I still like to do that just to get some speed. But yeah, 8 and 15 is probably my best.
Well, what an exceptional run, and thank you for having a chat. I know that's hard work after a 1500. I hope you have a fabulous rest of your weekend.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Alan. We'll now go to the ladies lined up. We'll introduce the field once they're underway, and they're off. So in Station 1 from Victoria, Lucy Jones, Sienna McGee from North Queensland in 2, Caitlin Garrett, Queensland 3, Leanne Alice, Victoria, Station 4, Adelaide Williams from New South Wales in 5, Elka McCauley, Queensland in 7, Gypsy Waters from New South Wales in 8, Hannah Tornia, South Australia in 9, and the girls are underway. So this event, Claudia Meeker won it last year. This is the under 18 1500, 426.12, 420.55, 2011. Anna Lehman set the record. So we've got Hannah Tornia 428.77. Lucy Jones is also a sub 430 runner at 429.76. Tornia took out the championship earlier in the year. Jones was third, and Leanne Alice, who we've seen already win big here over 3,000 metres, she was sixth in that event. So Adelaide Williams leading the way, but gee, it's tightly bunched here. To the outside of her is McCauley from Queensland. You can see Alice going wide. Her Victorian counterpart, Lucy Jones, sitting at the back of the field, but on the inside lane. So Alice running quite wide at the moment. Now deciding to settle into the inner lanes as they move through the 470 seconds. So just under the under the 430 schedule at the moment. It is the Queenslander leading the way. So now a few little gaps starting to form here. So the pace is starting to get on. So the girls sitting back about 6th, 7th have to really watch what's happening out front. And we're seeing Alice now starting to make her way through. So settled early towards the rear of the field, but now Leanne Alice making her way into contention here as they come into the home straight to get 2 laps to go. Caitlin Garrett leading the way. Hannah Tornia, one of our event favourites, sitting in second. Then Leanne Alice on her shoulder. Williams in next. Then Lucy Jones starting to make a move with 2 to go. So Garrett's done most of the leading. You see Tornia quite comfortable there sitting on the shoulder. And Alice made a very good move to get into that lead bunch of 3. So 224, so sitting right on the 430 mark at the moment. So Tornia's run 428 before. You can see Jones sitting in 4th position now, but there is a bit of a gap between Alice and then to Jones. There we're looking about 10 metres there. But now we're seeing a little bit of a lift in that lead pack. Garrett's done all of the leading so far. Tornia now being challenged by Alice, who doesn't want to get too far behind Garrett, who leads. So 500 metres out, they're going through the kilometre mark in just over the 3 minutes, so that's right on 430 target. So Alice won the 3,000 metres emphatically. Now she starts to edge forward, so is Leanne Alice making her move? How will Garrett respond to this? Also Tornia. Jones starting to pick up her pace as they approach the bell. But it will be Leanne Alice from Victoria leading the way. Caitlin Garrett in second, Hannah Tornia third, Lucy Jones in 4th position, then Adelaide Williams. Looks like the top 3 is settled though as they approach the 300 metres to go. Leanne Alice just makes a surge. She's trying to break them early. She doesn't want to get challenged in that final 100 metres, and Leanne Alice just goes up another gear or 2, making it hard for the chasers, and they are Garrett and also Tornia. No, a big gap then to Jones, so I can't see a change in the podium positions here. If anything, Tornia now looks like she's got the move on Garrett. So Tornia moves into 2nd position. Alice has gone nice and early. Has Tornia got the change in speed here to challenge the Victorian? I don't think she will, as we see Alice goes up another peg as she goes around the top bend and into the home straight. So one of the hometown favourites here, the girl from Western Athletics, she comes into the home straight looking at double gold here at these Australian All-School Champs. And the Victorian goes wide into the lanes, and it will be Leanne Alice taking victory here. It'll be around the 4:30 mark, so the impressive time for Alice, and Tornia will hold on beautifully there for the 2nd position, but it is Alice stopping the clock, 4:30.78. Tornia will be through next to take her silver medal, and Garrett, the early leader, will be rewarded with a podium position. Williams coming over the top of Jones there in 4:40 thereabouts. And then we'll have the McGee from North Queensland in next position, followed by Macaulay from Queensland. And rounding out our field will be Gypsy Waterson from New South Wales. So 4:30.76, a personal best there for Leanne Ellis to take victory in the 1500 for the under-18s. 4:33.74, Hannah Tornia in second position of 4:36.47, a PB there for Caitlin Garrett from Queensland to take third.
Gee, she looks like she's put it all on the line there. She is hurting down there on the track.
Well, a personal best there, Ella. You know this one quite well. She's from your home club of Western Athletics, and what a great testament to a good development over the last few years. You know, standout coach there in Stu Macaulay, who, as we know, is such a great developer of the young females out in their western suburbs, and Leanne Ellis, another great performance.
I was about to say, he does a fantastic job at building those athletes up and helping not only create great athletes but great people as well. I mean, I have got to compete against a number of his athletes and fierce competitors, but also incredible people.
Yep, that's a great sign of a good coach, the culture. So the under-17 boys or men, not sure what to call them, under-17s. I think they're getting close to being men. So we'll call them men on this occasion. They're on the start line ready to go, and we do have 10 starters. And they are from New South Wales. We have Will Cheshire in Station 1, Wilton Townsend from New South Wales, Station 2. From the ACT, Kieran Shepherd, one to watch there. He's in Station 3. From Queensland, we have Harry Prohl in Station 4. From Victoria, Jet Keeley in 5. From South Australia, Lewis Peach in Station 6. From Victoria, Jack Lana in 7. In 8, from Queensland, Thomas Neal and Will Potter, Tasmania in 9. And South Australia's Lucian Kravinskas in 10. And they're underway. And as I said, Shepherd one to watch here. Looks like the South Australian uniforms are getting out nice and fast and nice and early here. We're looking at Lana also as another one of our pre-race favourites. Jack's been having a very, very good season, around a great 5,000 metres here. And we are seeing the South Australians, though, really going for it early on here.
I just love to see the juniors get out and attack these races aggressively. I think this does really set them up well to run fast.
Yeah, Peach and also Kravinskas going for it. Then we've got Shepherd on the inside, just taking the rail there. Probably not panicking at the moment as we're seeing the chasers now starting to reel in those leaders as we go through that first 400 metres in 59. So they're on 3:45 pace, which is remarkably quick for most of this field. The only one who's run near that is Kieran Shepherd with a 3:50. So Shepherd will be pretty comfortable. He didn't panic when the bolters went out early, and we're just seeing the faster runners now starting to sort of move through the field. So I think Nealon will be the Queenslander already also up there. They're just starting to settle, just relaxing in behind the early leader there in Peach. And Shepherd, we saw him run a strategic race in the 3,000 metres to take victory. Didn't go for times. He just went for the win. And I think we'll be seeing that from Kieran Shepherd again here today from the ACT. So Harry Prohl's the runner from Queensland. He's being sandwiched by the Queenslanders with Nealon to the back of him. Also up there, Jet Keeley from Victoria. But they've really, the whole field virtually all in together at the moment. So approaching the 800 metre mark, and we'll see that pace will have dropped right away from the 60-second opening lap. Yeah, they've gone to a 68, so they've really gone to snail's pace on that second lap as it becomes quite a strategic race. And Prohl, the Queenslander, he's got a 4:01 time to his name, or 4:08 personal best. Can be a bit hard to determine what they put down as their seed times here, but 4:08 is the official personal best there for Prohl. And now we see one of the Victorians, I think, is marched forward to take the lead. So it is the Queenslander still leading the way there, and that is Prohl. So Prohl leads, Kravinskas, the other Queenslander, but now we're seeing Shepherd, and also that will be Jack Lana. As I said, these two are great competitors. Lana will probably be best just to sit on the inside there. Let Shepherd just set the pace out front. Prohl's in the next position. Now we're seeing Jet Keeley start to make his way through, but Shepherd now showing just that dominance, Ellery. He just looks so good down the back straight. You can see the stride pattern really go up. Lana chased him, but he could have gone too early because now we're seeing the other one of the Queenslanders there, and that is Nealon starting to hit his straps.
Shepherd just looks so smooth as he comes into that last 150. He's just controlling that field.
Well, he is the only 350 runner in the field, so he should be able to do just that. And he's really played this out beautifully. So Shepherd, just having a look around, and you'll see that I think it is Lana. Yes, it is Jack Lana chasing him down, but it will be Kieran Shepherd who takes victory here. A pretty decent time off the middling lap, and 354. Lana in for second. Keeley then for third, and then we have a good run there from Thomas Nealon to come through for fourth position. But Kieran Shepherd, once again, similar to Alice, we've got the 3K 1500 double there for Kieran Shepherd from the ACT in an impressive run, a good strategic run there from Kieran Shepherd. So 354.68. 357.05, PB there for Jack Lana, 358.37, Jack Keeley, also a personal best.
He just ran that with such confidence. He knew what he needed to do to execute that race. He wasn't worried about those who went out hard early, and he just really built through the later stages.
Certainly did. So, smart runner, Kieran Shepherd, so did what he needed to do to win that race, and he won it comfortably.
I watch some of these juniors sometimes and think, gosh, the race experience that they have is far beyond their years.
Now, as we know, quite often getting into these middle distance events, it's all about the win. They'll go for times at other meets and other events. We'll see some good quality coming through into the next event, our under 18s, but certainly that under 17 race, very entertaining. But good to see the likes of Prol and various others taking the lead, taking the ascendancy, and also for the South Australian boys to think, okay, you've got to chase us, and they set the pace up nicely on that first lap.
It is championship racing, and I love championship racing. We'll see it in our big international meets, where sometimes they go out hard. Sometimes I look at them and think, I reckon I could stay with them for the first lap or two.
Now, we will have 12 starters for our next event, which is the under 18 1500 metre final for men. Probably, we could say, a much anticipated race.
Unanticipated would almost be an understatement if you can.
Now, obviously, we have Lucas Kish lining up in this next event. We do have the likes of Lynx and also Sidoritis also in. Now, Tyler Goodwin won the under 18-15 last year in 4:01.73. Geordie Williams has the meet record. That goes back to 2009, 350.16. Now, Kish is a 342 runner. Sidoritis is 353. So you'd say there's a bit of a gap there, but this is a championship, so we'll see how it pans out. We saw Luca in the 800 yesterday really give everything and literally throw himself at the line. Let's see how this pans out, whether Lucas Kish just decides to sit in, and he quite often will do that, Ella. He'll just sit in a pack and then launch out a little bit later, or will he just go right from the start and try and dominate?
Well, he's quite an experienced runner, and he's been in some big fields. I mean, I believe he ran at that Maury Plant meet in Melbourne earlier this year. So he's quite accustomed to big competitors, big fields. So I think as you're always nervous going into a national title because you want that national title, but I think he'll be maybe quietly confident in his ability here and know what he really needs to do to kind of control that race on his own terms.
Now, the X factor may be a few little niggles. He went into the Vic 5,000 metre champs with a little bit of a cloud over his head due to a bit of a knee niggle. Let's see, but he's lining up, and Lucas wouldn't be lining up if he didn't think he had the goods. So I'm just going to be fascinated to see how this plays out and who decides to challenge. As I said, you have got the likes of Lynx and various others who also have pretty good PBs to their names. Matthew Stoner, another one, the Western Australian. So let's watch for them. But Kish definitely on form with the 342 is the standout runner. That's a sub 4 minute mile, by the way, Ella.
Oh my gosh, that's crazy. Some of our 4x4 teams don't even run that fast.
So let's introduce our field. In Station 1 from New South Wales, William Mason. Lucas Kish from Victoria in 2. From Tasmania, Alejandro Fisher in 3. Western Australia's Matthew Stoner in 4. Ashton Ford, Tasmania in 5. From South Australia, Bailey Patterson in 6. From Victoria, Lucas Sidoritis in 7. Queensland, Samuel Links in 8. Samuel McCabe, ACT in 9. Oliver Howison from New South Wales in 10. Jack Williams, South Australia in 11. And in 12, from Queensland, Bailey Horvath. So underway, let's see how this pans out. Kish just starting to push his way forward. He's got Mason just on the inside of him, but Lucas is deciding he's going to go early. So we'll watch for Sidoritis, and he slips into second position here. So the two Victorians now leading, and Kish deciding he is going to put the foot down early and really start to test them. So Lucas Kish. Let's see how that knee holds up here today, but Lucas looking pretty good. That form, as we've seen so many times here at Lakeside Stadium, is very, very pretty as he gets down into the home straight. Sidoritis sitting in good position there, so Luca allow himself just to hold the rails there. Then we have William Mason. Haven't got a lot of form on Mason, but he's put himself out there early. And then the Queenslanders side by side, and I'm not surprised by that. You've got Horvath to the outside, and also his teammate Links to the inside there. But out front, 57.20, he's gone for it. That is around 3:40 pace, if not better. So Lucas Kish starting to really put it out there. Mason moving into second position ahead of Sidoritis. Luca decided he's not going to chase his Victorian teammate at this stage because he, as a 3:53 runner, just does not have that sub 3:40 form at the moment. But around the top bend and coming through to get 2 laps to go now, Lucas Kish looks as smooth as silk as we expect here. So Kish putting on once again a great display. A big champion from the 2024 Australian All-School Champs. Can he replicate that here with this one event over the 1,500 metres as he goes through with 2 laps to go? So 57 or 58 will give it opening lap there. Let's see what he can produce through the 800. Mason sits in second position still. Now we're seeing the long legs of Jack Williams from South Australia starting to make his way alongside Sidoritis. So through the 800, 158. So settles into about a 61 second lap there for Lucas Kish. But still looking good around that 3:45 pace. So the meet record here, so 3:47.50 is the World Under-20 standard, and 3:51.6 is Jordan Williams' meet record going back to 2009. So Kish ran brilliantly over 5,000 metres. That tested his range and his distance at the Victorian 5K Champs, but he did come away with an Australian record, taking Craig Mottram's record there. Also did the cross-country season as well, despite the fact he doesn't love cross-country. It was good for his strength, and when we hit the bell now, that's when that strength comes in. So 2:46 at the bell, so I think the 2:45 thereabouts will probably close a little bit faster than the 60 seconds. As we see Horvath, I think, taking next position, then Mason, and to the outside of him is Stevens. But through the 1200 at 3:02. So Kish is out by about 70 to 80 metres now over the field. Horvath from Queensland moving into that second position. But out front, Lucas Kish approaching 200 metres to go. Let's see if he can get the sub 3:45 here, and definitely on target for a new event record for the All Schools, taking Geordie Williams' names off the record books here. So 3:47.50, also a time to watch. That's the World Under-20 qualifier. So into the home straight. Let's get behind Lucas Kish. He's a great performer here, always puts on a show, and what a soul performance this has been. So Lucas Kish, time check 3:40 on the clock. Might be close for that 3:47, and I think he might just be over that one here today. But 3:48 will take the win. 3:48.69 unofficially, and looks like Sidoritis sat back. I thought he was sort of out of it there for a while, but Lucas Sidoritis, he'll come through right on the 3:58 mark to take the silver medal. Williams from South Australia, he will take the bronze, and then Horvath through next. So a good performance there from Lucas Kish to take out the under-18 final in a finishing time of 3:48, a new meet record. So 3:48.67, the official winning time there for Lucas Kish, meet record. 3:58.01, Lucas Sidorides from Victoria to take second position, and in the bronze position from South Australia, and a new personal best of 3:58.98, Jack Williams.
Do you have a second to chat? I know you've just run a 15, so take time, get your breath back. I'm Ella, by the way. Lovely to meet you. Exceptional run. Heard all about you coming through the junior ranks. So you're doing an incredible job. You just tell me when you're ready, because you've run a 15 and I haven't.
It's pretty slow, but I'm not that popped
Pretty
out there.
slow. You've just run a meet record.
Should have been quicker.
Well, I'm sure we'll see more of that over the season.
Hopefully, thank you.
And let's go back to Alla, who has got Lucas Kish, and we'll do a quick interview.
I was just having a chat to Lucas, and he said pretty slow, so he's comfortable, but he's just run a meet record. So this is insane. Talk me through your race.
I started off pretty quick. Was trying to go for a time, and then the wind and everything wasn't the best. I did get to the last 200, and I smelt the chicken burger from the stand over there. It is amazing, so I cannot wait to go get one.
I think that would have made me feel sick as I came around that last 200, but you held your own so fantastically through that last lap, just building more and more and more. Where is the lactic? Where's the fatigue? Like, how are you doing that?
Oh, it was there. It was definitely there. Last 150, I was just praying for the line to get closer and closer because it was hurting, but at least we got it done today. On to the next.
And the next, would that be Zatepek next week? What are you racing in there?
I'm doing the under 20 De Castella, so it's going to be fun. There's some very good runners, so very excited to test myself against the older people.
That is super exciting. And then next season, next year we come into your World Junior year. How are you setting up that season to obviously set yourself up well to make that team?
Well, it's a long game. It's not really a sprint, it's a marathon, so I don't want to peak too early. I definitely want to hold form, and towards the end of next year when the selection really comes out to really show what I'm capable of. So I'm very excited for that.
And you are a very capable athlete over a number of events, and I'm sure many competitors are wanting to know what you're wanting to focus on. Do you have an idea of an event you're going to kind of pick and nail in the focus?
I might step down to the 200 metres. I love all the events. 15 is definitely probably my favourite. I don't mind a 5K, don't mind an 8, don't mind a 3, so that's the answer.
So we might see you over all of them. Thank you so much for having a chat, and congratulations, national title, meet record.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much, guys.
Thanks, Alla, and I reckon we might do a match race, Alla Tobin versus Lucas Kish over 200. So the hurdles now coming back out, next track event. Now, obviously still a lot happening in the field, so hopefully everyone's checking in on Roster Athletics and getting those updates. So the sun shining here, still a little bit cool in the air, but this sunshine will really take that today after the drizzle and the overcast conditions yesterday. As Lucas said, a little bit of a breeze blowing out there, so I think that probably stymied his chance to really go for that under 20 qualify. But as we know, as a 3:42 runner, he'll have plenty of opportunities, and we do look forward to seeing him in the De Castella 3,000 metres next weekend here at Lakeside Stadium. So not far away now from the start of the under-17 final in the 100 hurdles for the women. So Jamison Harding probably coming in as top seed there. Sophie Williams, Western Australia, also in contention. Women's under 18 high jump underway. You can see that competition going at the moment. So the bar at 160 at the moment. Quite a few already cleared. Looks like the entire field bar one over at 160. So there's still 7 remaining in that competition. And we will see the bar go up. In the under 18 men's high jump, concurrently on the mat next door, they're at 180 on the bar. And quite a few still in that competition. So 180, the bar stands in the men's under 18 high jump. Under 14 long jump final. Wei Tang 6:04 leading the way there. That was on second attempt. 5:91 for Thomas Hunter. This is the men's under 14s. And Akara Koga 5:89 on first attempt there. And they are in around 3. And meanwhile in the triple jump for the men under 16, Harry Osborne 13:55. Close comp here. So 13:55 on third attempt for Harry Osborne to lead the way. But Tristan Ferrugia, his opening attempt at 13:54, only 1 centimetre behind. And 13:36, second attempt there, Hayden Lockhart, currently sitting in third position. So 13:55 leads the way, Harry Osborne. The wind actually nice at the moment. There's been a few up around the +2s, but drifting around the plus or minus 1s at the moment in the wind. So as Ella was saying, the variable wind conditions here at Lakeside Stadium. As you can see, the officials now getting the hurdles in order for our first final here. The under 17 women. The bar now at 164 in the women's under 18 high jump. So already a few clearances. Rebecca Howarth and Maddie Allison already over at that height. And the bar at 180 for the men's under 18, and quite a few competitors already over there on first attempts. So the hurdlers doing their final preparations before we intro our field there. So temperature now nudging 15 degrees here at Albert Park. So getting into absolutely tropical conditions here. Feels like an 11.9. So still a bit of the chilly side, but the fortunate thing is that the sun is out. And the breeze, as we keep saying, fairly fluky around here at Albert Park. Be pluses, minuses. We'll get a good feel for that, but I think get the flags going a little bit more still. If anything, we might have a little bit of a headwind for the hurdlers. As we can see, our field is ready to go here. And this is the final of the under-17 women's 100-metre hurdles. In lane 2, we have from Queensland, Zara Gaviglio. In lane 3, representing New South Wales, Emily Benefiel. In lane 4, from Victoria, Jemima Hood. Lane 5, representing Victoria, Jamison Harding. In lane 6, from Western Australia, Sophie Williams. In 8, from New South Wales, Georgiana Giatsius. Lane 9, from Queensland, Addison Farinazzo. And in DNS here, unfortunately, Aisha Shea from ACT is out. So we do have 7 starters in the final of our under-17 women's 100-metre hurdles. Clean start here. Well, no, not so clean a start. Starters will bring them back. Looks like the green, so just unsteady in the blocks there. Full field to restart. This final of the under-17 100 hurdles. Away now, Harding off to a good start. Williams to the outside of her and also Hood, but it is Harding putting on a good show here once again. So clean clearances here for Harding. She'll take this out. Hood sitting in second position and Williams coming home strong. 13.61 there. And another great win. Jamison Harding taking out the under-17 100 hurdles. 13.61. Jemima Hood, the teammate from Victoria, taking the silver medal. Sophie Williams, Western Australia, in third position. So we'll wait for times to come through officially there. Another good performance. 13.59, the official winning time there. Jamison Harding, Jemima Hood, an equal PB of 14.04 and 14.12 for Sophie Williams in third position. So as we see the replay there, a nice clean win. That pink ribbon looking resplendent on Jamison Harding to take the win in 13.59. PB there for Georgiana Gatsias as well. She was in fourth position, 14.57. 14.98 for Benefiel from New South Wales. 15.17 Gaviglio. Gaviglio from Queensland. 21.43 Farinazzo. And Ella has now got our winner, Jamison Harding.
This is super exciting. I feel like it's a privilege to be standing next to you, dual national champion over 2 very different events. But hurdles today, we'll focus on the hurdles. How was that race?
I think it was pretty good. Obviously it wasn't my best time, but I think I did pretty well and I'm happy to come first.
Happy to come first, national title, and your younger sister did as well. So the two of you are killing it over the hurdle.
She's very, very good, very talented. Yes.
Now, talk me through this race. Was there any small execution keys you were kind of looking at nailing to really get cleanly over those flights of hurdles?
Well, I've been practicing the higher height, so this height was a lot easier since I've been practicing obviously higher. So I think just really going low over the hurdles and being quick and yeah.
We've been discussing this a little bit in the commentary booth. Does the change in distance and the change in height, how does that impact your training?
It hasn't impacted me too badly because I've got quite long strides. Like distance wasn't too bad, but the height has been a bit of a step, but I'm adjusting to it pretty well, I think. So yeah, it's not too bad for me, but yeah.
And my last question, I think everyone wants to know this. The pink ribbon in the back, what's the theory? Why do we wear it? Have you got anything for me?
I don't know. I think my favourite colour is pink, so I love everything pink. And then I think my sister started to copy me. Like I wear them for all my sport pretty much. It's just good. It's easy to see, easy to spot. So, yeah.
Amazing. Thank you so much for chatting and congratulations.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ellen, and congratulations there to Jamison. You now go to the start list of our under-18 final for the 100-metre hurdles, and we have in lane 2 representing the ACT, Annie Baker. In lane 3 from South Australia, we have Ashley James. In 4 from New South Wales, Neve Jenkins. Lining up in lane 5 from Victoria, Faith Little. In 6, also from Victoria, Charlie Sullivan. In 7 from Queensland, Hayley Northcote. And in lane 8 from New South Wales, Jocelyn Blair. They are your 7 starters in the final of the women's 100-metre hurdles under 18. So Isabella Wing took this event out 13.81 in 2024, 12.98. Sally McClellan holds the meet record set in 2003. So one of Australia's all-time greatest athletes, 12.98, the meet record for the under 18 100-metre hurdles. Ones to watch here, Jenkins, New South Wales, also Sullivan from Victoria. Cleanly away, good start by Sullivan. She's first one to hit the hurdles. Jenkins trying to chase her down, but it is Sullivan leading the way. Jenkins in second position, close for third there, but it will be Charlie Sullivan who will take the championship here. Jenkins will take second. The out lane there, I think Jocelyn Blair from New South Wales will take third. 13.66, unofficial there. Great hurdling. Charlie Sullivan from Victoria taking the title in the under 18s. So 13.65, a personal best there for Sullivan to take the championship. 13.98 there for Jenkins, 14.29 for Blair in that order. So Victoria taking the title there, courtesy of Charlie Sullivan. Rounding out our field here, Ashley James, South Australia, in fourth position, 14.42. A personal best for Faith Little from Victoria, 14.53 in fifth. Then from Queensland, 14.99 for Hayley Northcote. And Annie Baker from the ACT, 16.15. So heights and positions for the hurdles now changing as we head towards the first of our men's hurdle competitions. So the under 17 men 110 metre hurdles at 91.4 will be next on the track. It's an opportunity to give a little bit of an update from some of our field events. The high jump for the boys, they are now at 185, and once again still, well, it looks like three still in it, or still, sorry, three clearances so far at 185. Make that 4. So DeBernay, Thompson, Samuel White, Lyndon Maynard, Joshua Rossitano already over at 185 in the under 18s, but still a long way to go in that competition. The girls under 18s, the bar is now at 168, and already we have clearances from Catherine Meakin and Rebecca Howarth, and also Madden Allison. So 168 the bar in the under 18 women's high jump competition. No real change in the under 14 men's long jump. 604 the best. We're into the fourth round now. 604 leading the way, Wai Tang. Thomas Hunter 591 and 589 Akara Koga. So the hurdles now getting set for the first of the men's events, the under 17, over 110 metres. Oliver Facer won this event 13.71 in 2024. Mitchell Tyso has the meet record 13.62 set in 2008. That could be challenged, although conditions probably not perfect for the high hurdles here today, but we do have two competitors who have seed times, Cameron Badger and also Ken Ferrante Tanakawa at 13.61. So if the competition is on here, we might see that 13.62 by Mitchell Tyso under threat. But as we're saying, wind conditions all over the shop a bit here today at Lakeside. Also air temperature probably a little bit cooler than our sprinters would like.
Yeah, I know. Mel just wants to make sure that we're getting a photo of everyone that's finishing.
So the under 17 men now starting to do their final preparation for this hurdles event. So a field of 9. So we'll be stretching from lane 2 through to lane 10 here. And one of our favourites being Ferrante Tanakawa from South Australia. In lane 10, he'll be very up close and personal with the crowd. So another clearance there in the high jump for our women. And we will introduce our field in this next hurdle event shortly. Start lists are up on the screen. And let's introduce our field. So from Western Australia, we have in lane 2, Jonah Clark. Lane 3, representing New South Wales, Cooper Cannon. In lane 4 from Queensland, Matthew Reed. Lane 5, we have from Victoria, Evan Bainbridge. In 6, representing New South Wales, Cameron Badger. Max Calicore from Victoria lines up in lane 7. Next to him in lane 8, we have from Queensland, Samuel Galstouche McArlays. In lane 9 from the ACT, Thompson Fraser. And in lane 10, representing South Australia, Ken Ferrante Tanakawa. So 9 starters in the final of the men's under 17 110 metre hurdles. So away cleanly. Badger looking good over the first hurdles. Also the outer lanes there for Ante Tanakawa. So it's going to be a close finish here. Tanakawa in the outside lanes, but I think Badger might have the ascendancy here. Tanakawa will take it though. Badger in next position there. Melkale's from Queensland, but great running there for Ken Ferrante. Tanakawa 13.90 unofficial there to take the win in the under 17 110 hurdles. Wait for official. You can see the screen now. So great performance on the outer lanes there. Badger was looking good on the start, but it was Tanakawa who really came home strongly there, the South Australian, to take the win. So time 13.88 for Ken Ferrante. Tanakawa, South Australia, taking the win. 13.97 Cameron Badger in second position. And receiving the bronze medal today will be Samuel Galstouche McArlays from Queensland. Updating the under-18 women's high jump, and we do have Rebecca Howarth clearance first attempt at 171. So 3 competitors remaining, with Catherine Meakin and also Madden Allison, both on their third and final attempts over 171. And let's go back down to Ella Tobin for another interview.
Got Ken here. It was a really close race. Talk me through that one.
Start was pretty rough, but got through after 3 hurdles, got better, faster.
Amazing. And then you're obviously a very talented athlete. What does the next part of the season look like?
Just train and keep running faster.
Amazing. Well, we can't see what we've got to come in the later parts of the season.
Thank you.
Easy. You're good to go.
So next up on the track, we do have the final of the men's under 18 110 metre hurdles. We have 9 starters, and they are representing Victoria in lane 2, Oliver Rissu. Lane 3 from South Australia, Pietro Corno. Daniel Stewart from New South Wales lines up in lane 4. Next to him in 5, we have from South Australia, Max Thompson. In 6, from Western Australia, Oliver Thomas Kogiopoulos. In 7, representing Queensland, Joel Jamikowicz. In 8, representing New South Wales, Oliver Facer. In 9, from Queensland, Jake Kinsey. And in lane 10, representing Western Australia, Wyatt Hill. Harrison Purcell, last year's winner, 13.51. 13.24 is the meet record set by Sasha Zoya in 2017.
What's he doing? Is he here?
So good start there from Facer. Thompson also going nicely in the early stages, but Oliver Facer, bit of a standout here in the hurdle events, and the New South Welshman will take victory once again. To the outside of him, it will be the Queenslander there in Kinsey. I believe Thompson probably through in next position. 14.08 unofficially there for Facer. So good run. Not quite up to his best times, but as we say, not great conditions out there, Alice. Still a little cool down trackside, I assume.
I am very happy to be back in the booth, to be honest with you. It is a bit chilly, but he did a really good job there, just leading from gun to tape, really. Just executed that start, snapped those lead and trail legs through really cleanly, and dipped nicely through to the finish. Yeah,
obviously a standout performer there, Face. The winner of the younger age group last year and coming through to take the upper age here. So Facer won that one in 14.06, 14.37 for Jake Kinsey from Queensland. White Hill coming through, looks like 14.43.
PB? PB,
Yeah,
so you got to take a PB?
Yep.
Ralph, from 5th to 6th was close.
So we'll now be going to a little bit of a break here. We'll go to our next ad break on the live stream.
Australians like sport. And no sport runs through our veins quite like athletics. It's where it all begins, the essence of human movement. From the first step to the greatest heights, athletics is for every Australian. Lace up. Join the community that moves Australia.
So Ella, continuing on, and the hurdles coming off the track. So next up, we'll be looking at those 100 metres.
Keen to see some sprinting. I feel like we haven't had much of the short sprinting on the program this morning.
Had some good actions over 400, and I think you enjoyed doing the calls there and the interviews. So we've had once again, some great performances. Conditions, as we keep saying, not ideal for fast times, but we are seeing some spirited competition and some very good strategic running, particularly in those 1500 metres.
Absolutely, but you've got athletes that are coming out and running fast regardless. I think we had in those 400 women 3 World Junior qualifiers over 2 different age groups. Our under 17s and 18s absolutely smashed through that 55.2 barrier.
And that's testament to the depth and quality we've got across Australia now. As we see the 100 metre runners now starting to get themselves in line. Also, we'll keep a bit of a tab on some of the field events as well.
The under 17 Javelin, those women are in their first round of attempts, so only 2 of them have thrown so far. So that the lead is currently with Javelin South, a 46.54 from Queensland.
In the under 18 men's high jump, the bar's now at 193. With first up clearances to Maynard and Rositano. Also White over on second attempt.
I am excited for these hundreds. I'm excited to see what these juniors can do over this 100 metre race. It's just the heats though, so I don't want to get too excited. But we have had some fast times running heats.
Certainly have, due to the nature of the competition. So under 15s will be up first. And once again, top 3 to auto qualify and next 2 fastest times through.
The name that really stands out in this one, I think, is the Western Australian out of lane 3, Bless Joe. I've seen him in a few races this week. I absolutely love his name. So if his parents are listening, fabulous choice.
And he is an Australian champion too. So Bless is having a pretty good championship. I think 400 probably not quite where he wanted that to be, but let's see how he comes back now for the hundreds. So fairly busy program for Bless Joe.
I think 1, 2 and 4 I saw on there.
Yeah, quite possibly, yep.
But I think when you don't get the results that you're looking for in some races, it makes you angry. I've seen certain individuals come out and run exceptionally in that last race because they haven't put the performance they want on the board, and so they come out with a bit of a vengeance.
All right, so they are on the line. Let's introduce our field for the first of the 2 preliminary heats of the men's under 15 100 metres. And in lane 2, representing the ACT, we have Jared Earl. As we said, Bless Joe, he lines up for representing Western Australia. He's in lane 3. In lane 4 from North Queensland, Jacob Runham. In 5 from South Australia, Wes Shakeshaft. In 6, representing Northern Territory, Jared de Graaf. In lane 7 from Queensland, Flynn Lane. Lane 8 has from the ACT, Lewin Ainsworth. And in lane 9, representing Victoria, Matthias Foliaki.
So a little bit of nervous jitters here as the starters get ready to call them into their blocks. It'll be the top 3 qualify with those automatic qualifiers and next 2 fastest. just a little bit of a technical issue on the start line. So our athletes won't be held there for too long, but they are just making sure we've got everything sorted on the finish line and with the times, because we don't want to miss those. I think this will be a really close race and potentially some fast times posted. So we want to make sure we definitely get them for those athletes.
So looking through our, they're getting into position now, Alice, so we'll hand over for you to do the call. Heat 1 of 2, the under 15 100s for men.
They are in the starters' hands now. So it is the Western Australian who gets the best of the starts, but he is absolutely powering down this front straight. It is his race, but the Victorian on the outside is not going to let him have it his own way. So it is Falaki who comes through to actually take that one in 11.53 with a negative 1.2. So that is an exceptional run from the Victorian, and he'll be nice to take that scalp early. I know it's only a heat, but sometimes it can give those athletes a little bit of confidence coming into those finals when they do take those scalps of our previous national title winners.
Yeah, Foliaki just had good momentum towards the end. I think Blesto maybe just pulled it off a little bit towards the end, just relaxed a little bit, knowing that he had a good lead there. But Foliaki, right in the outer lane, just came home very strongly. But Blesto will definitely advance.
It won't worry him either. He's run many events this weekend, national champion earlier in April, so he'll know what he needs to do to execute well and perform in that final.
We'll be doing a bit of a handover in commentary fairly soon. So Nana and also Mitch are in the stadium. So let's go through our start list for the next, our heat number 2.
So in lane 2 from Queensland, we have Ezra Devine. In lane 3 from New South Wales, James Atkins, who's had a big program this weekend. In lane 4 from New South Wales, Mohammed Gadoo. In lane 5 from Tasmania, Henry Midson. Again from Tasmania, in lane 6, Charlie Madsen. From lane 7 from Victoria, the home ground, Ben Tonataro. In lane 8 from Western Australia, it is Brodie James Oliver. And in lane 9 from South Australia, Tyler Bell.
I'll be looking at the likes of Vasala, New South Wales. Sorry, next race. Once again, some good performers in this second heat. Let's see how they go compared to that first heat.
I think it's going to be a close one. The seed times in this second heat are much closer, so it'll be really interesting to see who gets the jump out of the start here and then who is able to hold their own as they come into that finish. Ooh, a little bit unsteady, so the officials will come back and call them back in. Reset.
We're looking at those inner lanes, Atkins and Gadoo, probably on seeds, 2 of our top. Also Tornatora from Victoria, one to watch, Ella.
The home ground advantage might help pull him through here. He'll be looking to race in the footsteps of Foliaki in the previous heat. So all is good. No one's been taken out of that race, so they'll go again for heat 2 of this under 1500 metre final heat.
A little bit of nerves there, I think, Ella.
I think it's the same New South Wales, a little bit shaky again, so it'll be interesting to see what the officials do with this one. So yellow card means he's still in. These boys are so young, so I do forget. The nerves are definitely there, and it's 100, so they do want to get out hard. So it's that balance between you've got to wait for the gun, but you also want to attack that start. So it is Atkins, I think, that gets the best of that start there. He really pushes out, and the Queenslander is attempting to go with him, but it's the Western Australian and the two New South Wales boys pushing through to that finish line. It'll be a close one there. It'll be a really, really close one. So the Western Australian, Brodie James Oliver, I think might get that one in 11:39, but Atkins and Mohammed Gadoo won't be too far away. So the New South Wales boys have done a really good job there. All three athletes holding their own. Could be wrong. Potentially our New South Wales athlete has just taken that one there, but those top three will be pretty well cemented.
That was a very, very good race. Now we do welcome to commentary Mitch Dyer. So Mitch, welcome back again.
Beautiful to be here, Tim. Finally the sun is out. It's summertime. I can feel it now on this Sunday afternoon. Good to be back at the track.
Yeah, the sun is out, but unfortunately air temperature not so good. But anyway, it's been a great morning. It's been a pleasure commentating with Ella. Ella might stick around a little bit longer, but you'll have the pleasure of having Nana in co-commentary for the rest of the day to round out what's been an exceptional Australian All-Schools Champs brought to us by Chemist Warehouse.
Yeah, you guys have done a phenomenal job here this morning. First time Nana and I will be together for these championships. It's felt like they've tried to keep us apart. They said it's just too much energy in the booth at one time. So we're going to bring you guys home here this afternoon, but a fantastic morning of racing. We've got plenty of finals to come, the 100, some 800, some more relays. We're just stacked with some good fun stuff. So a big shout out to you guys for the morning shift. Until I'm sure you'll be hanging around here. I feel like you've just about got a bed here at Lakeside. You're here enough, so I'm sure you won't be too far away this afternoon for the action.
I'm looking forward to some great action and good calling to the two of you, and thanks Ella for a wonderful morning.
Alrighty, so we have our under 15s 100 metre heat 1. So we will go from lane 2. We have Divine Chachwujis from New South Wales. In lane 3, Quinn Bryan from Queensland. In lane 4, Jayla Olm from Tasmania. In lane 5, Jamie Ritchie, the home ground Victorian. In lane 6, Lucy Nell from Western Australia. And in lane 7, Liliana Hoffman from South Australia. So these girls will go out looking for an automatic qualifier, top 3 and next 2 fastest. So the women hop in their blocks for heat 1 of 2 in this under 15 women's 100 metre. So it is the Tasmanian that gets the best of the start, and she looks like she's absolutely powering through. But we'll look to see Ritchie, who will come home hard here in this final stages of this race. So it is the Tasmanian and the Victorian that I think get up there. But it was a really close one through the final stages of that race.
I'm not surprised by Ritchie's finish. She is the only one in the heat with an 11-second towards her name. So it will be very interesting to see how she starts her race in the final.
I don't know if she'd particularly be happy with that start. I think she was kind of left in the blocks a little bit there, so she'll be looking to kind of fix the execution up in that final.
The Tasmanian looks a lot more relaxed with the last 20 to go. Well, Ritchie just looks like she was muscling it on, and seeing her run over the past couple of years, I know if she gets that start right, she's really going to open up in the middle, and I think she might put a bit of a gap in the final. But anything can happen. We have another heat, so
Absolutely.
Exactly right. We'll have to wait on times for a few of them as well. The top three were automatic, so Divine Chukwudi on the inside was pretty keen to make sure she got that final automatic spot for the final later on this afternoon. And the Queenslander now, Quinn Byrne, will be the one that sort of watches on slightly anxiously. It's only 2 fastest times that progress from there, so they won't actually have much of an idea of what they even need because it doesn't really flash up on the board for too long for them to be able to see here in heat number 2, so it'll be fascinating.
We saw the Tasmanian with 12:30 to pip out Richie from Victoria with 12:31, so as tight as you can get for a race.
Absolutely, and earlier in the day, we've actually seen a lot of those time qualifiers come from one heat. So it's the heat that gets out hard. Someone puts a really fast time on the board and drags everyone else through.
So the second of these 2 heats now behind the blocks. Women's under 15, 100 metres. In lane number 2, the Victorian Tanner Hildebrand. In 3 from the ACT, Faria Pasha. In lane number 4 from Tasmania, Margaret Hobday. In lane number 5 from South Australia, Ayla Woodstock Swafa. In lane 6 from New South Wales, Sienna Vasella. And in lane number 7 from Queensland, Tilly Ojako Petit. This is the full field, heat 2 of 2, women's under 15, 100. It's a good clean start here in heat number 2. As expected, Vasella on the outside of the track will just start to move through with Hildebrand, the Victorian. So the Victorian leads out from Vasella, who's just in cruise control, but Hildebrand will take it. 12.28, then back to Vasella. Looked like Ojako Petit will get that 3rd automatic spot. We'll wait on these times, but it was just very smooth running to progress through to this final this afternoon, but it looked like Hildebrand.
Hildebrand, if the unofficial time is correct, she's just gotten a PB in the heat. So that's what it takes at a national champions like this. You've got to put your best foot forward, especially in the sprints. There's no tactical work. You in your lane, and you're running against yourself, as we see in the replay right now. The Victorian had a cracking start, but Vasella with the fastest PB leading into the race, we knew her back end was going to be very strong, just cruising along to get an automatic qualifier.
Yeah, she's been productive these championships as Sienna Vasella. She's been everywhere in terms of these sprint events, so she'll fancy her chances a little later on. Gets the sunshine, although you said it's not quite as warm as maybe what these sprinters would like. It's certainly better than what the conditions were yesterday for them.
I think these junior athletes are proving that Lakeside is a fast track. My squad group chat yesterday was saying there's no excuses when you come to Lakeside now, because these juniors at these national champs are getting multiple world junior qualifiers, running PBs in heats and finals, and breaking many meet records and national records. So Lakeside, everyone, you are on notice. Fast times do happen in Melbourne.
Yeah, well, Ellen and I were talking about this. She was saying, yep, in the sprinting fraternity, it's known not to be a fast track, but all these juniors, particularly that under 17, 16 age group, continues to show us that that's not correct. So we see the results here.
Another close race, heat 1 and heat 2, only 0.2 splitting Hildebrand and Vasella from Queensland. And then 12.03 by the Tasmanian to round out the top 3. But as Ella said before, the little cues came from the same heat. So we'll see the Queensland and the ACT athlete make it to the final.
So that'll be a cracker in a few hours' time. It's a very, very quick turnaround, tight window to recover. So
I think
as the sprinters would want it, as I keep hearing.
You do not want to warm up for a very long time. You just want to use the weather, get your fast twitch drills in, set yourself up mentally, and then go again.
We're going to continue with this 100-metre racing. It's the men's under 16 100 metres. This will be heat number 1 of 2 again. Top 3 automatic, next 2 fastest times from there. Out of lane number 2, the North Queenslander Ethan Hill. Nick Meeses goes out of 3 from the ACT. Owen Veltman, the Victorian, in 4. James Kirkham in 5 from Tasmania. Simeon Oshmigo from the ACT is in 6. Kevin De Silva, the Victorian, goes out of 7. And Kanawa Gamanja from New South Wales goes out of lane number 8. Heat 1 of 2, men's under 1600. Good jump there from De Silva. Gamanja, though, already moves on past him. So these two, they're the fastest in the field, and they're about to show it. Now moving through is Veltman, but the 1, 2, 3 just need to do enough. Oh, they switch it off. Have a look at one another. So I'll see you back at the start line in a few hours. So De Silva, Gamanja, and the Victorian Veltman will go through automatically. Time to hit the warm-down track. Do what you need to do. These boys will be back.
I'm not surprised. I said this yesterday that Kevin De Silva likes to see where he is in the field, as we can see a little head check halfway through the race, and shuts it down. He's had a very busy weekend. He's already got a gold in the 200 and a gold in the 4x1. So he's probably just keeping all those fast twitch fibers in his legs just settled down for a great final. But we can't go past the New South Welshman who ended up winning the race in lane 8.
Yeah, he's very, very tidy sprinter. Is he? Kevin De Silva, he's got the unique arm carry in sprinting. So it doesn't seem to really, you know, you're so used to the big driving arms, and he seemed to kind of just stay with him there.
But I feel like that drives. He's got great knee drive and great front side mechanics, and I think he uses his arms really to pull his body up, so he's really nice and tall, which we see when he's coming off the bend in a 200 and when he's opening up and getting that max velocity in his 100 metres.
So the times to watch, 11.78 and 11.82. That's Kirkham and Oshmigo. They have those small cues. So let's see if the theory continues. Do they all come out of the same heat? I mean, if you were going to be in a heat, that was a pretty handy one to be in.
I mean, that race kind of reminded me, it was a little bit Usain Bolt, DeGrasse-like. They knew what they were doing, they were confident they were going to get through, and they were just checking up on each other, saying hi.
I do love the look in sprinting. It's a real flex because you've only got such a small window to be running, and to take time out of that small window to check in on the people around you, I think it's a real good flex.
But in sprinting, when you know,
Yeah.
you know it's going to be a fast race.
When you're on, you're on.
Yep.
You know that better than anyone, Nana. So let's get to this field here. This is heat number 2, the under-16 100s. Rowan McClelland out of South Australia. He's out of lane number 2. Trey O'Brien, the North Queenslander, is in 3. Rory Muldowney from New South Wales in 4. Ruben Fox, the Queenslander, in 5. Aaron Pember is out of 6 from WA. Austin Botha from South Australia is in 7. And Tom Gartland, the Tasmanian, goes out of lane number 8. They'll be vying for the top 3 to go automatic. Then we're going to chase the next 2 fastest times from there. Under-16 men's 100. Got away there well, did Muldowney of New South Wales. Almost fell into the start line. So now Fox just gets up on his shoulder. These two are out. It'll be a battle for that 3rd spot. Don't switch off too much, though. Gets there. Oh, so Ruben Fox was confident at 30, but they were going to continue to push. Rory Muldowney, though, does enough at 11.53 to get through first. Bragging rights there in heat number 2. So I'm not sure. I don't know whether the times will come out of that heat. I think they're a little bit too far back.
Fox didn't even look like he got out of second gear.
They have
he
a
just
replay
kinda
here.
Cruised through the whole race.
You break it down for us, Ella. So what are we watching?
We're watching, well, the New South Wales athlete drives really well and then checks that he's kind of got that again. He's checking, he's confident, he's kind of got that lead. Fox from Queensland, he's just comfortable, which is really odd to see in a bit of 100. You normally see that aggressive drive phase. He looks like he walks out of the blocks and just is like, it's just another day. I'm just going to get to the end. All I got to do is make the final.
Be interesting to see who gets that 3rd cue. The 2 South Australians, both really came back in that last 20 metres of that race. But we'll see those results soon on the screen.
I think he might just snatch it there, Botha.
I think he has, and with a PB as well.
There you go.
11.
So that's the dream. Get a PB and make the final.
Well, both South Australians ended up making the final. We see a small cue from each heat. So small cues from each heat and a head check.
They broke the mould. We thought they were all coming out of the same heat.
No, Ella, your streak has been broken. You were right, though.
Ella's been very good on the calls all weekend.
I know. I heard you say you've got to back yourself, and you've done that very well this weekend.
Well, as I said, I this track, I know this track too well. Mitch and I have talked about it, and I hope to see more wins come out of lane 7 today.
I was going to say, have you heard this working theory of
No,
lane 7?
please tell me and everyone at home.
Lane 7 is the lane to be in here at Lakeside. Lane 7, you run fast. There are good things that happen in lane 7. I can't tell you why, except the vibes.
So you're telling me that I should tell Athletics Victoria on Saturday at Zatepek, heat whatever I'm in, lane 7, Nana Owusu?
100%. I'll be looking to say the same for Melbourne Uni that goes over the 4x4. We'll be looking for lane 7 in case anyone from AV is listening.
Okay, so we're all on lane 7 here. Again, watch out for these finals. But our women's under 16s turn now for these 100-metre heats. Top 3 automatic, next 2 fastest times. The Victorian Tilly McBain's out of lane number 2. Western Australia's Sade Hughes is in 3. Charlie Cox from North Queensland is in 4. Pepper Benson from Queensland in 5. Rima Adelaja from New South Wales is in 6. Amelia Mutton is in 7 from the ACT, and her fellow stateswoman alongside her in lane number 8, Annabelle Render. This is the first of 2 heats, women's under 16 100.
Well done, gentlemen. Great work. Just hang around. We will take you all off once we work out paperwork.
Clean start,
A little
just
bit
a
of
little early.
unsteadiness from the ACT athlete in Annabelle in lane 8. She didn't take off too early, but I just saw some unsteadiness in her arms. So hopefully a green card for all our under 16 girls.
I got a little. I couldn't tell if it was a perfect jump or a little slight early for Pepper Benson as well, the Queenslander. So has a big lean. I mean, it's a hard part as well of the start, but it looks green. It's friendly. It's a green card.
And we're all safe and ready to run again in this under 16 race. I know everyone is very excited to see a couple athletes in these 2 heats run.
Well, there's a real talent out of lane number 6, Rima Adelaja. One on the rise in the under 16 event. Will likely take out a World Under 20 qualifier at some point this afternoon. Second time away now, and it's clean. So the whole field gets out there well. Cox is moving through, but here's Rima Adelaja now out in full stride. Hughes goes with her. That's going to be the 1-2, but Adelaja shuts it down. Hughes then back to the Victorian and Tilly McBain, 12.16 into a 1.1 headwind. Oh, so this Lakeside wind is swirling, and they've done a good job there given how hard it was coming back at them.
McBain had a great start. She was in it for the first 30 metres, but then you just see Adelaja just open up in those strong steps. I think we had no doubt that she was going to shut it down. We see what she ran in the 200, and we're excited to see what she brings to the final. But just, I think the confidence is now coming out of her, and you can see that she knows where she is in the field, and she knows when she needs to work, open up, and then what she needs to do to make the final, as we see in the replay.
So just such a good stride on Rina Adelaja, isn't there? She's just such a strong finisher of these 100s, and had the benefit now of just in the final 30. Didn't do the check, didn't do the head swivel, but just knew exactly what she needed to do. And Hughes, the Western Australian, I thought was good through this middle phase and was able to hold on, but
you see Hughes just get a second gear with about 80 metres to go. She knows her place, and then she shuts it down just with Adelaja.
So we were talking about some athletes we're excited to watch run. A woman on screen here for you all at home. Emilia Reed. What a start of the year Emilia Reed had. Was the under-20 national champ in the 200. National record holder for the under-16s in the 200. Was knocking off times of people, of giants who stood before her, and now re-enters a new season. Didn't have it her own way in that 200 metres, as we saw. So she might be out for a bit of blood here.
Rivalry and some competition that we're going to see from a very long time for those 2 talented athletes.
It's exciting. It's box office here in junior athletics. Out of lane number 2, we'll give you the full field. It's the second of 2 heats, women's under 16 100 metres. The Western Australian Emilia Reed. In lane number 3 from the NT, Anya Duath In lane number 4 from Tasmania, Stella Hensridge. In lane number 5 from Queensland, Tiana Kiki. In lane number 6, the Victorian Jemima Hood. And in lane number 7 from New South Wales, Ellie Fairale. This is the full field here, women's under 16 100. It's a good jump there. It looked like the Queenslander, though. Kiki might have got the best of it. We see Emilia Reed now just get out of that dry phase and continue to push. So she's not going to let up here in this 100-metre heat. Does now. 11.95 with the let up. That's impressive from the Western Australian. We spoke about it. It was hard fought over the 200 metres, but maybe out here for a little bit of redemption.
I'm smiling so much right now. If we can watch the replay later, those first 3 steps honestly set up the next 98 metres for her. Such quick contact time that she just pulled away from the field so quickly. Midway through the race, it looked like she was gunning for a time, or maybe she was just practicing her top speed, maybe that she didn't have so much in the 200-metre final, as we're about to watch again. First 4 steps, quick off the bat, and then you see her really get into her dry phase, and you just see her tense up a little bit, but she is gunning to open up and let her legs do a lot of the work, and you see her arms follow with her through. Then with 30 metres to go, you just see she's done all the work, and the momentum of the first 60 metres is just going to carry her way through the into the finish line. And with a 2.7 tailwind, she was really working into it, and it just shows that very excited to see with a little Melbourne wind pushing her up.
She reminds me of Hannah Bassick, just so aggressive out of those blocks and sets that race up. So with 60 to go, it was all over. She didn't even need to do anything else.
No, her momentum carried her, and sometimes in sprinting, I'd love to see her do a 60. Maybe we'll have to invite her to Zatepek, because that contact time, she just pulls away from such a strong field as well. These girls are all here at Nationals. They're all fast and have their own abilities when it comes to their best in their race, but you just see her set up the race, and we saw that in the 200. So I shouldn't be surprised, but just watching it in 100 metres where you really can't make any mistakes, how powerful she is in those steps is great to watch.
Nana, that would be what you're trying to teach your athletes, your school athletes. She'd be almost a prime example.
She definitely is. It's just low contact time. It's very easy out of the block starts, like myself, to have a high pickup, but it might be a long drive, but she's just quick steps, just sets herself up, and she opens up really well from that. People don't realise sometimes that those first 3 steps can dictate the angle that you're going to transition in, and she allows herself and gives her the best chance with those quick steps.
So from the year that she's had, which was already historic, what were the things in terms of the start, because you've highlighted it so much, would that be when you break down the tape and you're trying to figure out where am I going to gain these extra seconds now? Where do you think Emilia might have gone back and gone, okay, this is what I need to improve? Because that start, to your point, was so powerful, and I don't remember that really through this year being so noticeable.
Well, I reckon she's been working on that since Nationals in April. It's quick contact time, and that allows her to put more force underneath herself. So then when she angles and gets up really nice and tall, she actually has the momentum to push her hips through. She has a great transition. You can't even see the difference from that, and that's really set up through her block start. You can be a great starter, you can be a great reactor, and you can be a great transitionist. And because of her first 4 steps, it's just allowed her to open up really well and then set herself up in the middle. It's not, she doesn't have to change what she's doing. She's allowing herself from her first 3 steps to dictate how her body pulls up and finishes off the race. And with that, she has the chance to shut it down when she needs to, because she knows she has so much momentum from the first 60 metres, and she's hit top speed halfway through the race and not too early, so she can run how she wants to.
Well, sprinting TED Talk up here in the box. If you're at home and you wanted some tips.
Yeah, I'm old.
I hope you wrote it down. I hope you wrote it down.
Well, we're going to see Nana go over 60 next weekend, so we'll see the coach on the track and executing.
Hopefully I practice what I preach.
Yeah.
I'm not sure about that. I don't know if Kathy will tell you that.
Well, we'll be in the booth, so I will be making sure I'm watching those first 4 steps. I'll be watching how upright you get straight out of the blocks. You've taught me a few things here,
Okay,
Nana.
I'm going to write that this week's training plan.
Yeah.
First 4 steps.
4 steps.
Fast contact time, lane 7, Ella said so.
I don't think you're the only one writing that down. I think there were some kids at home writing some things down as well.
Mitch, and I feel like you got to be critical there. Nana, we ain't going to hold you to your word.
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah.
Be kind,
I'm fully expecting some big things now. Not that I wasn't already. So, sprinting masterclass up in the booth here. I'm just sitting back and enjoying the show. Because I have not a single thing to add to that conversation.
This TED Talk is free after that, guys. You're going to have to pay up.
So Nana will do cashies upon request, I've heard. Just don't tell the tax man. So we're going to continue with the sprinting theme. I was saying this literally yesterday. It feels like Ella and I just come in and rip sprints. So I don't know. I feel like I'm getting the masterclass. I'm getting a lot of time calling sprints. I might have to do a sprint at this stage, I think. I've been involved in it that much.
I would love to see you over.
I've seen you do the Melbourne Marathon.
Yes.
Now I've got to see you do 100 metres.
Can I be honest? I think it's harder. I'm going to go out there and say it's harder to sprint over 1 and 2 than it is to do the marathon. Mitch, I'm not convinced you can sprint.
I'm not getting involved in this one.
That is
I'm
an
going to mute
outrageous
myself.
claim. The 100 and 200 is harder than the marathon.
To execute
Yes.
properly,
Do you know what?
100%.
I'm with Ella on that because it's a lot of
here we
rhythm.
go.
Do you know what I mean?
No, the
Like,
technical side of the
Is
100,
it bad
200.
for me to say that everyone is doing a marathon, so everyone can run a marathon, but not everyone can run 100 metres fast?
I would agree that the technical side of sprinting easily outweighs the art of running a marathon. But in terms of levels of difficulty, the marathon, 42.2 kilometres.
I have this discussion with people all the time where they'll look at my training and go, it's not that hard, it's only a couple of 60s. I'm like, but you actually aren't physically capable of doing them fast enough to be hard enough. So Mitch,
preach.
Until I see you run 100 fast, I don't know.
All right,
you
well,
haven't attempted it.
I'll get into some training.
This time next year, all
Yeah,
schools.
we'll see whether or
We'll
not I
have
can
a media
run.
race.
I'm about it. The last time I did a media race in the major championships, I did my Achilles. So,
And as someone who's done that before as well, it's not kind.
I could be due to go again. So we'll leave it to the youngsters here. It is heat number 1 for men's under 14, 200. So following suit, top 3 will go through automatically to the final. Then we're looking for times. Out of lane number 2 from North Queensland, Joshua Gurnick-Statigna. In lane number 3 from Victoria, Felix Burgess. In lane number 4 from Western Australia, Ethan Gregory Morton. In lane number 6 from Queensland, Gibson Westcott. In 7 from Northern Territory, David Ekpo. And in lane number 8 from New South Wales, it's Cruz Monzon. Full field here, ready to go. Good jump up there from Gregory Morton, the Western Australian, though Queensland's Westcott might get around this bend first, so they start to move in pursuit there of Monzon, but we can see the young Victorian now, Burgess, just start to assert himself in this 200-metre event. So Burgess, the Victorian, is away. They're going to try and get after these top 3 automatic spots, but the Victorian's got it on lock. The rest of them will have to push to the line, and it's sorted out. Go back to the Western Australian and Morton, and then Westcott should get that 3rd spot, 23.54 with ease into a 2.0 headwind. So this wind is brutal at the moment for the sprinters.
I know, it's really interesting with Lakeside because it has so many open pockets. The winds are coming from nearly 4 directions. So as we saw yesterday in the 100 metres, the flags might be showing us a tail or a headwind, but when you're coming off the bend, it's a completely different story. The Chemist Warehouse flags is what we've been looking at right now, and they're swirling a little bit. But he probably had a beautiful tailwind as we saw him kick off the bend really well. And he's just a really strong athlete. There's a lot of rhythm from him coming off the straight and just allowed him to do what he needed to do to make the final.
No, and we saw it in that replay. You kind of mentioned the winds that swirl. It looked like he really had to work hard coming off that bend. He actually looked like he tightened up a bit, shoulders up near his ears almost, and really grunting through that off-bend section, and he started to feel he was in the lead. He really then started to relax.
No, you could tell in that midsection, just like you said, Ella, his shoulders just slightly started to rise up like he was muscling it, but then he relaxed with 80 metres to go.
So 24.41, 24.95 are currently those 2 timed finalists. That's Cruz Monson and Joshua Gurnick-Statigna.
I had no doubt there with Felix. He's had a very successful weekend. Like, my God, I think he won the 100, so he'll be looking to go in the double there. I also think he's a hurdler. I'm not sure if he's done that here at this championships, but he's certainly frequented the School Sports Victoria state championships here. So he's done an exceptional job over the last few months at just executing some exceptional races.
Was he burning up the track in the relay as well in the 4x1?
Oh, well,
I think
Victoria would be crazy not to have him in there.
Yeah.
Well, Vic's do a bet. I saw a couple gold medals from the Victorian stable, not being biased.
We've had a very successful relay weekend, and it continues this afternoon. So we'll read out the starters here in heat number 2, men's under 14, 200. Hunter Moran out of South Australia goes out of lane number 2. James Richardson, the Victorian, is in 3. Out of 5 from the Northern Territory, Jada Chimunya from 6. The Western Australian, Luke Raff Wepper. In 7 from South Australia, Harry Arn. And in lane number 8 from Queensland, Adula Ajani. Full field here, looking for the top 3 automatic qualifiers. Really good start there. Looked like Harry Arn was out of the blocks quickly. Now we see Webber from Western Australia really assert himself here. So that's a blistering opening bend. He'll slingshot his way into this home straight in front with Ajani in pursuit, and also Richardson, the Victorian, comfortably in that 1, 2, 3 here at the moment for these young men. But the Western Australian wants to assert himself into this field and now just shuts it off, and he'll be back this afternoon. 23.82 for him. The Victorian rolls through for second. That's Richardson. And Ajani, that's a 1, 2, 3 punch. 23.82 minus 2.3 headwind again. Just battling up this home straight here at the moment. But that was a really good start and a really impressive bend.
I am not surprised by that headwind. You could see as the boys came into the straight, they all seemed to really muscle up and tighten, and it really looked like they were pushing it through. I reckon they had a tail. The wind flag seemed pretty still coming across the bend, but as you see them slowly get into that slingshot as they're making it to 100 metres to go, it just looks like the field as a collective really tighten up, and when they get to about 60 metres to go is when they can start opening up again. So I think the boys will really learn a lot from the 200 that they've just run there, that maybe where they need to work more is going to be in different places if the wind still keeps going the way it is. Be forgiving, wind, Mother Nature.
Yeah, be kind to us out here. It's fascinating listening to it, honestly, because there's so much more to, I suppose, the technical side of sprinting, or the mental side of what you may be feeling, experiencing, having to adjust to in such a short window. I was just talking about, like, distance running, you have so much time. You can adjust and you can adapt, and you can probably think lap by lap. But here it feels like it's sort of split second, or it's just instinct. You trying to battle that at all? Or I was asking you yesterday, how much do you think in these races? You said,
not a lot.
I don't want to think. What about you, Nana? Are you a thinker at all?
I'm an overthinking.
Okay.
That's the demise of my career. I'm thinking halfway through the 100, and I know exactly once I cross the line, I said, don't need to tell me. I know. I felt it.
I feel like you can't. You do that in training, but then in racing, I could tell you the things, but I often get to the end and I'm like, I know what was wrong, but I did not have the time to fix that.
Yeah, you weren't in real time. You're thinking, okay, I felt wrong, but I can't tell you exactly what it was that was wrong.
Oh, I've definitely had races that I've come out and my coach goes, "Did you actually think in that race, or what were you actually doing?" I was like, I don't know. You're the coach. You're the one watching.
That sounds familiar for me as well. So, although I get asked that on a daily. So we're going to go here, the under 14, 200 metres women's turn. Here's the full field. Heat number 1, Giselle Chernisev from South Australia is out of lane 2. Sophie Whitfield, the Queenslander's in 3. Abby Robinson is in 4 from WA. Portia Miller, the Victorian, goes out of 5. Hannah Imhoff from the ACT in 6. Alara Barnes, New South Wales, in 7. And Eva Harrington Downey from South Australia is in lane number 8. They're looking for those top 3 automatic spots. Way cleanly, second from the outside, Alara Barnes, certainly one to watch, so too the Western Australian. So through the opening 50 metres, nobody's really just started to make themselves known yet, but as I say that, from New South Wales in 7, Barnes gets in here first. The Queenslander in Whitfield looking for an automatic spot. The rest of them are going to try and go and get after it, but in front, still from New South Wales, is Barnes. Now the Queenslander checks the shoulder and says, that'll do me, I'll sit there in second, I'm fine with that. Amy Robinson from Western Australia gets that 3rd spot. But Alara Barnes was quick out of the blocks, maintained, holds on for the win, back later.
She had such almost a bound-like stride. You see a lot of the sprinters, they wind up quite well and really quick off the ground. Hers was more bounding-like.
He's very...
Definitely, you see her eat up the stagger quite quickly. She's very long with her arm drive, but then I'm watching the Queenslander in lane 2 and Sophie Whitfield, one to be watching in the final because I think she ran the curve the best and it made her really relax, but then we see the forward lean come out of Barnes and it led her to a PB of 26.14 into a 1.8 headwind.
So I don't think any sprinter will be nervous about illegal times this afternoon.
Well, it's Lakeside. We could end up.
Yeah,
just watch.
be careful what you say.
There will be a plus 3 point something, and you'll be like, "Where has that come from?"
No, well, yesterday I swear the only final that ended up having an illegal win was Maya Taver's 200, which had a plus 2.3, and the race before was a minus 1.1. So you're right.
In 3 minutes, a lot can change.
It changes here, and I feel like for whatever reason, our high-end sprinters are always on the wrong side of a wind reading because it was the story of the summer with Gout, right? It just felt like every time you would run, the race before would be, 1.7, and then here's it'd be 2.2, and then it'd go back to 0.8 or whatever it may be. So
we have the ability to change it. So I reckon 2 photo finishes, and we just tell the kids, headwind, run diagonally across, we'll start the race, and we just, change it up.
Just switch it up. Just do what you need to do.
Every race.
Well, even here, like we often do it training-wise, we'll do our run-throughs, try and nail them with the tailwind, and I'll start running and go, yep, I've nailed this, and get to the end of my run-through and go, no, I haven't. So even then, I think we'll be challenged for good conditions.
So
We're bagging
now,
Lakeside out too much now, guys.
it's a beautiful track, beautiful place. We've got our women's under 14, 200 metres, heat 2. So out of lane number 2 from the ACT, Emily Gaykema. In lane number 3 from Queensland, Ella Malimbi. In 4 from New South Wales, Marnie Lawrence. In 7 from Tasmania, Madeline Sinquin Van Santen. And in lane number 8 from the Northern Territory, Harper Fyson. Should be the full field here. We're looking for the top 3. So it's strange to see such a large gap on the start line here over 200 metres, but it means all eyes are focused there on lane number 4. That's Marnie Lawrence from New South Wales. So Lawrence runs a really impressive bend. You can see just maintains the middle of the track there. Malimbi inside of her from Queensland sits comfortably in that second automatic spot. And then it's a scrap. Gankima there might get that third one, but Marnie Lawrence could have switched it off at 100 and would have been through. 25.64 into a minus 1.4, so the wind's coming down a little bit. She'll be back this afternoon. Wind, no wind, won't matter. She's a force to be reckoned with.
She's already had a very successful morning over in the long jump this morning. I think it was a gold. So national medalist, well, not even national medalist, national title already this morning. And she'll be going for that 200 as well, I'd expect.
I always find it interesting, as Mitch said at the start of the race, that there's such a big gap. I know when I'm running a 200, I'm thinking about eating up the person in front of me. So some of the girls might have had to change their race plans, but that didn't stop Marnie Lawrence in the middle of the field, just working her way across the bend. And we see her really open up, but then shut it down. And she gets into a really nice rhythm, as we can see on the screen when there's 50 to go, and just working her legs all the way to the finish line and then completely shutting it off with her last 5 steps.
So it'll be a fascinating final. I'm looking forward to all of these. I feel like we saw nobody really go all out of the big names, so they must be storing themselves up for a big, big finish here. And to your point, these younger age groups, they're always involved in more than one event. It's never just, I've come here to run a 200, I've come here to jump or whatever.
And
This used to be Nana. You might remember Junior Nana. Oh my God, it was impressive.
Right, long jump,
would just win
remember
everything.
My first all schools at Tasmania.
Hobart.
You know, not to
Or
do the
Lonnie.
humble brag, but I feel like I can. Gold on the 1-2, long 4x1 medley. Ugh.
Whoa.
Those were the
The golden
days, though.
girl.
Now, no.
I don't even think I was in the sport, though. when
Are you calling me old?
No, I
Yes.
would never.
Yes, we're old. No, we're old.
We are. We've
Someone
come to
called
that
me an
age.
unk the other day.
Oh, you've reached
I
unk
got
status. That's a privilege. That's a privilege, I hear.
Do you know what I said at
I was
my
like, what?
race last week? When I was like under 14s, I used to look up to Ash Whitaker and Monica Brennans, and at high velocities I used to run with them. And I said, damn, I'm that girl to these kids now. I'm like, what's that 27-year-old girl versus a 13-year-old girl now? Like, I'm now, like, oh, I'm
You're
like,
in that.
I'm
You're
old.
in
I'm
that age
girl
bracket now. You're that group.
I don't know if I'm a role model, but they were my role models, and to run with them was like the coolest thing ever. And I'm like, I've
There's
never
probably
run
girls
with
doing
any
that
of
now.
that.
Yeah.
Any of those girls, I don't know their names, but I'm lovely
A couple
to
of
meet
these
them.
girls, they might be racing against you in the years to come.
Well, I feel like I will see some of them, like Grace Crowe we saw win the 100
Yeah.
metres. I'll see her in the 60. So I think it's really cool. Athletics is a sport that your talent can take you so far, and you're put into different situations like track classics and versing older athletes, because age is no merit in our sport. Fast is fast. Your throw is your throw. There's no objective.
I still actually remember my first high velocity. I can remember lining up on that start line and looking at the start line going, that's Morgan Mitchell. I'm like, holy, I was like, this fresh into athletics. I think it would have been my first season. I'm going, guys, I've got to run against Morgan.
So there's the beauty of it. I mean, we do get to run with so many different people, but yes, Nana, you are in that bracket now of being someone that people look up and they go, oh, Nana, wow, I can't believe I get to race against. And then now you're in that space of going, you're too young.
Yeah, you're way too young.
That's probably what they were thinking when you'd line up. They're
You're
like,
still
oh
in school?
my God, on earth. Well, these women here, I'll tell you what, they'll have quite a few women to look up to. Our middle distance ranks in this country are just strength to strength. Quite a few of them will be racing of what you girls believe is an easy event, the Valencia Marathon, this afternoon.
No, okay.
So I'm sure a couple of their idols will be there as well. But
He's taken it out of context. We said marathon. We said
Yes,
marathon.
yeah.
This isn't a marathon. This is hard work.
no, I'm saying their idols are running a marathon.
Oh, okay.
And
The
they're
easy
very
event.
lucky to have a lot of idols and role models in Australian athletics right now. We are kicking goals when it comes to the middle distance and long distance events.
So we'll back call this event under 15. 1,500 metre final. So it's a big field here of 13. Mia Waters, Minnie Mae Gross, Sadie Bird, Eliza Bugler, Victoria Woodham, Alexis Targ, Addison Hart, Lara Packwood, Tilly Williams, Gemma De Villiers, Alexis Wood, Amelia Sheridan, and Chloe Baldock in that order. So this will stay pretty well packed up for a while. You'd think there's some fast athletes here in this field. Last year's champ, Amelia Sheridan, the South Australian, has hip number 12 on. And South Australia's own Tilly Williams too. It's good 1-2 punch there in the red. And now they make their way around, and wouldn't be shocked to see both of them here at the front, and that's exactly how we find ourselves.
Mitch, how do you do this when it's such a massive field? That is not 8 athletes. That's a whole lot more than 8 athletes in this field.
Yeah, it's a lot of heavy navigation, to be honest. You've got to try and find your spot, and not so much in the junior ranks, but as you start to get a bit older, you're thinking of every escape route you could possibly need. If you're staying on the rail, if you're staying wide, we'll see athletes will roll 3 wide if they think they can get themselves in some clean space. And you're also monitoring the times of the women around you or the athletes around you, and just trying to figure out where you need to be. So this is quick. They've started it at 68.82. So the 2 from South Australia are wasting no time, and the tactic is clearly just string this race out. Let's just see how long people can hold and sit with this pace, because when you are the fastest in the field, you can dictate things a little bit more. So these 2 are doing a really good job to set the tempo, and now the rest of this field will just follow suit. So we've only lost 3 off the back of this pace, and now you can just start to feel the energy shifting through this race here, Nana.
Oh, sorry, I'm watching the triple jump at the same time. One of my athletes from school, Izzy Fox, is just jumping, and she's currently in 3rd place with a PB of 10.97. So the under 15 triple jump is one to watch.
Well, the split screen doing wonders for those at home. So on the track here, though, moving through well, the 2 South Australians we mentioned, it's Tilly Williams and Emilia Sheridan, the Victorian and Baldock just sitting behind them there. The Queenslanders want to get a part of it. Boogler, that is, who just gets around her fellow stateswoman. So contesting for some medals here. It's starting to get to the business end of this 1,500 metres. They're going to come up the back straight for the second last time. And the 2 from South Australia, it started with a minor gap. It was only a matter of metres. It just continues to get larger and larger as we get towards the closing stages. And they are tied at the hip. They have not given each other even a breath of air here at the moment as they continue to battle things out with 600 metres to go.
And they're just slowly making that gap between the first and the second back ever so slightly bigger. And their rhythm right now, it looks like they're putting the same foot down each time. They are not letting each other get away from each other, but I think it's going to go for a cracking last lap for these girls with just under 500 metres to go.
Yeah, so they are in tandem, these 2. They haven't even changed positions here once, so it's been easily to be let out here from the 2 out in front. The rest of it's going to be a bit of a dogfight, I think, for that bronze medal. That's going to shape up to be something fantastic over the closing 200 metres. But we can see now maybe at the bell we'll get a little bit of a change. Tilly Williams trying everything, throwing everything here at Emilia Sheridan with 1 lap to go. 3:14. This is blistering here for an under 15 event. So these girls are away from the rest of this field. It's going to be Targ. Now sits in that bronze medal position, but now starts to shift through these gears once more is Emilia Sheridan. And this is going to be fast here over the closing stages.
So Sheridan comes into the race with a PB of 4 minutes, 24 seconds and 69, with a season's best also of 4 minutes, 24.70. So just milliseconds splitting her season's best and her PB.
So have a look at this with 200 metres to go. It can't be understated just how impressive this is. She is absolutely motoring away from the rest of this field. As I said, those minor medals, they're certainly not decided yet. That will come down to a final 150. How much do you want it? But up and away here, she's been gone for a long time and comes into the home straight at 4:06 on the clock. So this will probably be a lifetime best, I think, for the South Australian. A big round of applause here. This is an absolute clinic of 1,500 metre running. So she might be just 14 years of age, but she has a long career ahead. Does young Emilia Sheridan. That's also a World Under-20 qualifier. Too young to go, but gets it anyway. Second there was Tilly Williams. That's a big finish from Alexis Tague as well to get up for 3rd. But these juniors, I don't know what we're feeding them. I don't know how we're training them, but they are just getting better and better. That was an absolute clinic.
The last 200 metres, just seeing her open up and sprint through that, it looked like there was a time she wanted to get, and she certainly did beat that. She has a World Under-20 qualifier. Sadly, she's too young to go, but I think that gives her real confidence for the next couple of years that she can run with athletes that are 4 years older than her.
Absolutely. I can see it from here. We can see her smile beaming through there. That is such a huge run. Big congratulations from the parents, and as she absolutely should. That is so exciting. As you said, too young to go, but a World Junior qualifier is a World Junior qualifier.
It's insane. I mean, she's 14 years of age qualifying for an under-20 global championship. It's not like just qualifying for these national championships. We're talking about the under-20 world championships. So we've actually seen it a few times in the women's events, but I think 14 would have to be just about the youngest we've had qualify thus far. So just goes to show the juniors in this country doing some insane stuff. We got the under-16 event up next as well. And we look for Eliza Lawton, is the one to watch here from New South Wales. She's got hip number 4 on.
We also, as we can see on a Serene, the meet record for Emilia Sheridan. So, PB, meet record, world under 20. Watch out. It's a name we'll be hearing for a very long time.
Hey, and you forgot the national title. I'm pretty sure that one's exciting as well.
Too many fun facts for Emilia Sheridan. I nearly forgot the most important one. Congratulations to her on the win.
So Katie Rogers' record stood for 30 years. An all-school record, 1996.
Long time ago.
Gone. Oh,
Very long time
Good things happened in 1996. Not that long ago. So
I feel
up
like
next,
that was for a reason, Mitch. You put
That's
that one in there.
it's a good age, that one. So our women's under-16 final is behind the line. We'll call them when they make their way around. It is the women's under-16 1,500-metre final. So field of 10 here. Lauren Tay, then Strawhorn, Violini, Lawton, Anderson, Galang, St. John, Corsby, Sharman, and Bennett. So clearly the tempo is going to be set early here. It looks like the Queenslander, maybe Zoe St. John, just gets to the front here with that long loping stride. So if you do have a bit of a bigger gauge in the legs, you do want to make sure you get some clean air, and she does just that. So gets a couple of meters on the rest of this field in the early stages, though. They'll find their feet, they'll react, and they'll adjust, and they'll settle themselves into this race. They do that now, so won't be without company here in this opening 400 meters. But it was a good start there from Zoe St. John, who now gets Lawton just coming around her outside shoulder, who he said is the fastest in this field, has a lifetime best of 4:20. So very capable of being able to run at this pace. He's going to drag through a good crew. Piper Anderson sits behind from there. Then Ivy Strawhorn as well from South Australia. So clearly some good things happening in the state of South Australia in junior 1,500 metre running. But have a look at this. This is a perfectly outlined train. All the carriages are connected and everybody gets a clean bit of air. 68 seconds, the same as we saw for the under-15s.
So we're looking at about 4:20 pace again, Mitch?
Bang on, Nana. Good mental math there. Good mental math there. So these girls are going to be rolling around that pace. As we can see now, it's starting to group up a little bit, so there's a slight sense of urgency to try and find that spot, to try and jostle for the position. The South Australian just gets pushed back ever so slightly there, but doing a good job to maintain, not let the leader get too far away. Zoe St. John, who, as I said, just wanted to get out quickly and did, and put the rest of this field on notice. So sits comfortably in that second spot. Now we see the South Australian Strawhorn move back around. So slight yo-yo effect in this group of 4, all just trying to find their position, and in that, they're forward, they're back, they're left, they're right, they're everywhere. But out in front, it's Eliza Lawton, who, as we said, is the fastest in this field, and would just love to get a little bit of real estate on the rest of this field if she can.
Just saw a little bit of rough and tumble with our South Australian and New South Nation in 4th and 5th position, pushing the South Australian to the outside in lane 2.
So an individual sport, but sometimes you can get the tap and say, if we work together well here, we might be able to bring this group back up to the medal contention, and that's exactly what's happened here. So again, St. John's going to feel the pressure from the group behind. It's a group of 4 now just starting to work together, and maybe, just maybe, over the final 600 metres, they can try and get near Eliza Lawton, though she does have a devastating finish to her 1,500 metres, so you won't want to give her too much more room than she's already got as she continues to just shift through the gears here with ease. It's a very comfortable approach to this 1,500 metres, as now they're well lined up again. So they're all going to queue up for a minor medal here at the moment as they continue to push on through, and the Queenslander still just sits out there. Did a good job to get around the rest of this field. St. John now at the back of this group working, and tasked with the job to go and get after her is Piper Anderson, the second fastest in this field. So we're about to get the bell. And it's going to ring at about 3:17 odd, somewhere like that on the clock. 3:17 on the nose. Now Anderson in second. Emilia Bennett sits in third. And the South Australian Strawhorn, who you mentioned, these two were in a battle not long ago at the back of this group to try and find themselves in a winning position, and now battling it out for a mitre medal. But here we go with 300 metres to go. It's still Eliza Lawton who leads out, though. A really good push here up the back straight from Piper Anderson. They continue to line up. Bennett in third. And now moving into that position to strike is Strawhorn, the South Australian. But 200 metres to go. Eliza Lawton still out in front of this group, though. Piper Anderson will not go down without a fight, the Queenslander. So 180 metres to decide a national title here. Lawton leads out from Anderson. The next two are going to battle out for a bronze. It looks like maybe Strawhorn's got some work to do to try and get up for that minor medal. But with 100 metres to go, it's still out in front as Eliza Lawton. Maybe Anderson can sense a little bit of something in the final 100 metres. And now she's got to defend her own medal behind, because with a booming finish is Strawhorn. So Strawhorn, the South Australian, was once hoping for bronze, might get up for silver, but the gold medalist will be Eliza Lawton. Strawhorn for second. What a final 100 metres that was. Anderson goes for third. And we see Emilia Bennett will settle for fourth. But geez, it was argy-bargy. Strawhorn gets the silver, but Eliza Lawton had done enough. That was a really impressive race.
It definitely was, and the South Australian Strawhorn, I was watching her just slowly eat up, and then we get to 50 metres to go, and she could see that silver and that gold medal, but we saw her just battle her way through, as we can see on the replay.
Well, at 1,550 metres, I think it would have been a different ending. She was just coming with a head of steam.
Well, maybe she did run the extra 50 metres. We saw her in lane 2 for a lot of the race with about 180 to go.
She was wide.
Perfectly
for a long
timed
time.
for her.
It's a good point, Nana. She probably ran close to 1,550 metres, didn't she?
We'll have to get on the Strava tonight and make sure.
See, these are the other parts of this racing that you have to be careful of. If you can sit on the rail, perfect. You know, you're running the minimum amount of distance. But then if you're too long on the rail and the kick comes and all of a sudden you spat out the back, then you're wasting more energy when the kick is there, because you probably would have rather been on the outside to have clean air. So there are a few tactics that get sorted out in these junior ranks, and Lawton clearly, look at this, I'm telling you, another 20 metres and that was a different finish.
We saw Strawhorn with a PB of 4:30, and Piper Anderson as well from Queensland with 4:30, and fourth place Bennett 4:32. So great to see the battle lead to some PBs for these girls.
So Eliza Lawton also a fraction off that World Under-20 qualifier, so see it on your screen here. 4:29.82, 4:34.2 for Strawhorn. Anderson 4:38.7, 4:32.63 for Bennett, and Zoe St John, who, as we mentioned a few times, had a blistering start off the line, goes for fifth. So good way to kick off our afternoon of 1,500 metre finals. Our men's under 15 up next. Few to watch though. Our man from South Australia, for mine, always a good watch in Philip Batonis. Had some good battles in Perth. Donarelli as well.
We have a really good spread of the states here.
We do. Look at this. This is healthy. Here we go. Big field here of 13, men's under 15, 1,500 metre final. Bodner, Batonis, Stanworth, Grant, Morse, Mao, then White, McNally, Calcaro, Armstrong, Donarelli, Hewlett and Scheinard. So have a look at this. These guys, they must have got inspired by the 200 metre finals on earlier today, because they are blistering here to kick things off. So the ego's on full display. Everybody just wants to make sure they're at the front of this field and just say, all right, fellas, we're going to hurt today. This is going to be a hard afternoon. Strap in. The South Australian says, all right, boys, come and get me. Come and get me if you want it. This is where the gold medal's going to stand here early.
We saw
Brodie
28
Hewlett.
seconds for the first 200. Is that fast?
Yeah, that
for our
is
under 15
sub
boys?
3:45 pace if they continue to hold that. And their PBs are around 4:10. So would be relatively quick. Absolutely wasting no time to put the sword to this field is the South Australian. So currently on sub 3:45 pace, here is Brodie Hewlett. And the rest of this field, it'll be a knee-jerk reaction almost. They would have just expected to go out at about 62 odd, but they're not going to get it their own way. Now, this group, we're talking about it, they might be able to work together to just bridge this back. Obviously, Brodie Hewlett's intention here is my best chance at a medal is to run the legs off this field behind me. If they responded and if they latched on, it would have been a very, very hard race indeed, but it looks like they're going to bide their time and allow our early race leader all the space he would like, because they're going to back themselves in over the closing stages to be able to pick him up. So Hewlett still out in front, but that gap staying the same, but there is 800 metres left of racing.
You talked about his race tactic might be to run the legs off the other pack. What about his legs? Do you run the risk of also blowing up when you're doing this type of tactical work?
Yeah, absolutely. It is a huge risk. I think when you put yourself out there and you're running at a pace you're not too familiar with, it can be very difficult to hold on over the closing stages. So we might be starting to see that now in this second last lap. This is where it gets really difficult in this group. You can see now they are working together. So it's a very mature race from the pack behind. They've been able to control themselves, not get too excited by the early pace, and now they'll start to pick things off here. So it's brave from Hewlett. We have to respect it. But now he checks that inside shoulder, can see the big group starting to come at him, and now the psyche becomes, can I latch on to this group? Can I sustain at least some energy to put myself with a chance here over the closing stages? So the early race leader's been caught, and the peloton worked well together to go and get after them. The young Queenslander sits out in front. He's got some good company. They're queuing up. This is going to be a really good final 400 metres. There's about 7 that can contest here at the moment, though they're starting to let the 2 out in front get away. Always a dangerous game with the bell looming, but putting in an almighty effort out in front here is our young Queenslander, and that is Benjamin Scheinard, who rates himself against Cal Carroll, and we're waiting for Batonis and then Archie Grant.
I think that pack at the back, though, is just biding its time. They've been incredibly relaxed throughout the whole duration of this race and are now really starting to make that move.
So Scheinard now gets past. It's a good point. They're all queuing up, and here comes the kickers. So the kick was always inevitable. It was just going to be who had the best of it. Batonis sits in second, always dangerous. Calcaro, more than happy to lead things out, though. Wants that rail. It's oh so important when you make your way around that bend, and I think he's still going to be able to do enough to hold on to it. But have a look at the rest of this pack now, starting to move on through there. I like the look of Sonny Morse, the North Queenslander. Might have to try and find a little bit more to put himself in a medal position. But here we go. Who wants it the most? Cal Carroll leads out there from Batonis. Grant, the Victorian, has to go the widest. Cal Carroll maybe was just baiting them. See whether or not they can get there. Batonis puts his head down. Cal Carroll on the inside. Batonis might not have enough. That is grit, grind, gold. What a performance. 4:05.10. What a time to pull out your best marker ever. And geez, had all the pressure in the world on his shoulders, but did enough to hold on.
We see an 8-second PB from him. Very timed race. He didn't let the front pack, the South Australian, really interfere with his race plan, as we see on the replay.
So
but
just
that
have a look at
finish right now, he looked the strongest out of the 3. I thought with maybe 100 metres to go, Archie Grant might come in, but the 2 New South Walesmen just pulled apart slowly and perfectly timed for a very, what did you say, sub 4 minute,
yeah, well,
1500 metre to
they
begin
were humming
with.
early, were they not? I mean, it's a real test of character. If you can get challenged in the final 50 and respond and be able to hold that rail and be able to move away at the end, that's a very good test of character. So that's the making of a good middle distance runner, to be able to hold on to that.
It's actually funny you say that, because I love bringing this up when I commentate with you. I remember at Lakeside here, I think you had the same race plan for one of your last races ever.
Yeah, as my last race as a junior. Yes.
Yep,
I took the Hewlett
that.
approach. And it was actually, I think it was the senior 1500 metre title. Yeah, and I said, all right, I'm going to make these boys hurt. And they got me with 200 to go.
No, but do you know what? We respect. we respect the race plan.
Of course we do. It's hard. It's hard work to put yourself out there. You're in a bit of a vulnerable position, but I would only recommend doing it if you're very confident on your aerobic ability.
You weren't confident?
Oh God, no. Absolutely not. I thought, well, I can't out-kick him, so maybe I'll sting him, but unfortunately, they all sat back. So I was like, all right, we're in it now. So appreciate you, Hewlett. I've been there before. Keep that chin up. One day it'll work.
Maybe you're a role model.
One day it'll work, you know.
Well, he did a good job. He took out the field, and most of that field's ended up with a PB. So I think they can thank him for that one.
Yes, well, they'll be buying him some Macca's chips or something on the way home. Really
12 out of
pushing
13
this Macca's agenda at the
PBs for that
moment.
race.
12 out of 13.
Great to see.
Macca's
Actually,
on the way
Hewlett got a
home.
PB as well, so it did
Oh,
pay
see?
off. Might have not got the national title, but he got his personal best, and that's all that matters in these championships.
And a memorable race tactic. That's the other thing. So,
Mitch,
let's
I
go
wonder
again.
with that race plan, though, Archie, did he go a little bit early? He had to go really wide. Should he have just sat and waited and then kicked in that last 100?
Yeah, possibly. I mean, he probably thought maybe I have to apply the pressure early. But yeah, that'll be something that him and his coach will talk about. Absolutely. Just go, should we wait a little longer, maybe the last 70? But depends. Everything's instinct. You just got to go when you think the time's right. So I think that will be something that they'll talk about. And I think it's something that these under-16 men will have observed well here. They're behind the line. Their chance now at a Nationals. So now the under-16 men's turn at a national title. We've got Reed, Finch, Thomas Jones, Dawn, Duffy, Wheeler, Turner, Ellis, Astridge, Heffernan, Fransky, Wynn. This is the full field here. Now, Zach Heffernan, he was impressive. He took out the title earlier in these championships and sort of waited around for a little while. And then once he picked his marker in that 3K, he was gone. And he really just picked apart the field. It looks like he's going to put himself at the front of this race as well. So Zach Heffernan, he's the fastest in this field. Tyler Finch, the Victorian as well, another to watch. And Matthew Turner, apologies, the other Queenslander, only man sub 4. So he is the fastest in this field. So the two Queenslanders are out in front. That's Heffernan, who leads out here from Matthew Turner. As I said, the fastest in this field. So not quite as quick as what we saw in the event before, but they're nicely packed up, nicely bunched up here. And everybody will be happy with the early race tempo thus far.
For spectators, I love it. Everyone's in it, so it is everyone's race. And I think that's the danger, though, for some of those more experienced athletes who think they've got the kick, who think they can take the race on at the end. When you leave everyone in it, that's a lot of bodies to go round.
Yeah, so it is the danger, and everybody thinks they've got the best kick. So it's a hard headspace to live in. So this group, clearly, to your point, Ella, it can be a little bit nerve-wracking. You're waiting, you're looking around. They've slowed it up. They've actually hit the brakes. So the two Queenslanders have decided to play a bit of a game with the field behind. They're just going to slow things down. It was already at about a 68-second first lap. So something that all of these guys are capable of running, but now they slow it down. A quick check of the watch, even in the 1,500 metres for Heffernan. So maybe just has an agenda already set in place with his coaches, as now we start to see Fransky, the Victorian, just sense that. And now we go again. So it's going to be run in a very, very hard way. This is a tough way to try and hold on to a 1,500 metres, but the intention's clear from Zach Heffernan. I'm going to play it like an accordion. We're going to stride this out, then we're going to slow it down. We're going to stride it out, slow it down. And it can really flush out the legs of the group behind. So
Well, you can tell because they're starting to stretch out that field. It is no longer a pack, it is a train, and you're even starting to lose the connections there.
Absolutely. So look at this now. It's a group of three that can only hang on to it at the moment, and everybody kind of just wakes up again. They go, well, the move's been made. I need to put myself in it. The Western Australian can sense it around Fransky, and he'll back himself to get on this group of three. But out here in front, it's been consistent with the two Queenslanders. That's Matthew Turner, who just leads on that back shoulder there of Zach Heffernan. As Heffernan now looks like he goes once more. I've never seen someone so infatuated with a watch in a 1,500 metres, so I'd love to know the data he's picking up there as the New South Welshman Lachlan Wheeler likes his opportunities there in third place. And now we see Harry Thomas has latched on. So it's a group of four when we get to the business end. 3:02, 3:03. Let's let him go. What does the watch say for Zach Heffernan? Does it say go? Does it say you need to move now? Maybe not. The group of four starts to move well up this back straight. This is going to be a really good finish here. You would think Matthew Turner, the fastest in the field, just gets up on the shoulder now to get a little bit of pressure there. Wheeler as well. He put in a big effort there, Harry Thomas, to get on the back of it. And now he might put himself in a great position. So the New South Welshman wants to get down to the rail first with 200 metres to go, and does. Heffernan now just starts to feel it slightly. And what was a group of four has quickly become a leading duo. So the man from New South Wales has put it to this field. He's going to see what they have with 100 metres to go. Hands on that inside whale. Now we see Turner just move through the gears. He's bided his time to perfection. It's why he was the fastest in the field, and he was the most tactically sound at that. Checks his shoulder, only needs to look straight on with a one-finger salute for a 4-minute performance. Well done there. Great finish there for Harry Thomas as well. The Western Australian gets up for third, and Zach Heffernan will settle for fourth. Rest of this field now through. That's Tyler Finch, Fransky, the two Victorians. But he waited, picked his moment, and executed.
I think that's smart racing. He didn't want to lead it. He made his buddy do the hard work, and he kicked when he needed to. And I think it was smart. The New South Walesman went early. He went early and he kicked with nearly 250 to go. 250 is a long way.
You start questioning a couple of things when you're up that back straight. You know, you've got to sense a moment, and that's what I'm saying. When you can start to see that group, maybe you feel like they might not have the kick, you go, all right, I'm going to burn this out of you now. But unfortunately for Lachlan Wheeler, it just turned out Matthew Turner was waiting the whole time for that final 100 metres. So instinct kicks in. You've just got to do what you think is best. And again, these are the learnings that they'll take from these sort of races. And I mean, the positive from that is that he had a kick, right? Because sometimes the kicking in junior ages is the hardest thing you can develop. You can see here, he's in front with 100 metres to go. So did all the right things, got to the rail, tried to run the minimum distance, but look at the form here of the Queenslander. He just absolutely hits the jets, does Disco Turner, and it's party time with 30 to go. The one-finger salute, he knew. That's total confidence, he knew. And I think Harry Thomas, the Western Australian, he'll be very pleased with his race. He probably let the group get away a little bit too far, but he's still a national bronze medalist, so a fantastic effort for the young Western Australian. As we can see the full results here, 4 minutes there for Matthew Turner. Lachlan Wheeler gets a PB in 4:02.37, and Harry Thomas from WA, 4:03.24. Even Heffernan gets a PB in 4:04.54, so can't be too displeased with that. I don't want people to think I'm ripping in Zach Heffernan. I've just never seen somebody check their watch in a 1,500 metres so much.
I was about to ask that. I want to know, what are the thoughts? I'm a sprinter, so we don't use watches. Nada and I would.
Can you not? Because I have a Garmin, so don't put me in that.
Oh, sorry. But you don't. I don't see you starting your watch
so
in your 200.
Is
such
it?
an old person thing to do.
I have a 955. That's how serious I'm about the watch.
Does that go with the Whoop as well?
Yeah, because data.
Oh my God! What is that?
I've got a Whoop on one side and a Garmin on the other.
Okay.
Double data.
I'm like,
Nana, you will lose unk status with that.
I'm glad we're not on TV. No one saw that.
Mitch, did you ever used to wear the watch in the race or start it? I just think,
Nah.
I think it wastes energy.
I'm not a big watch guy, but that's only because I feel like when I was competing, I was just always taught, like, if you can't learn how to react to how your body's feeling, then you're always going to be limited by whatever your watch tells you. Like, if you can't have the perception of your own sort of anatomy to go like, okay, I'm feeling good here, or I'm feeling flat, I need to pull back, push forward, whatever, you rely too much on your watch. It becomes too data-driven. It becomes too data-focused. And then, God forbid, your watch runs out of battery or something goes wrong in the worst moments, and all you've ever done is rely on your watch, you're going to get sent into this sort of state of fight or flight and go, oh my God, I don't know what I'm doing. So
I wish there was a camera in here, because my favourite thing to see at the start of a long distance race is this.
The start.
Where you run up to the line.
Well, it's got to be on Strava. Oh, you girls wouldn't even have Strava, would you?
Sorry. No, I don't.
Okay.
I wouldn't know how to use it.
I'm not going to lie, I think it was one of the first national titles that I ever went to. I watched a junior lose a medal as he stopped his watch and leant back to stop his watch and missed out on the bronze medal. And there were tears. And I was like, apologies to him, but I thought, serves you right.
Yeah.
You run to the line. It's your clock is not the clock that we're counting
they're
on.
practicing what they do at training every rep.
It is just so data driven now. So anyway, I'm sure Zach has a reason for the watch, and I'm sure it has very, very real positives for him, but I've just never really seen it at a 1,500. So listen, we're going to go back and we're going to dissect some more watches here. We're going to throw to a break, and when we come back, we've got some 800 metre finals and then a hell of a lot of sprints this afternoon. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back at the All Schools.
Australians like sport. And no sport runs through our veins quite like athletics. It's where it all begins, the essence of human movement. From the first step to the greatest heights, athletics is for every Australian. Lace up. Join the community that moves Australia.
So we're back. Look at that. Look at beautiful Melbourne. Look at that.
The place to be.
What a city, huh?
Can we say controversially the best state in Australia? Oh, yep, I'm hearing it
I'm
from
gonna
the
leave.
crew.
I'm going to leave.
Yeah,
The
yeah.
producer's going, yes.
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is the best. Well,
a
they're your
clear
words.
sky.
No, not mine. I don't want to offend anyone. But
You
of course it is the
love
best
it. Oh,
state.
thank God,
Although,
I was
have you
gonna
ever,
say you're
have you
living
ever
in.
lived in Queensland, though?
I couldn't.
That's pretty, it's
Oh,
pretty
the
great.
humidity and my afro would not.
That'd be pretty
They're
cool.
a great pair. No.
Okay. Melbourne is the best city in Australia.
Thank you. That is what the people want to hear.
Best city in Australia. Not the best weather, though. I just need to stress that.
No, but food, people, culture, and that's all that really matters. It doesn't matter if it's raining, if
That's
you've got those three things.
That's all you really need.
We see the under 14 pole vault on our screen right now. And Natasha Walters has already gotten a PB on her first jump.
Well done, Natasha. We love to see that. So field events continue. We can see our shot putters making their way out here as well. But on the track, we go back to some para action. This is our women's under 17 para 800 metres. So I think they've got a touch bit of time. We'll call them out as they begin. And I think we will leave them in the hands of our starter. So we'll just wait a moment. Make sure everyone's all settled in. Started down here. So we've had a lot of talent in the para events here thus far in the all schools. You said we had 9 returning from the World Para Champs this year. It was in New Delhi in September. So 9 of those competitors in that team here at a junior all schools. It's pretty impressive.
Our para athletes are very talented, and we see them across many events, and it was great to acknowledge them yesterday with their international bib.
Yeah, I really like that.
presentation.
I love that you get the number and, you know, the representation and everything. I think that's great.
It's giving cricket and swimming, which I really like,
Yeah.
acknowledging where you are in your career, that there was one point in time that you represented our country. So.
I feel like we need something bigger than the bib, though, because like the baggy green is iconic. Like
A spike, maybe?
Yes,
Yeah, like
green
a-
and gold spike. That would be
Ooh.
cool. Oh, whoa.
Yellow laces, green shoe. I'm liking your thinking.
I'm thinking
I
that would
hope you're listening to our notes right now.
I think that would be cool.
I think
Okay.
so too.
So, big group of them. I think it was 9 or 10 or 11 got on it yesterday, yeah. Which is fantastic. So, given we do have a little bit of time, I'm just observing the starter. You can probably see on screen, he's in the bottom right corner. Once he gets up on his podium, that'll be the start of this race. But if you are watching a para event for the first time, the way they hit the line in terms of line order does not necessarily mean that that is who will be gold, silver and bronze medalists. So out of lane number 1, we've got Indiana Wiedeburn. She's a T21 competitor. Lucy Gilmore's out of 2, T44 athlete. Victoria's Eleanor Downey, our T20 athletes out of lane 3. Anouk Laverty from New South Wales is in 4. She's a T38 runner. Zoe Schultz, a T38 athlete as well from Victoria, is in 5. And Dakota Doost, T43 competitor, is in 6 from New South Wales. So, as I was saying, doesn't necessarily mean whoever hits the line first isn't necessarily the winner. It goes down to percentages and they start to work through. So this will be a combined event as well now. So under 17s, under 20s together. So officials here doing a great job. So if you're looking at it on roster, that looks like the races are separate, but these will be run together. So bear with us. Let me get the split screen up here of the start lists. So under 17, under 20, para 800.
On your mark.
So away here in the under 17, under 20, para 800 metres, we will give you the full field as they make their way around. We'll just adjust with the numbers. So Wiedeburn, Gilmore, Downey, Laverty, Schultz and Douse. That is the women's under 17 para 800 metre portion of this event. And for our A under 20s, it is Chapman, Valenti, Sharp and Huddy, I believe. So make their way down here through the opening 200 metres, and it's a quick tempo at that amongst this field. So we can see down, for those at home, the bottom left of the screen shows you the start list. As it looks like some of our under 17 competitors will be the ones out in front here. That might be Eleanor Downey, who leads things out, the Victorian, but has some good company next to her here from New South Wales. And that looks like it will be Layla Sharp in our A under 20 800 metres. So they hear the sound of the bell. It's going to be 69, nearly under 70 seconds. So it's a quick split. It's a quick start here for these girls who live around that 230 to 240 lifetime best. Sharp's run a 229 at her best, so they're both well under it here at the moment. If they can hold on and maintain time-wise, they'll be running the fastest they've ever run in their lives. So continuing to lead and push the tempo is the young Victorian, the under 17 athlete Eleanor Downey, T20 competitor. 200 metres to go. Looks strong. Looks very capable of having a big finish here. Does the young Victorian. With 200 metres remaining, it's 150 on the clock, so most certainly going to be running a lifetime best if she can maintain this at the moment, as we see New South Wales' Layla Sharp continue in that second position overall, but leading as the first person in the under 20A final. So we'll wait on the percentages when they finish things off, but down here and continuing to push is the young Victorian in Eleanor Downey. So Downey with 100 metres to go, around 2:15:18 on the clock now. So we'll try and find a little bit of something to get a lifetime best here. She'll get that for sure as a 2:40.50 runner. She's now going to be in the 2:30s, is Eleanor Downey. So well done to the young Victorian. Gets there. 2:32.68 as now we see Anouk Laverty come down here as well. A 2:45 runner before this, and we'll get the time. 2:42. So well done. As we see Zoe Schultz, the Victorian, will run a lifetime best. So will Lucy Gilmore. On times, they'll run lifetime bests as the rest of our field makes their way around the final stages of this 800. And this is Alice Huddy, the Victorian, finishing things off. Good push there for Alice Huddy. Will be just on 3:10. Right on 3:10 there. Well done to Alice. Indiana Wiedeburn for the under-17s is finished. Good push down here from the Victorian. That's Eloise Valentini. And an even better push from Colette Chapman from Queensland, who finishes off her 800 metres as we'll round out our women's combined under-17 and under-20A final here. And this is Dakota Deuced, who was a 3:54 runner before this and now lives in 3:41 land. Well done. So we'll leave this to our officials to do the percentages. Great racing.
I know, right? It's great to see a lot of PBs from our under-17 and under-20 para-athletes. We've seen some of them all weekend, so they've had a very busy weekend, a lot of these girls. So to round out your last event with a PB is what you want to hear and see.
Absolutely. And it's a big weekend. You know, all these events, whether they're sprints or distance or throws, jumps, whatever it may be, it's just a lot on the body and it's a lot of preparation and warming up, warming down. You know, it also, your central nervous system is constantly sort of changing and adapting to what you're competing in. So they've done a great job.
You said before, it's great to see many athletes on the start line throwing and jumping, and we've seen some really weird, traditionally weird combinations. I saw a discus runner in the 400, so it's great to see that these athletes are not specialising too young. They're trying different events, and then the older they get, I'm sure there'll be a decision to be made. But it's great to see, you see someone run a hurdles, and then you'll announce their name in the long jump. So
I think it's I agree. I think it's so awesome. You should never be. Do you remember in Little Ass? I'm sure they still do it now, but I'm just not connected to it. But like the multi-championships.
Yes, they still do that.
I loved that. I used to think that was great because you'd just be so exposed to so many different events, and it was always a good opportunity to just try different things, enjoy different things, and that's what junior athletics should really be about. I don't think you should specialise until you're 17, 18. I think you've got so much time before then, because once you do specialise, you can probably speak to this, you're in that race, you're in that career for a while, though sometimes you can change. I was talking about this the other day, Brooke Bushcool.
Yes,
going back to the triple
about
jump,
to say that.
which
triple
is fantastic.
It will be great to see her. I remember watching her growing up as a Caulfield athlete. You'd see her hurdle. People don't realise Brooke was a terrific hurdler.
A superstar.
She could sprint,
with
and
that
obviously the
Knox
jumps.
colours on.
Definitely.
And her whole family, Christy, her sister, who now plays for Hawthorn, was a great athlete. Her two brothers, so very cool to see Brooke
Very
going back.
talented family.
Well, she's. I'm pretty sure she's in the top 10 all time in distance in terms of triple jumping for Australia.
Well, it's great to
So-
see her go back to her roots. I'm sure
I
she's
love it.
just had a baby, and then she's come back, and she's just bounced back so well. And to make a career decision, it'd be a great role model for her little bubba.
I think she's watched Desley and seen what she's done this year and gone, I would love to be a part of this resurgence of triple jumping, and Connor and everybody in between as well on the men's side. So it's a cool event, triple jump. I'm happy to see Brooke back at that.
My knees, my hamstrings, and my body could not handle that. But I
Would-
appreciate watching
Would you ever
it.
adjust back to it? You were a good jumper in your
I
time.
always say, if you see me long jumping anytime soon, you know I'm a year from retirement. So watch it.
Okay, so you ever seen Nana? We're away. We're here for the second of our finals here. It is the para under 20, 800 metres. Madison Kent from Western Australia and Coco Espy from New South Wales will do battle here over the 2-lap journey. Still push their way around the track, and these two have faced off plenty of times before at plenty of prior national championships. So Coco Espy, T34 athlete, 2:22, her best time. And for Madison Kent, T53 competitor, 3:20, her best time. So it's always important to look at the clock and see whether or not they can get after a lifetime best here on a sunny Sunday afternoon in Melbourne. Make the most of the conditions at hand. It looks like maybe that wind has started to die down a little. But looking at the Heart Sports flags over there, maybe not so much. So they'll push their way into likely a headwind as we've seen most of the day.
Coco Espy, one to watch here though. She is one of those athletes that have represented us at those 2025 World Para Athletics Champs. So that is a huge deal for anyone in the crowd or listening. We're in here for, it's like athletics royalty, green and gold everywhere.
Anytime you can represent your country, it's a massive, massive opportunity. And Coco Espy, to your point, to do it at such a young age, has a very, very strong career ahead of her. So Espy now at the bell. That's 125, somewhere in that vicinity. So wheeling well here at the moment in the opening lap as now we see Madison Kent come into the home straight for the penultimate time. So Coco Espy continues to make her way around the second lap here in the 800 metres. Madison Kent about to get the bell and have one lap remaining for her national 800 metres. So around just under 2 minutes, I would say, on the clock here for Madison Kent, who has 400 metres to go of her national championships. But up and away on the back straight, Coco Espy wheeling really strongly here and seems to have found a bit of something on that back straight. So it's pushing hard down to the line here. Now T34 competitor with 150 metres to go. You can see the Javelin out and away in the middle of the track as well. Pole vaulters going, shot putters going, everything still happening around the track here at the National All Schools. But with 100 metres to go here now, New South Wales, Coco Espy comes into the home straight and will push her way forward to a good time and a good performance here in the women's under 20 800 metres. Coco Espy with 30 metres to go here, gets out into lane number 2 and will just go under that 250 marker. So well done to Coco Espy. Just outside of her season's best. Madison Kent now with 200 metres to go for Madison in this 800 metres.
They're just exceptional athletes. I just could not do that. I just could not do that.
The work rate is phenomenal. I mean, I would imagine that the burn and the lactic would just be immense. And these women and these athletes just make it look so easy. And it's so difficult. And even being able to maneuver the chair like that, they're doing such an incredible job. So Madison Kent now only has 100 metres left to go for her national championship. So Western Australia's Madison Kent is in the home straight now. And just 90 metres of effort remaining for our young Western Australian. It's been a good performance over the 2-lap journey for Madison Kent. And now just 50 metres to go to finish things off here. So a big round of applause here for Madison. It's been a busy weekend and now is eclipsed with an 800 metres here, just over 4 minutes. And finishing off strongly. Well done, Madison. Good effort over the 2-lap journey.
And lovely to hear the crowd getting involved. They really do help to lift those athletes in those later stages of those races. It makes all the difference.
100%. I mean, when you start, you're probably starting to question a few things over the back edge. So anytime you can get some good, vocal, loud, loving support, it just adds a little bit of something to what's already a hard moment. So, next up here, our men's under 14 800 metre finals. So these are going to be 2 timed finals. So we've seen this a little bit across the weekend. It's not for every age group, not for every event, but we're going to see it here on a Sunday afternoon. So I'll give you the full field when they make their way around after the starters let them go. But this is number 1 of 2 for the men's under 14, 800 metres. And maybe the gauntlet can be put down here. Put a little bit of pressure on the second.
Make him nervous. Set the bar.
Here we go. Hands of the starter. So the first of 2 time finals, under 14, 800 metres, Ash Palmer, Thomas Naden, Lincoln Wicks, Toby Flanagan, Cameron Dobbins and Jasper Brown is the full field here. So the opportunity beckons to really throw down a fast time and maybe make the second group sweat just a little bit as they watch on. So the young Victorian, Jasper Brown, wastes no time up this back straight. Has a healthy margin on this field to be a good 15 to 20 metres, but the Tasmanians will work in tandem. That's Flanagan and Palmer. Maybe just to go and get after our young Victorian, but he's giving them everything to chase at the moment.
He wants it. He wants to put that mark out on the board, and he wants to tell that second heat that this is a fast heat too. We're going to put something here, and you're going to have to contend with me for a medal position.
Yeah, so Jasper Brown, he's just continuing to push on ahead here. Thomas Naden now from the ACT is in that second slot. A little bit of a gap back then to our young Tasmanian in Flanagan, but the headband is on, the hair is flowing, and the wind is absolutely ripping through these luscious locks here at the moment. So 60 seconds on the nose. That's a quick opening 400 metres for Jasper Brown. And again, that gauntlet has been put down. He'll have to maintain over the final 300 metres. This is the true mark of a moment. Can he hold on here with 300 metres to go? Again, it's really not about whether he's in front. He's got that one sewn up. It's all going to come down to this time here for the Victorian. So it was 10, 20, 30, 40. I'm going to dare say 50 odd metres in front now for the youngster. And he's maintained this pace. He's on 132, so he's only dropped a second and a half from that last 200 metres. So can he keep pushing? How fast can he go here? The young Victorian out on his own, all on his lonesome. Nobody there, nobody around. Maybe some crowd support will get him moving quickly. So here we go. The Victorian into the home stretch. Just has to leave everything out there here at the moment because, again, 2-time finals. Nothing promised, nothing guaranteed. But he's put in an almighty effort here as young Jasper Brown. And that's a great way to run a time final. 2:05.89. So there's the marker, 2:05.89. Then we go back to Naden in second, and then the Tasmanian sits third. So there you go. You know what you got to do now.
Mitch, dare I say, I think that's going to be competitive. I've just had a flick through the season's best and the PBs of that B final, and that puts him up there. If these boys aren't smart and don't aggressively attack that from gun to tape like he has, he's put himself in for a real opportunity to medal there.
So there you go. This is just it. Don't get deflated if you're in the first final. Just get out there and give it a crack. And yeah, it's a really good point, Ellie. He's going to make a couple of these fellas nervous here. They're going to have to really give it their best shot to get up and win a medal.
Confidence is key.
PB for Jasper Brown as well. We actually saw the first 5 who crossed the line in a PB for the final A out of 2 for our under 14 boys. We see a lot of them back up as well. We saw them in the 1500 in heat or final number B. We saw James Hole, who won the national championships yesterday in the 15. So great to see what he will produce in this final with a PB of 2:05. So he'll need to PB to run the same time as Jasper Brown to put himself in gold medal contention.
These little legs are doing a fabulous job at backing up. I mean, I struggle with training days where they're coming out and racing exceptionally.
So the national championship record, I should say, Joel Smith back in 2003, 2 minutes, .32. So that's
that's
pre-super
not alive
shoe.
when that happened.
Yep, pre-super shoe. So it's probably about a 149 now. I'm joking. It's probably about a 158 nowadays. So
controversial topic.
we won't bring it up. I'll get Tamsin on the phone soon. She'll talk to you about it. So this is time final 2 of 2. A good, strong field. Some very, very good talent here, and they'll have to give it everything to get a medal. Hands of the starter now. Time final 2 of 2. Men's under 14, 800 metres. So time final, 2 of 2. They know the asking price here. It's Beatty, Sapasa, Bernasconi, Hall, Zarica, Frolich and Camilleri. In that order, inside out from hip numbers. So the man from New South Wales, Beatty, he's keen to hold that rail position. I suppose once you start on the inside, you'd rather maintain it. Out wider than that, though, is Frolic from Queensland. So now the Queenslander slots into that second spot behind Beatty. The rest of this field will just try and latch on. It's quick. 27 seconds, 28 seconds through the opening 200 metres. So, as we mentioned, the gauntlet got thrown down in time final number 1. Time final number 2 is going to waste no time or energy in trying to get after a fast time here. And the New South Welshman just looks in total control. He's a smooth operator here. Is young Cameron Beatty. And now this group tries to respond here. They're going to get the bell, and Beatty still leads things out. He's got his fellow statesman there in Zarica just right behind, pushing that tempo with the group back from Frolic. 59 seconds on the bell, so they're a second faster than what we saw in the first of the time finals.
Can they hold that, though? That is quick, and it is hard work when you've gone through that fast. The lactic's probably going to hit a little bit earlier, so they're going to have to really trust that aerobic system, trust that they can deal with that lactic tolerance and come through in that later 200.
So Cameron Beatty, he's led from the gun. Can he take it to the tape? He's got a healthy margin, these two out in front. Back to the rest of this field as they're going to start to fight it out over the closing stages here at the moment. But Zarica now just gets on to Beatty. So Beatty feels pressure for the first time. 1:32 hits the clock. Now Zarica just goes right on by him. So doesn't quite blow straight past him because Beatty now tries to find a little bit of something just to be able to hold on. There's a national title on the line after all. So these two now into the final 100 metres. Zarica got down there at 200. Beatty wants to try and find one more gear. I just don't think he will. Zarica out here in front and steaming away. Isaac Zarica, he'll get it. That'll be a national title for Isaac Zarica. And let's just wait and see whether or not young Jimmy Hall's done enough, because I think that winner of the first time final, he may hold on to that bronze medal here. But good performance. Beatty for second. Zarica timed it to perfection. So we now see Camilleri finish off his 800-metre national titles.
And James Hall has done it. 2:04, nice little PB to get that third spot.
Okay, so Jimmy Hall, bronze medalist there, 2:04.76. Shout out.
Look at him. Look at the celebration there.
A big PB from the boys. Shout out. I'm sure the entire POW fraternity is here somewhere in the grandstands to cheer on young Jimmy Hall.
I'd love to see that replay of that last 150. He just was gritting his teeth. He wanted that more than anything.
He came from 5th with 250 to go all the way to 3rd overall.
Well, it's not the first time I've seen that. It happens with a lot of our junior athletes where they realise kind of with that 200 to go, oh, hey, wait, I might be in this. Like, what am I going to lose? Let's have a crack.
I got to keep going.
Yeah, it becomes a bit of a dogfight, doesn't it, the final 100 metres? If you, even within touching distance of a medal, it just becomes, well, pretty ugly. The form goes out the window most of the time, and it's just an absolute desperation to get to the line. So I fully anticipate we'll see it again, because we're back to some time finals. You can see our pole vaulters continue over the bar cleanly there.
They're currently at 2 metres 45.
So jumping well.
We see Lucy on the screen, and she's currently in first position, equal with Lawson and Keel.
So the first of two-time finals, women's under 14 800. So again, what are we going to see here? Who's going to be the one to make the next group sweat? Could come from Slater, Rice or Flint. But we'll call them as they make their way out. Harrington Downey as well a chance. So the first of two-time finals, we're back to the same format. Slater, Flint, George, Rice, Rush and Harrington Downey will contest. And again, let's just see how fast this goes out, because we almost saw a medalist come from the first time final for the men. And maybe this will be the opportunity we see one definitely come here in the form of the under 14 women's 800 metres. So up this back straight here, it's a strong start. It's a good opening 200 metres for Miller Rice, who maybe thought she'd get a little bit more room on the rest of the field, though. They've picked that up pretty quickly. So Rice had it her own way only momentarily. The rest of this field could sense it and now makes their way past. So Looks like it might be the young South Australian who just gets around that outside shoulder. It is. It's Eva Flint. So one to watch before the race began. We can see why now. Rice, though, doing a good job to hold off this group around her, as now we see Slater just make her way in there. Salter, apologies, gets into that second slot. So leading out is Flint, then Salter. That's 65 seconds on the clock there. The South Australian making a really good push around this bend here at the moment with 350 odd metres remaining. And now we see the New South Wales woman just picking away at that lead ever so slowly. She'd like to be a little closer with 200 metres to go. She does just that now up the back straight. So Portia Salter now just chips away at that early lead from the South Australian. Isn't just going to chip away at it, it's going to move right on by it. So very keen to get down to that rail at 200 and does. 1:38.39, somewhere in that vicinity, hits the clock for Salter. And now what was once a 5 metre deficit has become a 5 metre lead for the young New South Wales woman. So Portia Salter out from Eva Flint. And these two, again, just pushing for time. Just how much pressure can they put on this next group to go out there and contest a final? But either way, no matter what happens, it's been a really strong performance here. 2:16 was her lifetime best here on paper I've got. So Portia Salter is going to take out the first of 2 time finals. It's going to take it out in a lifetime best at that, 2:14.64. Eva Flint as well will run a personal best there. Miller Rice will go close. And the rest of this field, Harrington Downey is through. Tasmania's Rush. And that duo with Mia George is now done. So that was time final 1 of 2. And it's definitely a watch.
3 PBs for our first 3 across the line.
So
Again,
2:14.
That starts to put pressure on that first one. Just having a look through those PBs, she's well and truly cemented herself as a threat to that medal contention.
Actually, PB for all 6 in the race. That is what we like to see.
You love that. See the beauty, one of the few beauties of time finals.
Have you done a time final before, Mitch?
I have, yes.
And are you normally in the first or the second heat? Does that change your race plan? Are these girls in the second heat going, okay, I was going to go out and say 1 minute, but now I need to go out at 58 to get this time?
I think it's sort of, you don't have an opportunity now to run it like a championship race. And championship racing is typically, you just sit around, and then you wait for the kick. People get the opportunity to, I suppose, hold back. But when you're in a time final and you know what the people ahead of you have already run, you don't get that opportunity anymore. So, and a 2:14 at that. If the time final was really slow before you, doesn't change too much. But when the time final is around your lifetime best, all of a sudden you have to produce your best to be able to get a medal. So it is the only benefit of time finals, that it, when done well and when seeded well, puts pressure on this next group, because you have to race hard. You have to race to the best of your ability. You can't just sit around and dawdle. So it does heighten the intensity a little bit. And let's see what this second time final can do in the hands of the starter. So they know what they need to run here. Messer, Hamilton, James Smith, Little Kirkwood, Moon, and Eckstein is the group. So they all run around the 2:10 to 2:15 marker. So 2:14 is what we saw in that first of the time finals. Now the group continues to work on well together. And it may be our North Queenslander in Ayla Moon, I think.
We've seen Moon many times this weekend in a 4 and a 15. So it will be great to see that middle distance, what she can produce in this B final.
Yeah, why not get all 3, right? It's a good time to be able to race all 3 distances. So Moon, clearly, if she's got tired legs, it's not showing. She's more than happy to lead things out here. So doing a good job. Hamilton just tucked in behind her in second. That's the ideal position for an 800 metre runner, just right behind the leader, nobody on your shoulder, clean air, clean space. Everything still becomes available from that spot. So sits well there in second, and now we see Eckstein, the Queenslander, move up, closely followed there by Smith. 63 seconds on the clock there. So head down now. You can see her charging. Ayla Moon just wants to keep this field away as long as possible, because once that kick comes, it's only one thing you can do, and that is desperately claw your way to that finish line. So Elise Hamilton sits in second. She's had the run of the race here at the moment, right where you want to be in terms of being able to execute the closing stages. So Hamilton sits in second, right behind Moon, who's still fighting on strongly there. The group behind has some work to do to be able to catch up. That's Eckstein, who sits in third. But now, finally, we see a move be made. So no longer is Ayla Moon tasked with the job to be at the front of this field. It's now Elise Hamilton who gets out there in first place. So they're chasing down time. They're chasing down a national title. 100 metres to go here for this group. Elise Hamilton leads things out here from Moon, who will have to find a big effort to be able to get up for a national gold. I don't think she'll quite get there at this stage. Elise Hamilton is out and away, and this is going to be fast. She was a 2:11 woman before this, and now she's a sub-2:10 athlete. National champion as well, does enough on time to get up there. And Ayla Moon, well, what a run for the North Queenslander. That'll be enough for a silver medal. Great performance, almost put the hands on the heart. I don't know whether it was in disbelief or just total reprieve to be finished.
This is a World Junior qualifier. This is I think they're under 14, so way too young.
So
but
we've seen two
this is
under
a
14.
World Junior qualifier. 209 is that women's World Junior qualifier.
Gosh, what's in the water? Under 14 women are really producing.
For those who can't see Mitch, he looks like he's in shock.
I just don't think I've ever seen
wait for
that.
it, a meet record.
Well, that makes a lot of sense, but yeah, World Junior qualifier, under 14.
So, national medalist, meet record, PB, World Junior qualifier. That's the second one we've seen in the past hour.
That is like the holy trinity.
That's crazy.
And great to see Moon come with that second place with a PB after a very busy weekend.
Ayla Moon nearly got the World Junior qualifier.
Yeah.
After a 15 and a 4.
So these women could go to 3 more World Juniors, just for the context of this. In terms of the age group they're in right now, they don't have to worry about Eugene. I don't even think the World Juniors they can qualify for yet has been announced where it even is geographically.
We haven't even had Eugene yet.
My goodness.
It's going to make for some sensational racing in those states where those age groups start to combine.
That's crazy.
We're going to end up with these races that are just full of athletes who can run that sub-10, that sub-8. Like, watch out our Claudia Hollingsworth and our Abby Caldwells. The under 14s have their eye on you.
These girls have great role models, and it just shows with the way they run their races.
That's crazy.
And currently on the screen, we have the under 18 javelin throws. These girls are on their 4th and final attempt.
So, javelin throwers, I'll tell you what, the shot putters and everybody who's in a field event will be much happier with the conditions today than yesterday. We're talking about it, that
some
rain.
wet rings.
Can
And
make
thank
it a
you
dangerous competition.
to our officials for making that safe for our athletes.
Mitch, I'm excited about these next lot of races.
These 100s are sure to be a couple of doozies, I reckon. So, I don't think we're going to see a meet record here because it's 10.88, would you believe?
And who holds that?
They are 33 and 46 years old. Fred Martin and Tim McRae hold those. So behind the line, in their blocks, in a moment's time, is this men's under 15 100-metre final. At lane number 2, the Queenslander Ezra Devine. In 3 from Queensland, Flynn Lane. In lane number 4 from Western Australia, Brodie James Oliver. In 5 from Victoria, Matthias Foliaki. In 6, the Western Australian, Bless Joe. In 7 from New South Wales, Mohammed Gadoo. In lane 8 from New South Wales, Jimmy Atkins. And in lane number 9, the Victorian, Ben Tornatora. There's your full field. Men's under 15, 100 metres.
Can I jump in front of video, man?
We've got 2 representatives from each of the big 4 states here.
Yeah, so this is going to be fascinating.
Video, man?
I'll be watching for James Atkins in 8, Bless Joe in 6, and Brody James Oliver. Here we go, men's under 15, 100 metres. We're up, a little unsteady maybe in the blocks. And only natural, the nerves, the anticipation.
This would make sense. As you can see, our lane 7 already has a yellow card. That second heat of those men's, the hundreds earlier, I think there were 3 unsteady, so he was given that yellow card in that second heat. So
it looks like the Victorian, Matthias Foliaki, got the yellow card that time. So once more, Divine, Lane, Oliver, Foliaki, Joe, Gadu, Atkins, Tornatora. Few to watch, though. James Atkins been busy. He'd love to add another. Second from the left. Oh,
it looked like an unsteady from Atkinson from New South Wales. We've already had an unsteady and a yellow card in this field.
And I think Mohammed Gado might be
yeah,
gone.
I think that might be a break from lane 7.
I reckon maybe Atkins twished and caught him, but I think he might be gone here. And these officials.
And it looks like a red card. Mohammed also had a yellow coming into this.
So he looks in shock. Now I'm not sure in this. You can't run under protest.
Oh, can you not anymore?
Well, I don't know in the juniors. I know you can seniors. I'm not sure if there is an age restriction to it. Either way, he's behind.
Hopefully we have a team manager close by and we can get those rules so everyone has a fair opportunity to race. But it looks like...
So he's gonna have a conversation.
He's going to protest.
So Nana, have you ever had to protest a start of 100 before?
No, I've been very fortunate to go when the gun goes. So I've never had to do that, but I have seen some wild ones in my time.
So what does this conversation look like right now? Is this a conversation of he's explaining the break? Is he trying to say you can run, you can't run? What are they talking about?
I think both. You try both options. You can prove that maybe you were unsteady. If you can prove that my hands were shaking of some sort, and I went after the gun went, but I was unsteady, and then you would be asking if I can run under protest, which we've seen in many instances. But it looks like, sadly, we'll be losing Mohammed from New South Wales in lane 7.
So no Mohammed Gado, who's one of the fastest in this field as well. So Divine, Lane, Oliver, Foliaki, Joe, Atkins, Tornatora. Here we go. Really good start there from Bless Joe. He was low and now he's away. The Western Australian next to him, Foliaki, though the Victorian. Bless Joe got work. Atkins now widest on the track. Might get it in a sweeping finish. Oh. Jimmy Atkins. He's quick.
What a dive from him to really cement that first place.
Oh, Jimmy Atkins, I reckon, gets it over Bless Joe. And then for bronze, I couldn't exactly tell you. To be honest, I was so focused on our man from New South Wales. He's the jack of all trades. Picks up another gold here, James Atkins, and had to work over the backstages. I'm looking forward to this replay. But, geez, at 30 metres to go, I was getting nervous up in the box to try and pick a winner.
At 50 metres, they all started to level up. We see Divine in lane 1 have a cracking start, but then in the middle we have Joe and then the New South Wales and Atkinson just pulls through in a nice dive to get the win over Joe from from Western Australia.
Yeah, and Foliaki will get up for the bronze there, the Victorian. So again, he was a good starter there as well. But James Atkins' form and his knee drive and his lift and just the way that he carries himself down that straight was so strong, and we can see the photo finish
right there. Atkinson with 11.33, Joe with 11.40, and a PB for Foliakis Victoria, 11.45 into a minus 1.1.
So there you go.
I almost thought we were going to have like a photo finish, can't tell the difference with 30 to go. It was lining up like almost like a VAL type race.
I was getting nervous up here.
I know the pitch started getting high.
It's the heart rate. It's not even the voice.
It's hard to be up here.
You can't even call that, can you? At that point?
We've had a couple of them this weekend.
You do. You have to. You saw. I committed the other day, and I was like, "Yep, I think this is the winner." And then Ella got it right, and there was a group down here that got it right, and I was like, no, I'm going to stick to my word, and I was completely wrong.
I did
So
that with the under 18 800.
You have
that
to.
was
You have
so
to pick one.
Close.
Yeah, you have to pick one. So this is going to be a really good race here as well. This women's under 15 100 metres. There is some serious talent. We're seeing it on the screen now. Divine Chukwudi, one of those, but I think it's going to be a pretty interesting battle. Jamie Ritchie, Sienna Vasella, Divine Chukwudi. I mean, really, I also think Ulm and Hildebrand on their day can do some damage. So it's going to be good.
We watched these earlier, and Nana, you said that Jamie Ritchie didn't have the best at the start, but if she can get up into her upright running, it'll be all over.
Definitely, we saw her last 30. She really opened up and put a big gap between those girls. She also has the fastest PB coming in, but championship racing, finals time, anything can happen, but I think we're going to see some really even running from the girls. Be interesting who pulls apart in the middle of the race.
So, should love to flip the script. Jamie Ritchie, she was second last year behind Sienna Vasella. So, this will be interesting.
Lane 6 and lane 7, those girls.
So here we go. They are behind their blocks now. It is the final of the women's under 15 100 metres. Liliana Hoffman from South Australia goes out of lane 2, the Queenslander. Tilly Ojiako Petit is in 3. Jayla Ulm, the Tasmanian, in 4. Tana Hildebrand, the Victorian, in 5. Jamie Ritchie is in 6 from Victoria. Sienna Vasella from New South Wales is in 7. Divine Chukwudi from New South Wales is in 8. And Quinn Byrne, the Queenslander, rolls out of lane number 9. This is sure to be one hell of a race. Women's under 15, 100 metres. Ooh, Chukwudi jumped really well there. So too did Richie. Vasella now with some work to do. So Sienna Vasella will have to go and get after them. Richie leads things out. Hildebrand as well. Vasella on Hildebrand. Vasella will just get over the top. Just gets there. 12.19. Jayla Ulm, the Tasmanian, as well, might have put herself into a medal. But wow, it was similar to what we saw in the men's. 30 metres to go. They were all together. But the talent rises to the top. That's back-to-back there for Sienna Vasella.
Those two, Ritchie and Vasella, were really neck and neck with 70 metres to go. And you just see that forward lean from Vasella as we're about to watch the replay.
So it was such a good start. I thought Chukwudi did really well as too. But on the inside, Hildebrand, the Victorian, kind of just dragged them all forward. You can see Sienna Vasella has so much work to do. Ritchie now gets into it. Ulm gets into it. This group, they tighten. And then Sienna Vasella just gets the step. And oh, geez, it'll be Ritchie in that third place. Oh, well, I've got it here, actually.
Well,
so
Ulman, the Tasmanian.
Jayla Ulm.
Well, I'm going to give that to you because you did call it.
You
I
did,
probably
when the
would have
race
said the
happened,
Victorian.
You said Tasmania.
I'm due. Well, I was due one of these being right. So,
is this the first one?
Probably in my lifetime, yes. So, unfortunately, I'm always on the wrong side of the coin with these calls. So Sienna Vasella takes the win, 12.16. Jamie Ritchie, second, 12.24. And Jayla Ulm gets up for third. Takes that bronze medal, 12.29. Tana Hildebrand, 0.01 off there, 12.30 for her.
It is great to see these girls running such quality times with the bad headwind at Lakeside Stadium. Those girls just ran that into a 1.8 headwind. So we're seeing the headwind slowly get a bit bigger for these 100-metre finals.
So Sienna Vasella looked very happy. Unfortunately, we were the ones who just broke the news that she missed out on a bronze medal down there, the young Victorian. So she was waiting for us to say what had happened. So unfortunate, but Jayla Ulm, you've made me look smart up here, Jayla, so I appreciate that.
And that was the reason she came here.
She said, national medals, they're cool. I'd love to make that commentator sound smart, though. That's what I'm really here for. So
and on the screen we have the results, official results of the women's under 15 100-metre final.
So we move to more 100. God, I just love 100-metre finals. They just get you that excited, don't they? And this one's
more excited than a 15 and an 8?
Oh, nah. Close finishing 1,500 metres is probably one of the greatest things in track and field.
More exciting than a marathon?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
What
I
about
would-
the sprint finish that happened in the marathon?
Oh, that is fun. Yeah, that is cool. The world champs was decided by less than half a second. So have a look at this for a field. This is going to be a great race. It's going to be looking out to the probably outside lanes. It's hard to look past Kevin De Silva, but Kanawa Gamanja is going to be fast. So here we go. The men's under 16, 100 metres behind the blocks here now. Austin, both of the South Australians out of lane 2. Owen Veltman, the Victorian, is in 3. Rory Muldowney is in 4 from New South Wales. Kanawa Gamanja out of lane number 5 from New South Wales. Kevin De Silva, the Victorians, in 6. Ruben Fox from Queensland in 7. Rowan McClellan, the South Australian, is in 8. And James Kirkham, the Tasmanian, rolls out of lane number 9. This is the final men's under 16 100. Really quick away there was De Silva. Gamanja, though, already up on his inside shoulder. So Kanawa Gamanja moves on past Kevin De Silva. De Silva fights back, though. Finds a little bit of something. 11.12. Had to work. Had to really move because Kanawa Gamanja looked like he would be the national champion with 20 metres to go. But the young Victorian found a little bit of something and crowns himself the national champ.
Gawaja had a better start out of the two, and Kevin really had to work. We saw him get a bit tense, and we don't usually see that from Kevin because usually about midway through a race, he's in the lead. But it's great to see them fight it out to the finish. It's a bit different from the heat where we saw them jog, look side to side because they knew where they were. But this is such a quality field for the under 16 men. There was going to have to be a fast time to win that race.
So it just looked like, I thought maybe, geez, Kevin might not be able to get there here. He looked like he, to your point, tightened up at the wrong time, but just found a little something. Watch the start. You're right. Look at Kanawa. Bang, he's away. Even on the inside, the New South Welshman. And Kevin's got a bit of work to do here, Nana, but to your point, here it is now. Just finds it and goes.
He just starts to open up a little bit more than Gawaja. He loses his form with about 30 to go. You see him start to forward lean while Kevin runs in a really upright position, and even when he's in trouble, he still keeps that momentum going.
It's a
It was a
power up
dive.
button. It was
Yeah,
almost
it
a
is.
power up button. It was like, can I put on the accelerator?
Can I find a third gear?
Yeah.
And that he did.
He's like, watch this, fellas.
So, busy weekend for Kevin. The gold in the 1 and the 200 metres and 4x1 relay.
Jeez, the Triple Crown. Only few can do that. Isn't that right, Nana? Only few
Let's
can
not-
pull
let's
that.
not look back at history.
Only few can pull that feat off. Ancient history.
Ancient?
Well, I'm older than you, so that doesn't say much about me.
No takebacks. And on the screen, we see the official results of the under 16 100 metre final.
So it was a great performance. I thought Kevin might win before the race, but he made me a bit nervous in the final 50 metres. So well done to the boys.
He's a celebrity down there. Look, he's getting interviews and everything.
Well, they all want a piece of him.
I mean, bring him up to the box. I want his autograph.
Come on, Kev. Get up here, son. So,
I can't
not many
lie,
races
I'm
left.
very excited for this next race, the under 16
now
women's
this
100 metre final, a rivalry.
box office, this one. This is pure box office.
Will we see back-to-back or redemption?
Well, so let's break it down, Nana, because you would have assumed that it would have been all Emilia Reed's way in that 200 final, and that's how I was calling it. I thought, okay, this is our national record holder under 16. Everybody's human. Not everybody can win every race. But even coming out of that bend, I thought, okay, Emilia's already picked up on Rima here. I think she'll do enough. And then just that closing 70 from Rima Adelaja, she was away, and Emilia Reed was sort of left swimming, trying to get after her. And I
Lost
don't know.
her form a little bit to try and
Yeah.
gain some momentum to close the gap.
Absolutely. So I just feel like this is going to be an interesting final right here, because I actually think Emilia looked better in the 100 than she did in the stages of the 200.
Definitely, and as I was bragging about before, her first 4 steps really set up the race, but I don't think Awadra will be far behind. It will be a race to the finish line. I think this is going to be a very close one.
Okay, do you have a call? You're going to sit on the fence? Where are you going to go?
Do you know what? I'm gonna do an Ella. I'm gonna back myself. I think Reed might have this one.
Okay, Emilia Reed.
If we see a start like we did in the heat.
Well, she is also the 100-metre national record holder, so...
For the under-16s, 11:45.
I feel like I often forget how quick, and she's the national champion as well.
These girls will also be trying to chase the World Junior Qualifier of 11:78.
So be big into a headwind if they can get it, because I'm
anticipating
it's going to be a headwind.
No, if history is shown today, you are on the money.
Yeah, so I think this is the race of the day. I don't think it is the race of the day.
Oh, I think we're very excited to see it. It's one of the races of the day.
I'm calling it, Nana.
Oh, I got a chill in here. I'm excited.
Yeah, this is your bread and butter. So it's a good field. I mean, the rest of this field is also quality, but if you just looking on the times and the way that the weekend's progressed, lane 4 and 5, I love when they're next to each other.
I know. Then it becomes
so
a mental
much better,
game.
yeah.
You've got to really zone yourself out and block out. You know, Awadra might be thinking, I know Emilia's a really good starter, but my top speed and the way I open up, I'm really strong. And we saw that in the 200 metres when not only did she get to her, but then she pulled away from her in the final in the last 50 metres of the race.
So she doesn't have the benefit now of the extra distance, Rima, so she's going to have to go toe-to-toe with that start of Emilia Reed, because these are, I'm pretty sure Rima's the second fastest under 16 we've ever had at 11:49. 11:45 is Emilia's national record set back in April of this year. So I'm not saying that they're going to run a national record here, because that would be blistering if they can get under 11:45. But
good. If I'm backing someone, I'm backing those two.
Yeah. So it's sure to be an absolute showdown. We've got Cox, McBain, Hughes, Farrell, Jemima Hood, and Pepper Benson as well in this field. So again, it's a quality field, but your eyes are drawn, you're fixated to the showdown in the middle of the track, because it is the 1-2 from the 200 metres, and it's sort of been a story of the junior career, or at least the last year for Rima Adelaja, sort of the bridesmaid. Got the opportunity to be the bride yesterday.
I bet that was a good feeling.
In a big way. And so now it's, you kind of get that, not the stigma, but you're kind of like, oh, you're beatable. I can beat you. I know you're the national record. I know that we go toe for toe. And often I'm on the secondary side of that, but I can do this. So it's going to be a fascinating
I'm going to have to mute myself during the final. I'm getting too excited now.
So this is sure to be an absolute cracker, a blue ribbon event here this afternoon on the final day of the Australian All Schools Championships here in Melbourne. And our competitors are behind the blocks, so we'll give you the full field here, standing behind the blocks, ready to go. This women's under 16 100 metres. In lane number 2 from North Queensland, it's Charlie Cox. In 3 from Victoria, Tilly McBain. In lane number 4, your national record holder from Western Australia, Emilia Reed. In lane number 5, your 200 metre champion from New South Wales, Rima Adelaja. In 6 from Western Australia, Sade Hughes. In 7 from New South Wales, Ellie Farrell. In lane number 8 from Victoria, it's Jemima Hood. And in 9 from Queensland, it is Pepper Benson. This is your final, women's under 16 100 metres.
Sharing that one.
Reed gets away the best on the inside of the track, but Adelaja rolls right alongside of her, so sits on that shoulder. Emilia Reed, the national record holder, might just do enough this time. Emilia Reed gets it, 11.63, gets the national title. She oh so deserved. And gee, she had the pressure early, but Emilia Reed does it again. She's the national champ.
Oh my God, what a race. We saw Adelaja actually have a cracking start, something we didn't see so much in her 200 metres, and she really put the pressure on Reed. But at the 40 metre mark, Emilia just got really nice and relaxed, and you just saw her start a gap and hold that gap the whole way and run through the line. But as I said, Emilia likes to set up her race in the first four steps, and she did. And 2 World Junior qualifiers again. So we've seen 3 in the 100 metres this weekend. It's going to make our selectors have a very hard time when it comes to March and April Nationals.
No, just so many people qualifying for this World Under-20 titles. It's insane. So look at this replay. They're actually just right next to each other, and to your point, Emilia Reed just strengthens up and gets down to that line. They're in a minus 1.7 as well, so they both run this time. Look at the full replay,
Just
Nana.
look at the pressure Adelaja is putting on Reed, but then we start to see her swing her shoulders when Amelia's just being a little bit longer, helping her knee drive, and then it just carried her to the final. But I'm excited to keep calling these races with you and seeing where these 2 girls go in their career, and it'll be exciting. Hopefully we see them in the green and gold in Oregon in a couple months' time next year.
Absolutely. So Emilia Reed claws one back there. You can see just the jubilation as she crosses the line, and that's some good camaraderie between the two. As you said, this career, this head-to-head battle will be going for
a long time.
a long time.
And great to see Hughes, the other Western Australian, round out with a medal.
12.24 for Sadie Hughes. So look at that bumbling joy.
Oh, look at the joy on
And
their
that's the whole
faces.
point, isn't it? We talk about records and, you know, blue ribbon events and all that, and, you know, we have to make it cinematic up here in the booth, but the most important thing is the joy that you get out of junior athletics, and clearly Emilia Reed is having a great time.
As you should.
So don't worry about us prattling on here, speaking for Emilia Reed. Let's let Ella ask her herself. Ella, I could imagine you've got a very, very happy Emilia Reed down there.
I don't think I've seen bigger smiles on the track after that one. I watched you get back into your blocks after that practice start. You kind of strutted back into it as if you knew exactly what you needed to do. What was the execution plan there?
Well, I just had to focus on getting out hard, you know. I've been focusing on this season, my starts, because they're usually quite weak, but I just had to focus on executing my start, getting up and just rolling with it.
Now, we were in the box before, and Nana was commenting on your start. The first 3 steps, just the power. Is there a cue or something that you're thinking about that allows you to kind of create that short contact time and drive out of those blocks?
Just push is pretty, you know, speaks for itself, I guess.
No, I love it. I love it. Was there a little bit of, now there's a nice rivalry going on between you and Adelaja. Was there a little bit of something that was like, oh, you got me in the 200, this is my event?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, I just wanted to see what I can do. You know, the conditions obviously pretty good compared to yesterday. But yeah, it's just a bit of fun.
I love it. And another World Junior qualifier on the board. It's a pretty successful championships for you. What's next?
Well, I guess we've just got nationals in April. So training for that starts now.
And a little bit of a different question. There's a lot of seniors that you're slowly starting to get very close to time-wise. Is there a scalp or a senior you'd like to just say, watch out, I am definitely coming?
Oh, I don't know, actually.
Well, we look forward to seeing you over the season. I'm sure we're going to see you run spectacularly fast. Thank you so much for the chat and congratulations.
Thank you so much. Have a good one.
Well done, Ella. I like that you've gone for a scoop at the end there. You've just tried to bait Emilia.
No, and
so
you
give
know
us
what?
a name.
Great media training right there. You don't want the rivalries to start right now, but I was writing down first 3 steps push. I'll be thinking about that next weekend.
That's great. So even Emilia Reed's inspiring the likes
yes.
of you. No. I mean, that's
teaching
that's
an old
great.
dog new tricks.
There you
Push,
go.
push, push.
That's beautiful. So yeah, as you said, well media trained. Not to give a response there. I mean, I feel like Could have gone one of two ways.
Do you know what I loved the most about that interview? You could see the joy and the fun she's having right now. She is a name we've heard a lot over the past couple of months, obviously getting Tori Lewis's Australian record of 11:45. You could see that there's a lot of pressure with that. She's just signed with Nike, but she's still a high school student. So to see her say, I wanted to see what I could do. It didn't matter what anyone else was on the field, whether I came first, second or third. It's about what I could do. And her best on the day resulted in a gold medal. And the smile, the joy and the fun she had shaking all her competitors' hands is what really matters. And I think that sometimes in a sport like this you can lose that, but it's great to get reminded about how much joy you could see on her face and while she's running.
That's so well put. That's exactly right. So even the joy that she had just speaking to Ella, I think Ella got the most out of her there.
Media training.
Yeah, media training. So a natural.
We've got our 200 metres next,
Ooh.
and sadly our final sprint finals before our relays.
I know Ella and I have spoken about this, but as I said, this is our first time in the booth together this time around. But the relays to me in the juniors are always so fun because it actually means a lot. Like you can tell that they take it very personally.
State versus state.
Exactly right. They take it personally. You wear it as a badge of honor. So it's one of my favorite things to call, I think, the relays. And it tends to be where I lose my voice, is
And
the
do you
relays.
know what? You actually see a second gear from these athletes. Many of these athletes have competed in 2 to 3 events in a short period of time. It's only a 4-day program. There's not a lot of breaks because we have so many age groups. We need to get through a lot of races, heats and finals. So to see them back up one more time and get that third wind just for their state, you can just see they're running for their teammates. And for the state title, the state pride.
Of course. There's so much on the line in those relays. So they're still to come. We've got 2 under 14 200-metre finals. And we'll allow the crew to get behind their blocks before we call them all out. So our men's under 14 200-metre final. Kicking around the blocks now. We can see all these men eager, ready, keen to get after the end of their national championships. And so we have some good returners here. Felix Burgess, the Victorian in lane 7, in Ella's favourite lane in human history. He was the 100-metre winner here just yesterday, so he's going to roll out of lane 7. Oh, you will.
Lane 7, and he was our 100-metre runner.
Exactly. Well, I know he's got the double here, so he'll be very, very happy with that. As George Lambusis was 3rd. Anton Kafada, who's not here, he was 2nd in that 100 metres. Neither is Lambusis. So some fresh set of heels can get you a first national medal here at these championships. So they are now behind the blocks. And we will give this field their time. Men's under 14, 200 metres. Cruz Monson from New South Wales out of 1. Joshua Gurnick Stegtigna from North Queensland from 2. Abdullah Ajani from Queensland is in 3. Gibson Westcott is in 4 from Queensland. Ethan Gregory Morton from WA is in 5. Statesman Luke Raff Weber is in 6. Felix Burgess, the Victorian, goes in 7. And James Richardson from Victoria goes out in lane number 8. Men's under 14 200-metre final. So all got away pretty well together, though. The 100-metre champion, Burgess, did well. So Webber on side of him just starts to put a little bit of pressure on him out in lane number 7. So lane 7 and 6 hit this straight together. Now the Western Australian gets into his running, Webber. So Luke Webber is starting to power away from this field. This is a dominant performance from the young Western Australian, and he has won this in emphatic style. 22.86 gets it ahead of our 100-metre champion in Burgess. They rounded into the straight together, but over the closing stages, Luke Webber was just too strong.
He just came off the bend the best, and that just let him finish off and be a little bit more relaxed than Burgess. We just started seeing his hips swing a little bit, but form was the winner in that one in Webber.
So he looked really good in the heats, you remember, and he kind of just shut down, and he didn't really push beyond about 70 metres to go, still into a minus 1.7 headwind as well. But I thought he would do enough on the inside. I thought maybe the lane 7 luck would be what gets the young Victorian over the line.
Well, no, there was luck. A silver and a PB of 23.35.
There you go.
As we watch the replay again. Oh, we actually do see Webber tighten up a little bit, but what he did coming off the slingshot of the 200 was enough for him to actually pull away from Burgess in lane 7. And the Victorian Richards with a PB of 24.02 and a bronze medal to round out that field.
Which I thought you were going to have some of the younger people on the stream absolutely going crazy with the 2 lanes 6 and 7 next to each other.
Well, I know.
I did that before.
I know.
Working at a school, I'm really sick of hearing.
I don't even get it.
And
no
that
one
means
does.
you're old.
That means I'm old.
Yeah.
Right? Can you explain it?
Yes, I actually can, funny enough. I've had it explained to me many a times.
Okay, so hit us with it.
The theory is it's absolutely nothing, and that's the beauty of it, because everyone else and the older people in the crowd spend forever trying to work out, I don't understand what it is. It's nothing. It is.
So it's just it's like a trick.
What technically has originated from some basketballer who is
ball.
No,
6'7".
it originated from a song and a basketball player started saying it.
Yeah.
It's
I'm like,
actually
this is
Oxford
such a
Dictionary's
stretch.
word of the year.
No.
That is how popular.
It's not a word. That's not a
6'7".
word.
Someone did do it
and
as
Rage
a
Babe.
celebration across the line as well.
Oh, can you show us in the...
They did this one.
there we
Oh,
go.
no.
And I was
Uncle
like,
right over here.
what is going on?
Where's the camera in the booth when you need
Yeah,
it?
we don't need that. But if we just walking around doing 6'7" everywhere, I'd be, oh my God, I'd be so embarrassed of myself. So now at least I feel like I'm in on it. Okay, so it's nothing.
Yeah.
There you go. For
Well,
all
the
parents
joke's
and
over
uncles
now.
and aunties and everyone. I don't like that I've assumed this elder statesman role in the booth. Like I need Tim back or something. And I'm like, I'm not that old. I'm in my 20s.
Age comes with wisdom, okay? It's a badge of honour.
I'm in my 20s,
I don't
guys.
know. It's born in the 2000s. You're in the
that's
decade
great. I don't know.
beforehand.
90s is where it's at.
Yeah,
So
90s babies.
All these kids would have never even thought about that. It's our women's under 14 200 metres. I'm sure they could tell me all about 6'7". They would be right across it. But for right now, all they have to think about is this 200-metre final. And it's sure to be a quick one at that. Some good talent in and amongst this field. So we'll let them all get behind their blocks. And I'm sure this is going to be an absolute cracker of a final. So they are behind the blocks now. So out of lane number 1 from Tasmania, it's Madeline Sinquin Van Santen. In 2 from South Australia, Eva Harrington Downey. In 3 from Queensland, Sophie Whitfield. In 4 from Western Australia, Abby Robinson. Marnie Lawrence is in lane number 5 from New South Wales. Ella Malimbi from Queensland is in 6. Alara Barnes is in 7 from New South Wales. And Emily Gaykema from the ACT is in lane number 8. This is your women's under 14 200-metre final. bit slow out of the blocks there was Marnie Lawrence. Inside of her now moving through well will be Robinson, but now starting to get into the running here. A little bit wider than that from Queensland is Malimbi. So the Queenslander gets in here first. Lawrence now senses the occasion and just moves on past the shoulder. So Marnie Lawrence now. Malimbi sits there in second place, but it's a battle for the Miners because Marnie Lawrence of New South Wales will be the national champion. 24.59 at that. And that will be just outside of a lifetime best. Plus 1.7 tailwind, would you believe? So the swirling winds of Lakeside strike again. But Marnie Lawrence is the national champion.
Of course, Lakeside would give us our first tailwind in 3 hours on the last race, individual race of the all-school national championships. But well done to Lawrence. She was the best off the bend. Looked like it was a bit hard work. It looked like the girls were breathing heavy, and I thought it would have been a tailwind for those girls, but I think just being off a lifetime best, just great to see.
I think we got to take a minute for Marnie. She did the long jump earlier today, national title there. I think she's done a couple of other events. I'd love to fact check how many medals she is taking home because, you know, she's got some serious silverware.
Yeah,
If there's a cabinetry at home, there might need to
Let's
be a
see.
new cabinetry at home.
Yeah, someone's going to have to get busy, you know. The DIY is going nuts.
I hope you're not on a Jetstar flight home because your suitcase is going to be a little heavy today.
The same bag yesterday.
Oh, damn it!
Yeah.
Poor mum jokes have just
yesterday.
been down.
No one's original anymore.
No. It's worth the extra $75. I bet she did say that, didn't she?
She didn't have that part in. She didn't have that
You
part
seem to
in.
be accustomed with that $75,
I
Nana.
am a
That
frequent
happened a few
flyer.
times, Nana, or-
Yes.
So
PBs for our top
There
4
you
in
go.
that race and 6 in total for the under 14 women's 200 metres. So Marnie Lawrence did get a PB, formerly 24.59 to 24.57.
brilliant. So well done to our finishing crew up here as well. So quick on getting all that through.
We might not have any more track events until our relays, but currently going is the under 14 boys pole vault, the under 16 boys discus outside, and then our mixed 4x4 relays soon. We will be back soon at the All School Championships. We are just taking a quick break before our 4x4 mixed youth relays.
Chemist warehouse in the middle of our street.
Another sport runs through our veins quite like athletics. It's where it all begins, the essence of human movement. From the first step to the greatest heights, athletics is for every Australian. Lace up. Join the community that moves Australia. Australians like sport. And no sport runs through our veins quite like athletics. It's where it all begins, the essence of human movement. From the first step to the greatest heights, athletics is for every Australian. Lace up. Join the community that moves Australia.
So we're back here in action. And now we are onto some relays, some mixed 4x4 relays, which now is an event that's contested on the international scene. In fact, an event that we're pretty damn good at on the international scene. Took home a medal at the World Relay Championships for it. So I think there was that video of Ellie Beard like dabbing. After
Yes,
the finish
I do
line.
remember that.
Yeah.
No, do not
know
bring
what?
that up. I think that's
that haunts her.
Nah, what a great. Oh my God, I was going
Oh,
to say
do we
yes.
actually have the footage? Oh,
I love that. No, I love it.
Production's
I'm
pulling
about
our
it.
leg right now.
I absolutely love it. So
You know what, I'm loving these mixed events. It's spicing up our sport. As we know, we're going to be seeing also a mixed 4x100 metres, which will be man, woman, woman. So
I'm going to throw it here. I actually preferred it when there wasn't like a required order for the men and women. I used to love the strategy that used to
you
come
could
down
just
to
put them where you want.
where do you want to put them. I think that made the races way more exciting. However, these ones will be awesome. And a 4x4, I think, has got to be my favorite event on the program.
Really?
I reckon it's the most exciting.
Yeah, it is.
the
It is always fun.
2x2x4, was it? Have I said it right?
Oh yeah, no.
And they did that at World Relays in 2019.
Yeah,
and the
the
next, I don't think
Bahamas.
they do that anymore.
I don't think so.
But watching
It was like Josh
and
Ralph,
Katrina,
yeah.
and Katrina Bissett run that.
That's right.
That is like speed endurance to a T.
And they medalled.
Yes, they did.
I think it was a bronze.
Mhm.
Wow, pulling out the art. We're in the archives.
We even had a hurdles relay.
Did
that
we?
only lasted 1 year.
That's so
yeah.
dangerous.
Well, it was 3 teams, and you'd have the women start, and then the men's hurdle on the other side, then a gap, then the next team.
That's actually crazy.
So you had to watch them. There was like a official that kind of waved so you
What?
could go, because you couldn't go before that person had reached the line, because obviously you had to run 100
My
meters. So a
God.
little short for the men,
Okay.
but that was very interesting.
That sounds
to
like
watch.
carnage.
Now,
And
for
they had a
those
4x2 as well, but they don't do any of that
No, they don't do
anymore.
4x2.
For those watching at home, well, they actually have in this program.
Yeah,
I believe they did a
here they
4x2
have.
here. But for those
Yesterday.
watching at home, you've got man, woman, woman.
Yeah, so the women will lead us home, which will be interesting. It's always the changeovers that are sort of chaos, because they're already chaotic.
And you can be a bit strategic
Mm.
in where you're putting your athletes. Maybe you want someone to run
Okay.
105 meters,
Yeah.
and you want someone to run slightly less.
So someone who's got a bit more on their legs will
yeah.
be getting out. Where would you station them? First leg's short, right?
Yep.
So then we go.
As soon as you get
Would
to
it be
that
a
yellow,
second,
that
third?
red line, boom,
Yeah.
You
change.
can really manipulate it a bit though. So in those big 4x4 races, we are really looking at what pace they are coming in. It's kind of hard with a mixed 4x4 though, because ultimately at the end of the day, the boys are going to be traveling faster, even if they've got a little bit of extra lactic in the legs. So you do, if you're a girl here, you've got to which you can't see the track yet, but there's a yellow cone out there.
Yep.
The girls probably don't really want to be taking the baton before the line. You can even come and sit into the line. You don't have to stand
Like the
out where
start-
they
like
put
the
you.
start-finish line.
Yeah, you can
Yeah.
come and sit on the start-finish line. I've certainly done that in one of my runs where I've just come straight over, was like, nah, I'm not going to deal with the carnage at the front. I know I have confidence in my team that they're going to lead us through. We're going to come through first anyway, and I'm going to sit at the line and just take it from there.
And Ella's an expert. We'll be seeing her in the state 4x4 next week at
Hey.
Zatepek for
Yeah,
Melbourne
I'm looking
Uni.
forward to it. Really looking forward to it.
What leg, or is that a secret?
I actually
Gonna
don't
spill
know
the
yet. I
bills?
think
Yeah,
I
you
think
can't expose everything.
it's all right. It's all right. I'm going to back us in. I think we're favourites here, or we're going to have a real crack. So
Whoa.
I'm not going to tell my Sandringham teammates about that
boy.
one.
I think they already know. We've had a couple of chats on the track already.
Okay. Well, the shots have been fired. I hope you start out of lane 7. That's all I'm going to say.
I
If you're
actually
not
had this
ruling out.
conversation with Tim this morning. Lane 7, I said, AV, if you're listening.
What about lane 6?
Melbourne Uni want to be in
You
lane
said
7.
it to the wrong person because now he's going to put you anywhere but lane 7. There's no way. If I rock up next week and I see you in lane 7, I'll be like,
I could
that's
do a dad
tampering.
joke so badly right now with that lane, but I won't.
Go on.
What if you were in lane 6, or do you prefer lane 7?
Oh, Nana, no. No, Nana.
Okay, let me recover from that. So, we've got final A of 2 finals. Obviously, these are timed. We're back to the time finals. We've got Team North Queensland, the ACT, Western Australia, South Australia. They're going to contest first of 2, under 16 mixed 4x4. So we're away. It is the first of 2 here for the mixed under 16 4x400 metre relay. North Queensland, ACT, WA and South Australia all will contest this first one. So our men are up the back straight here now in the opening leg of this mixed 4x4. This is Jacob Runham, then Thomas Madigan, Mitchell Warrilow for Western Australia and Tyler Bell for South Australian. But it looks at the early stages of this mixed 4x4 like the Western Australians have started off the strongest.
It's really hard to tell here because it's not just the one stagger. It's a stagger and a half, isn't it? So the girls will actually be the ones that merge here. They'll come round to where those green markers are about 100 metres in or just over.
So it's been a good leg here in the opening stages for Mitch Warrilow. He's going to hand over to Lucy Nell. So Nell for Western Australia will get the baton, and then for the South Australians, Lenny Knowles will get it next. Team ACT had a good close there. Addison Hart now with the baton, while Team North Queensland changes over to Ruby Chester. So, like you said, they're going to make their way down here to lane number 1 on this leg, right as they pass these green cones over here now. Can start to move in for Team WA. So now gets into that lane 1 position, and this is a really, really solid lead.
It'll be really interesting to see what our ACT and South Australian athlete do. You kind of want to work together a little bit. They're sitting out wide. They're not really sitting on each other. So it'll be interesting to see who can kind of take the lead there in that final 50.
Looks like Team South Australia is keen to sort of get around that shoulder early, and they might just do it at that, though. Still sitting one out, one back, really, as Team WA continues to run away with this in the opening of the under-16 mixed 4x400 metre final. So WA now will hand over, and they got it in front. They've got it even with a bigger lead for Michael Passaretto now. Can go and take this baton and really set up his final runner in Ginger Gleeson well. So now the Western Australians have it. Team South Australia with the baton in hand. That's Mateo Tonga, who gets away quickly. And then Harry Dawn for the ACT. Tyler Crook now with the baton for North Queensland. But WA still in a commanding position.
For those watching at home, it's actually quite important where you are placed at 200 metres because that will dictate the order of your runner when you're about to pass it. So we saw Western Australia have obviously been in the lead for the past 2 laps, so they will be in the infield closest to lane 1 for the last lap, and then South Australia, ACT and North Queensland.
So it is important. That's a really good point. You just got to make sure you're in the right spots. Possibly why South Australia was pushing so hard in that last leg to make the move, because they wanted to be in a better spot for the changeover. So Team WA goes in front again. Ginger Gleeson now with the baton in hand. So it's all about time here as Team South Australia comes in. Chelsea Ireland with the baton in hand. For ACT, Lara Packwood now gets underway. And for Team North Queensland, Ruby Lawson will wait and see whether or not she can pick up much of the distance here. But Team WA has got off to a hot start down the back straight, and Ginger Gleeson wants to give her state an opportunity at a medal.
They're just extending the lead. She's just extending it with every step that she takes, and she looks incredibly strong. She's almost lifting as she comes into that final 150.
So total confidence there. Team WA stuck the team well. They've got Gleeson to bring things home for them. So 100 metres of racing left here. This is the mixed 4x4 on display. 3:24.56. The clock's really important here, so that's something to keep an eye on. As Team WA, you're right, Ella, they just continued to extend at the hands of Ginger Gleeson. And now she'll finish things off with a time of 3:39.10. 3:39.10. The ACT in South Australia, who knows, could be battling it out for a medal yet. We'll have to wait and see. South Australia, Lara Packwood of the ACT just edged out by Chelsea Ireland there, who did get it in front, but had a little bit of pressure on her shoulders, as now we see Ruby Lawson finish it off here for Team North Queensland in time final number 1 of 2. That time to watch, I think, was 3:39. So we'll keep that in mind as the next heat gets ready.
I was just watching some of those changeovers, and not to be a little bit critical, but seeing a lot of like half 4x1, half 4x4, not quite nailing those changeovers, you can actually lose seconds in a 4x4 changeover. It's less about really dropping the baton, but you do lose that momentum. So you definitely want to be looking for, we kind of think it's this big V shape that you're looking for, and you want to be moving so that baton does not stop.
I did see some upside down thumbs. I thought that was a very interesting tactic by some of them.
Well, these are just juniors, so I guess as they move up into our senior ranks and hope to potentially make our senior 4x4 teams, that they'll learn to kind of change those baton changes more successfully.
So the baton brigade up here. I can't add to this chat. You girls
to
are the
be honest,
experts.
I can't add to this chat either. I haven't run a 400 in about 10 years.
Well, you've got the three, the Victorians, the New South Wales and the Queenslanders. I'd say that's where a lot of our major relay teams in these junior ranks come from. So it'll be interesting to see whether or not our team managers in these respective states have managed to prep their teams appropriately.
So the times they need to be out for, WA 3:39.08, South Australia 3:47.9, ACT 3:48.13. So I don't think those two will contend the medals, but we'll have to wait and see what happens here.
The other thing that is just worth noting is, and we have made, our Australian teams have actually made mistakes recently, is they actually have to be inside the changeover zone. It is a bit of a challenging one.
Well, it was heartbreak in Tokyo in the men, and the second fastest time ever by a 4x4 team, nearly knocked off that long-standing national record. God, it was actually heartbreaking because we were doing the interview when they found out that they'd stepped over the line. Unfortunate for Aidan Murphy. Like, it's just such an innocuous accident, but it is a rule. Like, it is something that I guess now we're all very, very familiar with. But it is these little idiosyncrasies, the small things that make a big difference. So hard squads to crack into as well recently, our relay teams, the rate that they're
Both
going in
men
the
and
development.
women.
Yeah, it's been a really, really healthy growth of relaying here in this country. I mean, we're making major finals, we're winning medals, we're bringing up some youth in these teams. Like, it's great to see them travelling as well a lot, Nana. You see them all
Definitely.
over the circuit, so it's great.
We have World Relays next year as well, hopefully to set us up for World Champs the year after, but also Com Games. More practice is good practice, so it'd be great to see.
Yeah, well, we'd love to see some success there at the Commonwealth Games. So we'll see the start list appear in front of you now. So again, these are time finals, so we're still in the under-16 mixed 4x4. We're just going to be contesting here with New South Wales, Victoria, the NT, Queensland and Tasmania. So, as I said, 3:39 is the current gold medal, and that belongs to Team WA.
We have some pretty strong teams here, though, so I think they will potentially be contended for.
Oh, yes. Well, Owen Veltman hasn't had much of a recovery from his... I feel like he ran a 200 or something not too long ago.
I have had one where I've had to go from a 200 final to a 4x4 relay in less than 10 minutes at a national championships.
So here's one. I did not expect him to be in the relay, but Tate Van Camp will be going off leg 3 for Queensland.
Well, watching his first lap of his 800 yesterday, I'm sure he's got some speed in those legs.
He's a super
He'll
talent.
actually be starting the race.
Young Tate Van Camp. He is a super talent. So, Ruben Fox, Matilda Langley, Tate Van Camp, Corey Wall is Team Queensland. For mine, that's a hard beat. though. Team New South Wales with Ashton Foley, Mia Wood, Oscar Turnbull, Alicia Webb. That's a strong team as well. So here we go. Hands of the starters. Everybody away cleanly, which we love to see. New South Wales, Victoria, the NT, Queensland and Tasmania in that lane order. So again, 3:39.08 is the current gold medal winning team. That is Team WA from the first of these two-time finals. But out there quickly is Team Tasmania, setting a vicious tempo on the outside through Tom Gartland. So the Queenslander and Fox trying to follow through. Northern Territory's Jared de Graaf now gets accompanied by Maddie Crichton and Ashton Foley in this first leg. But Team Tasmania off to a blistering start here in this mixed 4x400 metres. So Margot Hobday will be keen to get this baton away from Tom Gartland, who's put them in a really strong position here, is now on the inside. Ashton Foley is also going to put Team New South Wales in a great spot. So picking up the baton for them is Mia Wood. Shakira Lawal gets it for Victoria. The Queenslanders go through the services of Matilda Langley. And then Margot Hobday for Tasmania out there again with the baton. For Team Northern Territory is Anya Duarte as well. So out there in front, though, is Team New South Wales. Again, it was a really strong team on paper. Unsurprising to see them turning things up here in the early stages of this mixed 4x4.
Her first 50 in that race, she just accelerated out of that changeover and put nearly, well, her lead now, the best part of 40 metres on the field in that first 50 metres.
It's amazing how quick they can get out there, you're right, and it starts to be devastating if they can't really start to peg it back over the later stages. So they're all pretty well spaced here. It's the Victorians in second. Owen Veltman will get the baton for them. But for Team New South Wales, Oscar Turnbull awaits on that rail, ready to go, ready to rip into his third leg and give a really good opportunity for Alicia Webb to finish things off for Team New South Wales. So they're clean. They're away now. Shakira Lawal's going to give it to Owen Veltman of Victoria. Tate Van Camp will get the baton for Queensland. Our 800-metre man will just float along this home track here and see what he can do. Tasmania now gets it in fourth, and Team NT changes over smoothly.
My favourite uniform of this championships.
Unbelievable kit from Team NT. Always comment on it. We can see that this lead is starting to extend even further through Oscar Turnbull, the Victorians, through Owen Veltman. Well, they're about to have some company with Tate Van Camp because he is eating away at distance in front of him. So Van Camp yet to touch the ground. He just floats on this blue tarmac here at the moment while New South Wales continues to extend. Van Camp will put Queensland in a great spot. The Victorians sit on his shoulder. But now, Team New South Wales, Alicia Webb with the task to maybe bring home a national gold. Webb gets it there cleanly. Van Camp is going to change over now, and it's going to go to Corey Wall, and the Victorians have work to do through Talia Blight to see if they can go and creep up for another medal.
This is the position, though, you love as a 4x4 runner. She is just going to peg her down. It is a disadvantage almost taking the baton first, because when you've got that marker in front of you, you can just really work off them.
As we see that right now as Blight takes over.
My question is, has she gone too early? There is 250 metres still of this race to run, and the Queenslander absolutely is not going to give up here.
There's plenty left in the legs there, you're right. So I think that battle for silver and bronze will be interesting. But for New South Wales and Alicia Webb, they are out there in an unassailable lead at this stage with 100 metres to go. So Team New South Wales comes in on top, and they are flying. They are going to be quick. And let's just see how quick. They're going to go 3:30, 3:30,
they need
2,
to get
3. Whoa, it's going to be close actually here
Oh.
for the medal, and they'll just
gold
get over the top
New
for
South
gold.
Wales. It
Wow.
seems like Western Australia will keep that second position, and we'll just have to wait for Victoria's placing in that A final.
So that's really close in the end between what was gold in both events, because WA, to your point, Nana, will get up for the silver.
3:37.
So there you go. That's a great effort. The Victorians just over the top there as well. But wow, that was an impressive run from Team New South Wales. A well-oiled machine.
So, New South Wales 3:37, Western Australia 3:39, and Victoria has taken the bronze medal with 3:42. Queensland followed behind in 3:43, South Australia 3:47, ACT 3:48, and Tasmania 3:54. Northern Territory 4 minutes 03, and North Queensland to round it up in 4:10. PBs for all states.
What a run that was.
I just love 4x4s. I told you, best event on the program. They just really are the most exciting.
Well, we got one more for you. This is our final event of the entire championships.
Don't say that.
What a way to end the program, though.
I
There is no
know.
other event I'd rather sit as your last event on that
Well,
program.
the under 18 too, so this will be fast. Mixed
I mean,
4x4.
we're seeing our future world junior teams being formed right now.
Well, there's some pretty good names in and amongst these fields.
I'd love to see these baton changes with that big kind of V shape as they collect it a little bit better than our under 16s.
So they might have it a bit more together.
I hope so.
She's cracking the whip right
Yeah.
now.
I don't know. I just feel like it's
Coach's hat is on.
100%. 4x4 changeovers are important.
No, coach's
It's
cap
really
is
important.
They are. We believe you.
You'll see tomorrow at our schools championships that those athletes will be drilled.
Oh, yeah.
The coaches will
Well,
not
your
be
teams
happy.
will be, I can guarantee that. Your
Oh,
teams will be
take
very
me
well
back. I
drilled.
love a Swedish relay. I think that should be at a World Relays.
Yeah, I agree. That and the DMR.
Oh, I think the DMR is a great one. I'd love to see more of our distance runners being able to be involved in relay teams.
Well, we used to have a 4x15 at World
Yeah, that
Relays.
got
They're
done.
just stripping it back.
I know, the 4x, it's a long relay.
I was going to say,
4x15.
It's a long way. It's no marathon,
Yeah,
but it's a long
way.
relay.
6K of racing. 6K of relays.
kind of reminds me, the triathlons have like a mixed relay type
Oh,
thing
they
for
do too.
triathlon,
Yeah, they do
and
it at
that's
the Olympics.
crazy.
Yep.
Maybe because it's not an Olympic event, we don't see it as much.
Yeah.
I mean, it'd be easy one to call, 6K relays.
Just continue.
Not a lot of
just,
change.
just turn and left, and you wouldn't have to worry about the carnage of the changeover. Because if you
How would you
drop the baton in a
change?
4x1500,
Oh, you can just
That'd
pick
be
it right back
embarrassing.
up and you'll still be on 3 minutes.
Yeah,
I
you'd
feel
be
like
fine.
at that
Yeah.
point you should be high-fiving, you know.
You
I don't
reckon?
want to hold a baton in a
A
Yeah.
4x1 change
Yeah,
for a
for a
4x15.
Yeah.
hand,
Oh, could you imagine?
hand. Yeah, you'd just be stationary. You'd be standing still.
Oh, yeah.
Be a
You're
little-
not running that
be a
fast.
little
at your
jog.
end. On the spot. Get
That
the
would-
legs moving.
yeah, that'd be all you'd be doing.
As the last event of the day, I feel like we should all really pick a team here. Who are you backing in, and who will have the? Who will
Oh,
take?
you can't look at who's in the
Oh,
team.
No, you
okay,
can't
okay,
look
no,
at who's
we're
in
not
there.
looking at the start list. Paper, scissors, rock.
No, you,
No, which
we'll give
team
you
do you
first
want?
crack.
Yeah, you can have. You can
first
have.
crack.
Which team?
Oh, I'm not allowed to look. Oh, guys, Victoria, duh.
Boring. No, I'm just kidding.
It's not.
All right, Ella.
Oh, I think I'm gonna go Queensland.
Did you look
Queensland
at the
in the middle
start
there. No,
list?
but I have actually taken a look out in front of us.
Oh.
Well, I'm going to follow your own theory, which I can't believe you didn't go with, and I'll go lane 7, and I'll Team New South Wales.
All right, all right.
So, wow, we've all really gone crazy
Yeah, I
with
know,
Queensland,
right?
Victoria, and New South Wales.
The state of origin.
A little bit of a smoky in there for the new Northern Queenslanders. I think that's my smoky, but I am backing in the Queenslanders to take it.
Do you
Give
know
me-
what?
give me the
Everyone
Tasmanians
is
as
a
a smoky.
winner.
Give me the Tasmanians as a smoky for a medal.
Smoky.
Which is
So here we go. We can see it here. Tasmania out of 2, Victoria out of 3, Queensland out of 4, North Queensland's in 5, WA's in 6, New South Wales is in 7, and the ACT goes out of lane number 8. This is our under 18 mixed 4x4, our final event here at the All Schools.
I've almost got the nervous jitters like they do.
Yeah, I'm revved up for Team Tassie. Here we go.
The Smokies.
The Smoky. Tassie, Victoria, Queensland, North Queensland, WA, New South Wales, ACT. Final event of 4 days of junior nationals here in Melbourne. Away for the final event here on the cards at All Schools. Have a conversation amongst yourselves. Have a pick who you think might win this one. I'll tell you what, they're going to start out there quickly is Team New South Wales in lane number 7. Team WA as well, moving along strongly. Victoria, second from the inside of the track, has a bit of momentum. Queensland now, quick to respond. And this mix 4x4. So the opening stages, though, belong to the team of New South Wales. Though WA and Victoria on that inside will change over pretty close. So it's a good start here for this entire crew. Team New South Wales, though, I think we'll maybe just change over Ollie McDonald to Cheyenne Murray. The Victorians now, that's Christian Zapparis, Lucy Potter, keen to get her hands on that baton. So too is Rose Ackland. So it will just be New South Wales, Victoria, Queensland, Tasmania, WA, then back now to North Queensland and the ACT. But as they make their way around, it's New South Wales who will get to the rail.
It is close. It is close. And as I said to you, they're coming in and it's close enough where I actually think being in that front potentially puts you at a disadvantage. Ackland is a really, really experienced relay runner, and you can see her absolutely legging down this back straight and absolutely has her eyes on that New South Wales there. So she's just going to track her as she heads around the bend. She's going to be patient ideally and then really surge home in that last 100 metres. She's an 800-metre runner as well. She's got the strength, so it'll be really interesting to see if she can peg her down.
So Rose Ackland's going to try and use every part of aerobic ability she has to put Queensland in the front here at this changeover. I think New South Wales, though, is just going to do enough. So Queensland's Jaden Curtis will just have to wait a little bit longer. He'll get it second. New South Wales now changes to Kai Cullens, who's away. And it was a stop-start changeover there.
I'm
The
looking at Ella's
Victorians
face right
sit
now.
there in third. And now WA, Tasmania, can they do something to get a minor?
That change from Queensland was a bit sticky. They didn't get it in their hands at the first, and I'm looking at Coach Ella here right now.
I'm not happy with
Things
that
can
one.
change.
Not happy with that one. And the ACT facing the wrong way on the track when they did that changeover as well.
But it doesn't look like that stopped Queensland. They've now taken over New South Wales.
Maybe Jaden Curtis likes the disadvantage, who knows, but he's gone early. So Curtis had to do some work to pick back up on Cullens, and Cullens now just gets his way back. So Cullens maybe just allowed Curtis to move on past him, lulled him into a false sense of vulnerability, only to just come snatch it away at the dying stages. Alice Hill with the baton now for New South Wales. Queensland give it over to Serena Williams. And then for Victoria, now in pursuit is going to be Cadence Fleming. So Fleming of Victoria will have some company behind, but out here in front and moving with some serious pace is Alice Hill.
I think the key here was she knew that it was going to be challenging. She knew that she was going to be close. So you didn't want to give Queensland that advantage and that ability to track you through. So when you know you've got that first changeover, you really do want to absolutely explode out of it. So you do put that team in that position where it's like, we're not going to catch you.
So Team New South Wales have been so strong throughout this entire under-18 mixed 4x4, and they're going to round in here with Alice Hill in front. So Alice Hill in front here at the moment. Queensland sits there in second. It's a battle for the bronze here into the final 100 metres. Victoria and WA to go Duke for Duke, fist for fist here. New South Wales will take it for the under-18s. Queensland silver. The Victorians at home try and hold on, but stolen at the end from Team WA.
Wow.
401 metres. It might have been different, but smack bang on 400, and WA gets the hardware.
Mitch, well done. New South Wales, and I just want to point out again, guys, lane 7. Lane 7.
Yeah,
It's
but
a
you
good
didn't back
lane.
your own lane.
Yeah,
No,
you
I
didn't run
didn't,
your
but
own theory.
I want it lane 7. So next week, AV, lane 7, please.
Well, lane 7's the clear directive. ACT finishes things off here as well. Well done to Team ACT to finish off
The
our
last-
under-18 mixed 4x4, which is our final event here at the All Schools. What a 4 days we have had here. So many different storylines, so many athletes going home with PBs, some hardware, some hardships, whatever it may be. Everybody learned something from these all-school nationals. So congratulations to all of our athletes who have competed. Congratulations to all the parents and family and friends and coaches and everybody involved in the process of developing these athletes. It's been a phenomenal 4 days.
I know, and I'm sad to see it go, but if you're loving what's happening at Lakeside, tomorrow we have the National Schools Challenge, where we will see schools from all over Australia compete in a multi-competition.
Yeah, so it's always fun, the knockouts on the Monday, and we'll be back here with the officials, everybody, and again, it's such a thankless job that our officials do out here for the full 4 days, so we'd be nowhere without our Australian athletic officials. So if you do see one on your way through the track, just stop and say a big thank you to them. It's been a hell of a 4 days up here. Myself, Tim Crosby, Ella, Nana, thank you so much for all you have done over these 4 days. To our crew back of house here, they've done a phenomenal job. Big shout out to Kaz and the crew and everybody else involved. Girls, thank you so much. Ella, congratulations on your debut for media.
Thank
and
you.
I am sure we will see you back.
Oh, I'm looking forward to it. I've had an absolute ball watching these juniors just rip up the track over the last 3 days.
Absolutely love it,
Couldn't have said it better myself, Ella. It's been a pleasure to be working with you guys. Hopefully we'll see you on the microphone soon. Oh, we've got Timmy here to sign us off as well.
Tim back in here in the booth. Guys, have a great weekend. Big love. More athletics to come for the summer.